I have never seen such a steady and hard-working male protagonist. Traveling to an extremely dangerous continent. The male protagonist hides 99% of his strength for the sake of his life. Even if the poor only have a shabby thatched hut, traps will also be left in the house during the Dunmao pit to avoid being robbed by any thief. He doesn't know about this yet. The old master has taken on another cute little apprentice. The little girl's name is Ling'er. The old man Ding said that he needs to have a good rest after entering Xiamen. No thanks. Xuanyan and 2 others came to the foot of the mountain with Yun Jiaowu. Only then did Ling'er know that he had a senior brother. When the old man thought of that 2D Dong stall boss Ling'er, he could ask his senior brother about spiritual practice, but don't listen to what he says about how to be a good person. The little girl nodded obediently and said she would never listen to what the senior brother wrote from outside. This place is a small and poor place in Duxianmen. I seek my livelihood by wandering around the beautiful scenery. The old man's status in the sect is not low. Although there are only 2D Dan occupying a mountain full of. I knocked, but no one responded, pushing open the door and shouting for Chang Shou to come out and meet the little junior sister. All physics is empty, but the old man clearly feels the aura of his apprentice. I accidentally saw the substitute guide on the bed. Please then smell a faint fragrance. If you don't follow the instructions immediately, grab Ling Hua and run out. Just smelling a hint of soft and fresh fragrance, Ling'er was already dazzled and powerless. The old man rushed to the snack hall in a hurry, thinking that the unfilial apprentice must be practicing in the water. The next second, he fell to his knees and knocked Ling'er upside down. The little girl will never forget the first time she saw her senior brother. The calm Kaitang suddenly turned into a dirty trick and became hydrated. A man with long hair and flying wings emerged from the bottom of the water, exactly the same as the wise martial master in fantasy. He was seriously injured when he returned to the thatch house. He was just taking precautions to prevent others from harming him. He happened to be practicing the water shield method. So he took some measures to improve the house. The old man is very irritable, unlike the picture. Even if he came to Shaoqiang Fengfeng with all the blame, he would shed tears and leave behind a few sons. However, Bai Changshou thought that master's words were flawed. Diseases in the mountain gate are not without danger. Although Shaoqiang Fengfeng has no existence, he has no backing. What if someone wants to escape from this 3-point land? When I tried to stir-fry, Lan Ling's forehead had already plasticized. He couldn't open his eyes but could hear his senior brother's voice. It turns out that my senior brother's name is Changshou. He is really a good Taoist priest and has a very warm voice, just like my mother. The old man was once angered by the no-smile picture. Angrily, he gave the name tag to Li Changshou and asked him to take Lin Yi to enjoy the scenery. I am so angry that my life will be shortened by 10 years. There are so many heretics all day long and there is no cultivation system. He has an embarrassing tone and is just hiding a little bit of his cultivation. However, the master is too weak and may not be able to survive Qingxian's heaven. He still has to think of something, but he can't do that beforehand. Let's take him to explore the master's new apprentice first. Li Changshou sat on the bed and spoke slowly. Brother, now I will help you with the soft and fragrant medicine. I am a man with very upright values. Please don't treat me as a pervert. No, how can the junior sister resist her own multi-door secrets when she has just started practicing? Random palms exude a cool breath. Junior sister Bang controlled the potion while gently touching her voice body. After careful inspection, no problem was found. The soul and the body are completely integrated. It should not have been robbed. Self-made is also good, but I don't know how it will be filmed. When you grow up, there will be 8 to 90 beauties. This is very dangerous. Since ancient times, there have been many red rocks or water. Li Changshou then opened the bit first and then checked to see if there were any model seeds hidden in his body. Lan Linyi was born in the Guangui family and was a director very early, but he didn't understand his senior brother's behavior at all. After a long period of growth, I wiped away my sweat and officially passed the entrance inspection. The next step is to prepare a training course for junior sisters. I hope this little tooth is not the one causing trouble. Witness Li suddenly realized why he had so much trouble in his previous life. After the final performance, Lin Zhen was very confused. Why would senior brother tell such strange self-acting about his previous life? Dunsha was scared when she saw the murderous look in her eyes that she couldn't hide. He stood up quickly to say hello to his senior brother. Seeing Li Changshou's serious expression, what he just said was actually heard. I can only threaten my junior sister not to tell anyone, not even the master. Otherwise, give him 8 pieces of big crab and eat them with sugary taste. Bai Changshou feels that the 5 elements are not compatible with this little pressure. How come the secret is revealed as soon as they meet? Maybe it's because I've been too lonely in these 100 years. This man is 800 weeks old and never goes out in the sect. He also hides 99% of his own falsehoods. As long as God doesn't take action, no one can take him away. However, the little junior sister who was accepted by the master accidentally revealed the secret of 2 lives. Always threatened in the next second. If you dare to tell anyone about this, I will throw you into the cafeteria. Lan Ling'er didn't say anything even if he was beaten to death in 3 guarantees. I still feel unhappy than Chang Shou. It's better to let junior sister reveal the body in the name of the Supreme Avenue. Under his supervision and guidance, Ling'er began to continue the Tao experiment under various circumstances and prerequisites. This is the small peak of Duxianmen, with few people and beautiful scenery. Li Changshou and his junior sister came out to see the guards. Randomly give the little duck head a Peiyuaning gas bomb. Zidan Nai Changshou practices the treatment with his own hands to achieve gentle and effective effects. The best thing is to serve as jelly beans to my junior sister. I suddenly feel great happiness after touching the sand on my head. As expected, the little junior sister who can keep secrets is the cutest. There are a group of spirit girls who have nothing to try in the soup. It is also Xiaoqiong Fengfeng's most important asset. Li Changshou made the happy decision to open a bellfish eye in the first breath after losing his eyebrows. Shoulder tying is suitable for all kinds of exercises. It can also improve the quality of practicing low mouth and dizzy chi. Then throw out today's 4 fish to make the fish grow big quickly. Unexpectedly, Lingyu discovered that Wu Tsai was very fond of the little girl. Resolutely give him the important responsibilities every day. This way, you can do less work and spend more time on practice. Li Changshou felt secretly happy. How could he come up with such a clever idea? Then he fished out a few fish from the lake and took them away as gifts. Get it from junior sister's new hand from the middle gate. The little girl is so happy that she wants nothing more. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and the master explained to Ling'er the basics of Taoism, and the method of receiving water shield from the village leader has been perfected. The old man can't figure out whether Da2Di has delusions of being victimized. He can devote half of the time he spends studying the shield method to practicing, and he won't be unknown in the sect. The next second, Lan Lin's handsome man will continue to reward customers in the Golden House to avoid being angry to death by the non-smiling disciple. Soon after, Li Changshou heard that bad habits. The old man is going to practice the most wonderful thing. Chong Ren, who teaches Lin Yi, leaves it to him. After saying this, he suddenly turned into a blank stare and jumped away. Li Changshou is unwilling to do so. Won't this waste his time? Wait, this doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Teach junior sister to keep a low profile so you don't have to worry about her, Caobo. On the auspicious day, I often receive lessons from opera stars about the experience of the king of fruits. Listen to the questions before losing your eyebrows. If you were in the Jujia of transforming gods and saw a pervert from the 6th level of transforming gods flying and breaking the chain, what would Qi Jing Yuxiu do? Fake. Rush up and kill him. Performance, Jingfa, treasure. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Choose quickly. If you choose wrong, I will throw you into a candy bar. Lan Ling'er plans to wear the righteous choice armor. Shake your head when you stand, just in case the pervert hides his shame. You keep making declarations. You are a female nun yourself. If you see a woman in love and love, what if she will have a big hair in love? Ling'er suddenly felt the shame of society, so he pretended not to see it and sneaked away. One day a few years later, Lin urged Song Song went to find his senior brother. The showman address is about to start to gain strength. What should I do if the master cannot read Jie Cheng Xian? The land will be inspected and cultivated in person. Increase the master's level rate by 99%. At this time, the Juxian gate should be the middle gate test every 5 years. Life in front of main electric plaza is charged. Li Changshou's beautiful junior sister even attracted the attention of male disciples. If I could make sense with him, the whole family would be on fire. Even if you have fewer cores and frames, your talent is still top-notch. In just a few years, he was sold into the 8 worlds of love. Even the Supreme Elder wanted to take him as an official address. In comparison, Lan Ling'er's senior brother is simply useless. He can't even get in after the 300+ queues in front of the table. Li Changshou suddenly gave a special gesture to his junior sister. The two of them made an agreement that they should keep their moral integrity in front of outsiders. They should not talk first if nothing happens. If you don't want to come with Chengfeng first. The official line maintained by Deputy Sect Master Zhongyu Master. A total of 12 locations have been arranged for the showman this time. Disciples go to different places according to their own cultivation, calm down, rise up, transform into gods, fight against emptiness, and return to the path. Each elder issued a mission and went to the East China Sea to show off the demons. The performance should not be lower than the 6 calamities of Qi training. Li Changshou knew that Lin Erxiu was online, so he forced him to go to Donghai Cape to win the ice prize. Seeing the concerned look in Shumei's eyes, she couldn't help but smile. He usually hides it so well that even his junior sister doesn't know his true cultivation level. If you don't pass it, the address for practicing lacquer string in the future will be divided. At this time, the elder issued another more difficult task. He went to the East China Sea to practice on Yun Island and folded into the computer. The cultivation base has been in the realm of transformation for a long time. Lina happened to know where his senior brother was going. Suddenly I heard someone in the square almost. Yu Qing Cliff and senior brother Yuan Qing I hear. The woman in a fiery red coat has eyes that reveal her character. Finally, the elder announced loudly that the people who went to Beijuruchu to protect the souls of the random accounts were waiting in the shop. This place is dangerous and the land is often damaged. It requires at least a long-term access to the divine realm. Brother Ling'er is going to Beijing Dan Shiji. It's because we don't have enough herbs at home. Or do you want to have a beautiful Shieho with Yumoya? The final sigh of helplessness. It's all because he is too low status to show off with his senior brother. After bidding farewell to the junior sister, Li Changsho walked into the store. I feel a little dry the next second, right? After all, I have stayed in Shongmen for more than 100 years. These guys don't even know me. This is a pat on the shoulder by a woman. Incarnate as a drunkard, I want to go to the gang to keep the bell, get a butt tool, and go to the East China Sea to have a crotch. Li Changsho has heard of this person's name, or the Master's Book of Tianzong 99. Suddenly a sign came over like this. Your master and I are a little excited. If you are going to die, he will definitely cry. If you use my sign to go to the doorstep for adoption, the more sympathetic I will be. Gifts are often rejected with good intentions. I don't have the kind of Chinese ability that can be used by Du Jie, the famous disciples of 99 Halai in the next second. Let them take good care of the dead Risangman. Not much to say, the woman turned Jiu who rode into a big one to solve the problem, including Wang Qi, who joined later. There are 5 people in total. All 4 of them have anti-virtual and respectful cultivation. Only Li Changsho's cultivation is the worst. Along the way, someone started to fight and curse. There are also people who are madly urging Jiu Hulu. Only Li Changsho maintains a 100-point scenic quality. I found someone following me around. It just means that if the hostage is not good, it will be easy to camp. I forgot and didn't expect that super picker Li Changsho stepped out of the sect for the first time. A female ex-girlfriend who hadn't been in love in 900 years was caught in the clutches of the devil, and it has been shown for a long time that women can create flying legs with just one finger. He was responsible for protecting the civilian disciples as they headed to Beijuruchu City Union. Li Changsho sat at the end of Sunifu Road and ran away immediately if there was any danger on the road. 19 like fate, 99 unexpectedly heard someone showing up because of love. As the second-ranked emperor's son in the new generation, Yuan Qing said he would definitely help his sister find Yin Huanning Xinkao. Love is hanging and Yaja is indifferent and refuses. Jujio suddenly remembered the old saying, falling flowers are as ruthless as water. It hurts even more when I think that I have been single for hundreds of years. These little farts still fuck with each other every day. Then let the profound Li Changsho sing a ditty to make you happy. The most common sixth sense word is to make a difference. Witness Li's secret Dharma transmission should tell Master Uncle there's someone behind him. I didn't think so for a long time. In this world, those who can fly into the sky and shield the earth are extremely prosperous. Then he released the divine time scan and loudly asked who was doing it again. As soon as a figure suddenly appeared from behind. I am the chief general in front of the Honglingguo Palace in East China, and I am here to protect Her Royal Highness the 6th Princess. Only then did Li Changsho know that there was actually a princess in the martial arts world. There is a clear selection of elegance that will make your hands feel astonishing. Your Highness, I am here on the orders of the king. It is inevitable to go back like this. Li Changshu has read hundreds of novels and knows all kinds of tricks. Once a princess appears, it means trouble to collect. Yuan Qing hurriedly stood up to persuade, but Zhu Ruzhou was very vicious. At that time, General Yuan and Zhao Ying might as well. When Li Changsho asked Yuan Qing how he knew the name of the general, it turned out that Yuan Qing grew up with Qing and Xuanya, Qing Mai Shuma. General Yuan is also the most trusted general of Cliff's father. 99 Dodua series didn't drink at all and agreed to let Hu Wei go together. There's nothing he can do with his hands anyway, but some people have grown up to 10,000 star years. This hand position must be here to cause trouble, otherwise the names he often suffers from include these. Then I ran to sit behind Uncle 90 to increase the safety index. He had already made up his mind to separate from these troublesome people when he arrived at his destination, Lima. In the blink of an eye, it's night, and a Juhulu appears in front of the realization. Li Changsho thought to himself that women are really big-hearted. Aren't they afraid of being beaten in the waist if they drink too much? Jujio felt a little bored and asked casually, isn't your master going to become a master in the next few years? I think we had some pretty good traffic policemen back then. It's a pity that your master was injured and then he was seriously injured. Li Changsho also recorded a smile that he had not seen for a long time. To him and his junior sister, the old man was their biological parent, and he wished he could teach them all the exercises. But I don't want Jujio to suddenly stretch out his devil's hand. After so many years, you have spent so many years. The actual book will give you a look at your own quality. In an instant, Changsho picked him up and quickly reared his legs, shouting that men and women could not bear each other. Jujio is getting closer now. Could it be that this kid is hiding some secret? In a hurry, Witness Li made up a disease for himself. Once he comes into contact with a woman, his body will convulse. He has a hidden secret that cannot be discovered by the test book. Then he turned around with his feet and brought out the after images, and directly used the Yulong Tanyun step to reach a point. Jujio seems to have discovered something. Good boy, you can learn this kind of pace. Your master said that you are only interested in shield magic. You won't only do this for more than 100 years, right? Li Changshaw was clear-headed and escaped for a while. The next second, another one came again. Curious Cliff pointed out the man's thigh with his finger. Witness Li mentally scolded him as a bastard. Why did he still touch the iceberg beauty he promised? I just told my uncle not to touch women. He gritted his teeth and lay down on the ground and began to spit and pour ink. He had to take back the lungs he had set up while he was kneeling. The Cliff knows that it has been provoked or that it is unreasonable in 3. Jujio thought thoughtfully. This should be an inner demon. Maybe it has something to do with the long-term practice in Fundi. He wants to help Li Changshaw get out of the new monster's leisure. I looked around and suddenly hear Hai Xiao Xiao. Why not use the charm of a woman to attack her with her feet? Man's body is covered with 9,981 pictures because he is afraid of Wenzi. This operation almost caused the middle door girl to collapse in front of the star. This is the North Kuru state full of accounts. It is also the place where the disease of reading more than Chihua Igua exists. It is said that several saints in ancient times came to help the sky that was about to fall. Take action and cut off the 4 corners of a congenital Daxuangui here to make it into a god. Xian Gui's resentment in Yua's heart turned into a long-term relationship that lasted for many years. In the 99th century, the book began to be distributed only to people's disciples. Look at the mountains and the moon around here. I don't know how many powerful medicines are hidden there. Not only is his cultivation terrifying, but he also likes to eat people's feet and modify them. Li Changshaw knew that this was a teacher's letter to let everyone wear high spots. Then the epidemic people came to the small town at the entrance. Many people came here with their feet modified to step on the disadvantages and increase their happiness. Teammates went shopping in pairs, but Li Changshaw stood still. For this adventure, he prepared 3 or 4 kitchen orders which required countless assistants. Uncle Master thought that Li Changshaw had lost all his money and just dumped the spiritual history of the past generation. Not long after, several people came back after stepping on it. Cliff will buy a single sample and have a longer life. I accidentally realized that this was a companionship for my senior brother. Li Changshaw was moved for a moment. I just thought that the iceberg beauty actually hides a fiery heart. Xiaozhen walked 300 kilometers north to reach the treasure land of Luanzhong, which was also the place where he lost his love this time. 99 is a loss. Tell how many people you have to experience. It is usually 20 people. If you exit the area before the time is up, it will be considered a failure. At the same time, it also emphasizes that when encountering danger, the priority is to save one's life. He formally spoke to the general and said that he would personally protect the 6th Princess Cliff. 997 Scolding, disciple training, you can follow me and get rid of your skin. You stay where you are and stand still, or I'll tie you up and drop you. Yang Qing hurriedly expressed his position that he would protect junior sister Xinye even with his own life. Something's wrong. Li Changshaw always feels that Brother Silly and Yuan Qing are plotting some kind of conspiracy. Finally, 99 gives landowners to China and Hong Kong. They should help each other to avoid acting alone. The second is not to steal the ball players, let alone desperately looking for herbs. Precious elixirs are often protected by murderers. 99 works well while fitting into a girl's small face. My skin is so good. I like a girl like you with thin skin and tender flesh. Then we have to set out 5 pre-ambushes. Once you encounter danger, crush him and Uncle Master will naturally rescue you. After the power started, everyone became cautious. Only Li Changshaw has not yet figured out how to plaster his whole body with must husband, so that he will not be afraid that his uniform finger will get loose halfway. Without saying a word, a corner flew up. Your incarnation goes in and drinks with them and the attractions. Before Li Changshaw set out, he conveyed the secret Dharma to Shushu. That one has something to do with the general. Don't wake him up. After entering the intelligence, immediately enlarged the god's name to prevent Cao Tsongli from hiding the 3 brothers of Dima and Ma. Then I took out the map and looked at it. The poisonous weed he was looking for lay deeper in the dark sunshine in the woods. There is a constant rustling sound. The position is affected by several close chest hands that have been found. Remind Wang Qi Zhui of the woods on the right. Huiyin Dangluo, a black-skinned boy who had been busy doing business, suddenly jumped out. Annihilate and die. Yuan Qing rushed out with 3 feet of breeze in hand. With a flash of sword light, he pulled out a long branch, and He Bao just used his transforming hand to touch it. Another gangster attacked from behind. Cliff face 5 expression slides through one piece. Gently spit it out once. The black storm expanded instantly, and the ferocious power of evil seemed to rush out of the body. A random fiery red flower was born. Blown to pieces. Li Changshaw knew this was the advanced skill 9.0 fire mirror. I didn't expect that the cliff was actually built. After solving a few cases of thin breasts, I encountered another intersection. Cliff decided to look for Yanhua star grass with Yuan Qing. Wang Chiza and Liu Yang went to a place outside Wang Lin. In a hurry, Li Changshaw also seized the opportunity to act alone. 5 people went to split into 3 groups and were so angry that 99 shots were taken. These guys are really born and they are young and ignorant of history and taste. He was about to take a sip but stopped. The disciples were no longer in one place and he had to concentrate. The first step here is to change the situation. The big Luo is not as good as a dog. If you want to survive, you must be very careful. It's not enough to crush the enemy's bones to ashes and burn him 1,000 times to extend his soul. Just now, Li Changshu went to Wanzhong Baolin to look for Dujilin grass for his master. Someone secretly released a black fake insect to follow behind him. The further I walked, the more I felt something was wrong. It seemed like a dog thief was watching me everywhere, and the strong hostility in Baohan's eyes. Do you believe it or not? Bai often receives the seals of both hands and chants the words. After planting a little bit, black ripples appear on the ground. After searching, I got in. It was Wuxing Dun Fa2 Dun. A moment later, he was at a special location 50 kilometers away. The feeling of being fucked is really unpleasant. He continued running deep into the woods, knowing that something unexpected would happen during this mission. He took out the map and looked at the young snow house. If it weren't for his master, he wouldn't have entered a dangerous place. After finishing this job, he will stop. From now on, he will be incompetent until he dies of old age. Just a moment later, I felt someone was holding onto me again. Then he gently blew out a few words with his fingertips. The detection power is equivalent to that of radar for a few seconds. After a while, a picture appeared in my mind. A guy in grey linen and shaking strength shuttled through zero. Li Changshu suddenly accelerated and threw away several identities. The enemy was probably an anti-gold accumulating 6th level cultivator, but it is very likely that the strength is hidden. The second judgment is ranked around Jin Liu Jian. The legal security agents who are often inspected and removed are preparing to ambush. There is an empty frame just in front of them. Then he only pinched Fa Duran and used 2 substitute fingers. The main body suddenly entered the picture and ran away, but the whole process was clearly seen. Grey people want you to be able to run away from me. Eat and drink. Agent Chang Shou rushed out of the picture and flew directly over. Move the aerial light show towards his neck. The speed is too fast and cannot be reflected at all. The next second I put myself in and flew out far away. Reminiscent people get it done and call it a day. The neurotic Shabakai is not chopping melons like vegetables. Witness Li was moved by the sudden death. The killer reacted very quickly. He jumped up and returned the knife to take a look. And in front of me, I went to check out the explosion of the drama. Then I smelled the pungent fragrance. The body went limp and returned to the ground, and the energy in the body could not move. This poison will dissipate first for men. Even if they do come first, they will be recruited again. At this time, the substitute with the same strength emerged from the earth, holding a handful of Shangmaning stone Hua Li Bao powder in hand. He also said that the magic weapon should be replaced by Qian Bao powder. See Baosan and turn it gently. We met 0412 above, and a French town with a radius of 15 tenths appeared out of the sky, completely isolating this place from the surrounding area. The ceremonial chief who was very far away threw out 3 cards again. This time it was a day. 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 This time it is the chief of ceremony for 1 day. This time it is the chief of ceremony for 1 day. This time it is the chief of ceremony for 1 day. This time it is the chief of ceremony for 1 day. This time it is the chief of ceremony for 1 day. This time it is the chief of ceremony for 1 day. The chief of ceremonies this time is the chief of ceremonies for a day, especially one of my secrets. The third fiber is indeed the second fiber. It is true that they are all ordinary people with physical skills. The old book assumes that Apple is the chief of ceremonies for a day. This should be the last one. The chief ceremonial officer, Wang Sudi, who was likely sewed in the Zhou dynasty, abandoned the book and started writing. Finally, it was stuck for 1 day. The chief ceremonial officer was actually a classmate. She is the little princess of a country, and she is also the girl who loves Mo everywhere. Today, I was assassinated by the boss in the Chinese language test that happens every 5 years. The man took the woman to the deserted Songlin and opened the box in his hand with a look on his face. This is a unique love story. Once a man and a woman fall in love with each other, they will fall in love with each other for no reason. The crazy laughter conveys the strength. You are very scared. Even if you shout Po Hu Long, no one can save you today. She has been pursuing her for decades, but unexpectedly this woman is completely irrational. Don't blame me. I blame you for not doing good things. Cliff had known that this person was not aware of his intentions, but he never thought that he would attack Zhongwen when he was heartbroken. Although he is seriously injured and unable to survive, his master once gave him a life-saving piece of clothing. The woman cursed it while burning the fat. Paparazzi, Zhongwen and Honglingguo will definitely not let you go. With a flick of the brush, the figure becomes blurry and is randomly teleported 2,000 miles around. So at the same time, Li Changshu was guarding the bell in a random account and giving instructions to his master. I never thought that Sister Ling would fall from the sky. Just then it started to rain poisonous rain from the sky. Her mother hunts and runs. It's so hard to find the dead grass. I searched around and there was no spare place. At the same time, a big move is made directly on the delay. Not long after, the sky was filled with mysterious clouds, and then a divine light fell. More often than not, fingers are pinched and the grooves in the grip are counted, and there is defecation in the front. I went out to investigate and found a woman falling from the sky. Take a closer look, good guy. Isn't this junior sister Xuanya? Just don't bark. Li Changsha makes full use of Go Sheng's experience. Since ancient times, it is better to have more beauties than to have less water. How could a woman get up and see a man speak? Senior brother Changsho, please leave quickly and leave me alone. There are so many of them that they are important. Li Changshu asked and took a breath. This woman at least has a kind heart. So I propped up Baosan and blasted him back. After a long time, the woman suddenly woke up. After getting up, I broke out in a cold sweat. The nightmare that just happened was still vivid in my eyes. But how could I be in a place with no one to inspire me? Trying to remember that I saw senior brother Changsho before he fell into coma. He was rescued, and the senior brother also left a pile of single medicines to take. If you look carefully at the cliff, you will see not only the valley in the shadow of Baizhong. There are also interpretations of single pay original single and other machine flat single oxygen. The woman finally removed a piece of rag left on the ground with the time written on it. Deputy Chief Peng Wen doesn't have to live for many years. This place is 2,000 miles away from the security of the chaos. Lost eyebrows will always put their own lives first. Suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my body. Only then did Xianqi realize that your waist and legs, including your private parts, had all been bandaged. I blushed like a bubble fruit for a moment. Senior brother won't take advantage of others, right? Then he slapped himself. How could you doubt the expression on the senior brother's face when he was saving people and healing them? Suddenly I remembered that my senior brother had a strange way of getting cramps all over his body when he came into contact with a woman. The cliff fell into the city, and he imagined that his senior brother would endure the pain and fuck him with a knife. If he meets his senior brother in the future, he must have a good meal. Li Changsho has already run 200 for this matter. Meeting Xuanya was unexpected. In order not to get too entangled with this beautiful person, I specially left him a map. Let her wake up and go southwest, and he will continue to go to the northwest to find herbs. In this way, the two of them will never meet again. For several days, the cliff has been hiding in the cave. After the deal was completed, a bright light shattered the eyes. He didn't expect that senior brother Changsho was such a careful man and would even block his mouth with raw material to protect himself. When he goes out and kills that thief, he can return to his senior brother without any hesitation. Take out the map and know the direction to the southwest. The next second my not-so-smart brain crashed. Which direction is southwest? No matter which direction 3721 chooses, it happens to be in the same direction as Li Changsho. At the same time, the distant man suddenly shuddered, and an ominous feeling arose. This man is called the sixth brother of Xiuxian. Nicknamed the cultural leader, Lin Lin is very powerful, but likes to hide in corners and do evil things. Even the mighty general in the current district cannot survive 3 moves under his command. This is where Wantang Baoling is. The sound of practicing momentum fighting made the whole night no longer peaceful. Li Changsho left the apartment with a bad heart. Suddenly I found the fresh grass I was looking for on the cliff. When you get closer, you can't see what's going on. There's a huge 5-stroke 3-eyed closed tongue lurking around, and there are signs of Sanfoxylum bunginum. Although Deeping may not necessarily lose, the surrounding environment is too ominous. It's better to lure those who were fighting to die with dash. Just as he was about to take action, he unexpectedly discovered that the person fighting was none other than junior sister Xuanya. Witness Li made a crazy complaint. Don't call it the emotional cliff, just call it the poisonous cliff. I obviously gave him a map and told him to go southwest. Why did he end up here? Witness Li thought about it carefully. These people are not enough to give 3 yards to the big snake. It was also discovered that Wen Ling and Yuan Qing were hiding and watching the exhibition. This is obviously a propaganda about junior sister Ya's body and she wants to live it. Then often by the sound of a shield, one enters. Quietly use the secret method to spread the camp and let the cliff's hind legs support it. Every time I think about encountering a wild bear here, I look forward to the cliff. He was also very dissatisfied with the instructions given by his savior. After dodging the attack, circle directly to the place where you caught the grass first. At this time, Li Changsho used the eye shield to hide from gold. When the ambassador comes out later, he will definitely give them a message. Soon a few people broke into the Orochi's territory. Li Changsho once again passed the camp to junior sister Xuanya. Everyone will tell you not to use it when jumping. The moment that appears at the third eye, Li Changsho was not responsible for giving orders. Yuking Xuanya does a handsome backflip. Climb to the top of the cliff. Leave a few soldiers behind to become the mouth of the big snake. The performance of the Chinese language was dumbfounded. One of the soldiers is his little savior. His brush speed reaches 70 m. He criticized the huge paper in his hand with 200% anger. Tang Tang's Immortal actually let the big tongue bite the small tongue. Just chop off the big hand and brain with just one stroke. It's at this point that the powerful person launches an attack. He took out a bottle of overclocked soft fresh umbrella and couldn't catch up with Yu Wenling. As the pill bottle explodes, in just 2 breaths, Yang Wenling fell to his knees. Sai Chi is weak and just wants to sleep. Please shoot me in the neck with a short piece. Chang Shou finally showed up during this incident. The first thing is to use the Baosang pattern to communicate with the outside world. Then throw out the substitute in your hand to guide you forward and hold on. You're welcome, I'll add one more piece. Finally, there is the special poison of the master named Ji Qiong. With just 2 simple moves, you can fool the stupid guy into the palm of your hand. The next second, the 3-fingered people sprayed out white eyes and 6 fires from their mouths. Yuan Shen and Wenling were furious and came out to rob him. The power of survival will be launched with one palm to kill this network. It turned out to be a stand-in. Turning around again, it's so deep that Li Chang is hurt and beautiful. The fate of Luo, the mighty general of the Tang and Tang dynasties. After finishing the work, Li Changsha was not happy. The only spoils of war were a handful of rotten heads and a cooking sense. Fortunately, I never forgot to pick up the grass first and finally won it. When you go back, you can train the master to practice the system not magic bomb. Just when the Cliff thought it was safe, someone caught up with him. When enemies meet, Feng Wei becomes jealous. Cliff unceremoniously resorted to thousands of countermeasures. Beat Yuan Jing into a pig's head in 2 or 3 strokes. Li Changshuo hid behind Yangsha and acted as a crowd pleaser. Isn't this guy the second best disciple of his generation? His talent is simply disappointing. Then the cliff exploded and Isheng used his killing move. Yang Qing saw that the collision was not good and wanted to escape. I am more willing to let this opportunity go than I am. Take out the overclocking software and cool it down. Poor Yuan Qing thought it felt like abandoning a miracle secretly. Unexpectedly, a single smoke billowing out was cut out. Later, he was shot into Ma Fengwu by Luan Jian. The cliff is so powerful. Why doesn't he resist? Could it be that the new evil people also have a concert, or are they forced by others? Stand against the enemy and fight. The poisonous junior sister is poisonous and the loss is poisonous. He has a great ability to make himself a can of chicken soup. At first glance, he looks like a loner who has never loved society. When the cliff wants to test questions, it is often seen in the soft and fresh fragrance also wafts over. At present, Gigi is leaving this place of Shafei. Li Changshou is skillfully using Tutan to run, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. It's simple, crude, affectionate, and dragging someone's long hair into the ground. Although this behavior is indecent, it is very convenient. The strong-hearted Xiao Wei was brutally ordered by an 80-year-old man. Why is the beauty of the iceberg so refreshing? This is a flat cave in Luzhu, Beijing. The girl named Yuking Zhuangqi is the goddess of thousands of disciples in the sect, Imo. But when he was in strength, he was plotted and almost lost the friendship of Baidu. When I wake up, I feel the yin sound on my scalp. Of course Li Changshou would not tell him that he was wearing his hair and then using Tuton to run with the girl. Then there are more than a dozen hidden magic signs outside the dynamics. If you don't know this, you can definitely deceive most postal deliveries. Li Changshou counted with his fingers. The ancestors who came to rescue Zongmen should not be far from here. It's better for the 2 of them to hide in the cave in peace and contentment. 10,000 agree on the cliff. Suddenly I felt that my senior brother was handsome and steady and had arranged everything properly. I don't know how my face is arranged, but it gets hot and hot. I feel like I have a kitten under my head. This may be God's arrangement. He was actually saved by his senior brother twice. I, Gouda, was also a disciple when I was ranked at the top of the Chinese language rankings. Why did I become such a loser here? Li Changshou suddenly asked me for a favor. Xu Hua said nothing, patted her chest and agreed, no matter what senior brother wants to do. If he could get a life-saving grace, he wouldn't be able to do it even if he gave up his life. This excitement caused Li Chang to suffer a pain. I thought my junior sister would repay her with her own body, then stare at the cliff and return to the vertical gate. Don't say anything about him. You don't want to be famous. As the saying goes, a gentleman is like a gentleman. He only seeks to be great first and does not offend Xu and Su Ming. It is because he never forgets his kindness, right? At this time, Li Changshou's influence in the girl's heart was infinitely magnified. Even if he had to make a point, it would only be a matter of one sentence. But he certainly wouldn't have guessed that Witness Li was stabbing him in his heart, saying that he was too confused to smile alone. At this time, there was a strong aura approaching from outside Shandong. It seemed that someone was coming from the east gate. Not long ago, Jiujiu Shishu and 2 disciples were trapped in Zhengzai. The long-term obsessive-compulsive disorder has no results and is in the warm period of life. It's been so long, maybe Li Changshou has lost his hands. Disciple Haiyan comforts us, as long as someone from the middle gate comes, we will be able to get out of trouble. After listening to these words for a long time, I became even more confused. If Li Changshou died, How would he explain to his master? And if the other two babies plant the inviter first, then I will lose 9,000 in 100 years. Disciples know that Uncle 90 cares about them, but he always feels that he cares more about his own 9,000. Suddenly a strong wind blew, and there was a sound that scared Giorgio. Little feet, you can get drunk. I believe Master actually came to look for us in person. 99 ordinary people spent their entire lives kneeling on the ground. The disciple was counted among the 3 children and lost contact. The disciple is willing to be punished and asks the master to sue the chief. Just a sword and a bunch of visor, and the old man with a beard came out early. Exactly 99 of 50 breasts 95. As soon as the old man appeared, he felt the sand rising today. 99 chaos, 7 bastards and 8 bastards are all facing the senior brother and getting fat. After the 2 men finished fighting, they discovered that the police, civilians, disciples, and masters all had the same degree. The hands of 7 people fighting only caught 99. Li Changsha was his apprentice for 100 years. If he died, he would probably cry to death. 99 Xin Huan Neju knew that Beijuruju was dangerous but failed to take good care of the court. 7 people are willing to ask for your help in finding their apprentices. After some searching, I happened to see 2 disciples in the cave. The eye-catching red light flies away. Bai Changsho knew that the master was going to give his regiment a sound whipping. Although my body is suffering, my heart is still very difficult. Then Chaldo reprimanded the land for not knowing what is good and bad, and even came to the dangerous Beiju Rujo to test. Witness Li hurriedly explained that his incident had successfully broken through to the Antishu realm. It's okay if you don't say it. If you say it, the old man will be even more angry. Look at you, you've lost your eyebrows at the cliff. You've already had your 4th term. Yuan Qing's master also asked about his disciple's mother. As a result, I made a decision and actually killed Xuanya with my own hands and broke his soul. Giorgio rushes around to impress real people. Let Cliff finish the story first. The Cliff talks from dark till dawn. Li Changsho has a psychological hatred. If you are capable, you should start with Kaitian Piao. What is it like to have a little junior sister who you can touch your head with every day? The little girl is the master who pulls the machine from the foot of the mountain to fight against simplicity. From then on, Li Changsho began to live a life of being both a father and a mother. Not only do I have to teach him the exercises every day, we also need to instill the iron law that there are many bad people in the world and girls must protect themselves. As the saying goes, how cute was he when he was a child? When I grow up, I have many. Just now Tsuniko returned from Hokura Prefecture's telegraph. The first thing I did was to check on my junior sister. I don't know if Donghai Zhanya was injured this time. As soon as I entered the room, I saw someone pretending to be asleep on the bed. Then he yelled to wake up the little junior sister. Such a quiet sleeping position is not suitable for you. I heard Lan Ling's soft face agree and said that he was a little dizzy just after configuring the cord. Li Changsho didn't want to fight, so he pretended to leave the house first. The little junior sister suddenly became smart and started to do it from the bed. I took 2 quick steps to give my senior brother a big hug and asked him to explain why he came back so late. Li Changsho touched his head gently. There was indeed something unexpected about his strength this time. Yuan Qing in Po Qian wanted to express his love for Xian Ya, but he was actually killed. After saying that, asked the junior sister to take out the medicine. Lan Ligu suddenly had a handover. It seems that someone found out that he had done something wrong. In the Middle Gate trial a few days ago, he chose Donghai, which is the least dangerous and poisonous place. Relying on the poison powder given by Li Changsho to become famous, remove the ice from the shrimps first. This way, you will feel sorry for using poison. When you take out the collection of health products, you can have a meal. One time he was probably squeezed into an ice cream mug. I remember what my senior brother told me before he left, use this if you encounter a dangerous situation. At that time, he didn't care about 3121 avoiding his eyes and threw it out. A life in a red furnace is about to explode. Other Xiabing Luo was directly dissolved into powder by the poison. I just want to say that the rainbow is really beautiful. He often looked at Sora's comment and fell into silence. These medicinal powders are placed on the 100,000 strong army of laymen. I'm so angry. Is this little duck head going to kill Xiabing or the big bird? Lan Lingyi is a little embarrassed. I was a little nervous when it came to strength and used too much, but when Li Changsho was discovered by Minra, the little girl's eyes flashed. She was afraid that there was something she was hiding from herself, so it's dangerous to speak out. If he doesn't tell the truth, he will be thrown into the cafeteria. Who are you, who has good eyesight, immediately made the little junior sister fall into a trap. The next second, I was kneeling on the ground with my head bent. Senior brother, 2 expos have taken away your medicinal powder. I am afraid that this matter will explode me because of my extremely high reading level. Brother, please be gentle. Your ears are about to fall off. Li Changsho twisted around a bit before letting go. He is probably the predecessor of Wen Linyun in the middle school. The junior sister can be regarded as taking over Shanyuan this time. In the future, she can ask the coach for her unique knowledge. Only then did Lan Ling'er realize that he was regarded as a brother, but he was still punished for wasting poison, and he was made to go to the back mountain altar tomorrow to count. This time, Li Changsha was going to suggest a single room where he could practice being alone. There happened to be a coolie who came to his door, a 900-year-old woman who has never been in love. But because I was excited for a long time, I lost my mind. Sell yourself directly to the male protagonist for 3 years. Looking at the woman who sent it, Li Changsha suddenly gave birth to a sister. I heard that the 99th World Book was entered by the middle school in 1993, so why not help yourself build a talisman? The living material is 9,900 and there is no rejection. The brat feels so stupid that he does brain work. After saying that, I took a sip of hot tea. The next second's facial expressions. This feeling of picking up the pre-line and the taste of a pure gearbox. A score of 0 means a unique collection without wine. Randomly chasing toes and unable to hold back his head. As long as he can drink until he runs out of wine, let him do anything. It is often explained by the magnetic milk fairy drunk. Even if you want to use it, it is considered to be an instant drink. After thinking about it for a long time, I just put in a little bit of motivation. The two happily concluded the deal. After the third effort, the Joint Defense of Criminal Protection was born in response to the call. Under the guidance of Chang Shou, Jiujia was constantly shaken by the surroundings. Then I was happy to take waste power and hate this month's fairy sin. Li Changsha also made a new request, asking his uncle to come over in a few days to help with shoulder training, and he must keep it confidential at this time. 99 households in a row. Why should the order be so mysterious? Hearing that Rongxian is single and pure in 10 colors. That thing can even read real wires to death. Why are you training it? Witness Li could not tell the specific reason. He only said that it was not used to kill people and do bad things. At the same time, two strangers broke into the single room. It has been 99's classmates who are several hundred years older, 90 and 95. The two suspected that 99 was in love and planned to take a peek, but don't want to be trapped by serial forensics. I walked for 2 hours and still drew circles in the same spot. The drunkenness has led to a new collapse. Could it be that the 900-year-old law and order that I have followed are all fake? The violent ninth master plans to use the legal red kai. At this moment, fireworks suddenly appeared around the two of them. After they dispersed, I found that the distance to the exit was only a short distance away. The room smells like carbon. The effect of the trap was unexpected. Putting the two of them in again will ensure that they will go on a mission. Then I took out the kitchen belt and prepared the hard-boiled eggs. In 99's shock, he took out a complete set of chain egg equipment, including forensic gloves that can withstand highly toxic poisons, as well as centralized detoxification kits. At the same time, he didn't forget to give his uncle a thumbs up. This is a man called Wenru Laogo. Those who knew it thought the two were practicing shoulder duty. Those who didn't know thought they were showing off their love. The appearance of being infatuated with the outside world makes the two people outside the window make a mouthful of nonsense. 90 Taoist priests think this guy is very good, but his cultivation level is a bit low. A few days later, Jujupi walked along Lake Road to find a wine shop. Senior brother, don't let yourself die this time when you look for the supporter of small animal veterinary medicine. You have the nerve to ask me for things from him all day long. As a senior brother, Zhu Wuhan was considerate of his junior sister and even asked him to dress up more and change his appearance. Counting the 99 hairs, do the brothers and sisters think that they were as injured as they were when they were children? Who do you think I am? I can't do this kind of thing like eating old cows and frying them tenderly. The next second, he was arrested without mercy. He took out 3 new pre-orders of Shuman Xiuxian from his Jiawu pocket. In the Tang and Tang dynasties, Master Wang Qing's Imai meal was forcibly taken away by his missing sister and given to a man. How worried is it to have a poorly talented master on the stand? Being the only poor person in the Juxian family, Li Changsha shows his strength by going out in 1 step and showing his strength in 2 steps. A dog has been living in a small rag for more than 100 years. Even the master doesn't know his true cultivation level. But Zhon Inan also goes out sometimes. Li Changsha accidentally discovered that his master's soul was damaged to the point of insufficiency. The probability of Jujia showing up is probably less than 50%. For this reason, he deliberately went to the dangerous sphere such as species in the Chinese test every 5 years, looking for Jiexian Cao chain sample. But I never asked the old man to lead him away from Tiao to find his eldest disciple. Meeting is a gentle spanking. Witness Li was a man who was suffering from illness and happy at that time. Fortunately, Rong Xiandan finally mastered it. Even if Master Du Jie fails, he can still defeat the enemy. This is not enough. Li Changmon, who is as stable as an old dog, has also prepared 2 other plans. Just do it, run all the way and knock on the door of the master's retreat room. 11 and opened the door and looked like a matchmaker in love. Obviously Du Jie's day is coming soon. Li Changsha starts a ground level performance. Huang Cheng wants to ask a few questions. Then the two of them came to Liu Shu, who was eating sweets, and Shi Yu and Huang Huan spoke. Before clearing up the confusion, I have something to say. If you are a teacher and cannot be called Qianjie, Xiao Xiongfeng and Ling'er will be left to you. Before I could finish collecting, I was interrupted by urgent words and Li Changshou cheers up, Master Wao will definitely survive the catastrophe victoriously. Qi Yuan took a deep breath. The disciple, so fearful of life and death, actually called him master, but you are right. If you don't have even a little information, how can you face the impression given by the avenue? If you have any questions after becoming a father-in-law, please let me know. Li Changshou took out an ancient book and gave it away affectionately online. The divine turtles are all together, the turtles are all together, the weapons are as they wish, and Qi Yuan suddenly has a flash of inspiration. The next second I thought about it carefully, I felt like I could win with one move. Li Changshou said in a tone that it would be better if he gave his master a small part of his animal talents every now and then, secretly walked into the forest and started preparing the second peach plan. Use the 7 divine irons and the thunder-fine method of the cone thunder wood to create a secondary transfer lightning needle to draw the power of lightning stopping from Zhu Jie's body. For the insurance period, Li Changshou asked his junior sister to be the first test subject to see how effective Forest Ornithosaurus was. This is the red wasteland with abnormal combat power. Dogs can solve the problem after hundreds of years. As a time traveler, of course you have to earn a buck. Li Changshou decided to use Faraday Lao Long to remove the damage from low thunder, but they encountered a giant red dragon that came to cause trouble, taking the original 7 God Iron as the king of iron wire. The most rugged frame. Finally, put the cute little junior sister in. Anyway, this small pressure head will only make your ears fatter. After raising it for so many years, I finally have something to use. At this time, Lan Linyi was extremely nervous in the large bird dragon. I greet my senior brother crazily in my heart. Do so many people think they are convinced and want to criticize themselves to death? Please follow up with more than a dozen of Wu Yu's fart force. Today's fart force suddenly hit it, but was absorbed and dispersed by Faradine bird dragon. Li Changshou is now confident that this device can survive Qianjie. Lan Ling'er is a great teacher while being a bad guy at the same time. Brother Ma. During the audition, Sangguan returned quietly. A big crater was blasted out of the place, and the thunder that everyone was so angry with was actually knocked down by the bird dragon. He suddenly woke up. Senior brother put a piece of Xian Yuqi inside, but the effect was not the same. The main reason why I heard a sound in front of me was to give my junior sister a sense of participation. After all, the master wants to cheer. Next, strike while the iron is hot and test it a few times. The two of them are high-spirited and continue to experiment, preparing to give the master a surprise. Then the old master was dumbfounded. How did the beautiful Xiaoqiang Peak become the scene of a natural disaster? So I pulled the big map over and ran wild for a while. Lan Lin Og blindly explained that senior brother had built a network that could reach Qianjie. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Li Changshou, an old man from Xinxiang, must have been moved by himself. But Qi Yuan was nervous and uneasy. His god had arrived. I saw a large black cloud floating in the distance from the mountain breeze. Witness Li hurriedly pushed the old man into the bird palace. Will it be more painful as the days and months pass? The two maps were so anxious that they were afraid that the master would miss him halfway. Qi Yuan also survived, uttering heroic words and swearing to die to survive the catastrophe. As a huge dragon appears, the dragon's wrath wants to drive the entire middle gate. Master Zhu Xian, please come out. Lan Lin's forehead pointed at the giant dragon with a dreamy look on his face. Why did the masters not appear in red? The other side has a big origin and uses your toes to push out Hall 31. He actually let the dark clouds accompanying the red dragon become Jiyun, which is really embarrassing. As the top midfielder in mainland China, the must-choose giant dragon is let to death again. Master Wang Qing is also a master with 9 characters. I already want to burn it in red or clear it. Hong Long made a loud noise and rushed over after today's drama. What a Duxian men. If you drink alcohol, you won't eat, but you will drink wine. I hope that my beloved will not be idle or busy, and I will give you a deep love. Easily support the wind's dragon palm. Immediately after arriving, set up the egg to transform into a dragon and take a look at it. Zhu Tianxian competes to call me, Duxian men, to run wild. What a live girl. Hong Rong and Blind retreated dozens of miles and smoked to threaten my grandmother, the special envoy of Donghai Dragon Palace. How dare you be rude to me? Wait until I get back to repay the Dragon King. He was not the one who leveled this hill of yours. Wang Qingshang Ren Heli's Hu Duxian men was defeated by the human religion. Could it be that Long Zuxiang coordinated the war with the human ancestors? Hong Long saw a hard tea seed and threw it down. Please check Huang Adao. 3 years later, at the Donghai Military Recruitment and Dismissal Invitation Conference, Dongsheng Shenju was invited to the county gate. Another look at the hot blood basin card played by Blue Forest Goose. Is this the world of the strong? Yi Changshou said that this can only be regarded as a master. Origin took the opportunity to walk away from Bird Dragon 6, but it made 2 people laugh and cry. The immortals in Niobe here can always kill the giant dragon, and those with similar talents cannot even see the accumulation. The old man here has been sleeping for 80 billion years. At this moment, she is sitting on the bird and dragon girl made by Shantai. Li Changsho took his junior sister to record the entire process from a distance. It was a rare opportunity to go inside and observe the momentum of the chain. According to the area and thickness of the ending, it should be a common dance Tenlei Chengxian festival. With one thought, the old man clasped his hands and body on the platform. It didn't take long for him to hit it with a loud bang. Let out the roar of the sky towards the metal bird dragon. Li Changshu looked carefully and found something was wrong. The big island governed by heaven and earth is destroying the birds and dragons. It is to cut this bird-breaking dragon that can resist the coming of heaven into pieces. God does not allow opportunism. At this moment, Qi Yuan desperately mobilized all his strength, and the world was turning around. Everything was his destiny. So what if his biological father died? But he must not die. Even if he is a disloyal trash, he must let everyone know that the master is serious about this suggestion. The 7 Yuan eyes are waiting for the second god to come and criticize the fraud. This is a challenge launched by the human race to the way of heaven. As the violent force of thunder spread throughout the body, Qi Yuan still thinks too highly of himself. If there is another god, he will definitely die. But what about long-term suffering and spiritual evil? Suddenly took out the support of a wonderful dish. This is what Li Changshu prepared with great pains. He must survive the last great day. After eating the gelatin breast crispy chicken flavor, immediately afterwards, the snowman's body fell towards the crack and melted quickly. The fool who ate the dirt for the channel. Before the next burst of divine tears could hit his body, he had already turned into a ball of blood. When I pick someone up, I feel the man's life breath disappearing and prepare to go home immediately. The microscopic brother and brother have passed through the generations. It is indeed Bing Jian. Bing Jian is the same as the line. There are people who can practice fingering and look modern. Not long after, 3-color starlight fell from the sky, and the ground became angry and clear. The flesh and blood that had melted began to return to the road, sweating and hiding in the ice under the leader in the middle. I wonder if I will suddenly look down on myself after being humbled by Zhong Mentai. Looking at the excited little head, I realized that I always wanted to rely on Jinjie to die wisely, but he ignored the core of 2 maps and lands that allowed him to survive. Qi Yuan was happy about the calamity. The way forward was not blocked. It was better to be the first to be the ghost or to be extinguished. People with Chinese subtitles are arriving one after another. Then take the 7 Yuan Tuan as the main one. Chuaxian is also the first, and they will be together for tens of thousands of years. Bai Changshu secretly told the master, if someone asks for a Rongxian order, they can promise 3 lessons. Then I became lazy, and after a few days of busy work I was finally able to rest. Returning to Madoka Yuzuru's Dozai shadow, recalling all the details of the master's wedding. Before long, the priceless way of living is outside the door. Your master is waving his eyes there to welcome Binka. The little indenter is about to run away and break his legs, but you hide here to sleep. Randomly throwing a shining prison card to Li Changshu. The official line gate is the real Zhongshan Island city. Li Changshu had a bad premonition in his heart. Under the reminder of 9 to 5, I remembered that I had already scored 6 items against false claims. And last time when we were drinking and partying, I accidentally gave birth to another baby. That was a few months ago, when he and Ju had nothing to do and drank under the moon. Some people will feel happy after drinking too much. And Master Li Changshu came directly to move on the spot. Micro-direction filled at 95 points. I originally planned to use Wu Weijing to make Li Changshu dodge. Every time I spoke, I was rejected coldly. It was nothing more than a cooking and medicine conference invited by Donghai Dragon Palace. He doesn't want to go out, he smells so drunk. It's okay to pretend to leave in order to expose Ai Changshu's true cultivation level to Matsuman. One is a book about a 900-year-old Chinese lady, and the other is a book about iceberg beauty. Actually playing cuckoo in Li Changshu's physics department. The first time he saw Baohu Road coming, Lan Linhe knew that the number 90 was coming again. This woman must have a problem with her senior brother. She comes here every now and then to look at his uncle's watermelons. And I can see that if there is no comparison, there will be no harm. When I was feeling depressed, I heard a voice from behind. He said that there was a lot of money in the pool. He turned around and almost threw out the soul drops in his hand. As a result, another beautiful woman came looking for my senior brother. The beauty is bubbling with emotion. Could it be that Jian is having an affair with her senior brother? Lan Ling was very angry. The senior brother only went to the giant furnace once a week and was targeted by 2 women. I just heard the personally chosen Emperor Ya slowly speak. He came here to repay his kindness. When he fell in love in Baikuru State, he was rescued twice by Li Changshu. The look on the woman's face changed a lot because she had the same look on her face when she missed her senior brother. In order to avoid long nights and endless dreams, he must use any means to capture his senior brother. Because Li Changshu is practicing singles and cannot come back, several women decided to finish a game. The casual game created by Changshu officially fell into the trap and became the first to borrow a fortune. Cliff immediately became excited when he heard that it was Changshu's stunt. Since rock scissors does not determine the order of investment, the economic fortunes of the precipice are so bad that the head is broken. Throw it lightly while the two of them are staring at each other. Then he walked his little person forward. This game console requires luck and a little bit of trouble. The first drop of the cliff triggered rain. Because of my active performance in cleaning the mountain gate, I received 20 zero-time rewards. The next person invests in 99 as a senior of 49 Ru Ming. Of course he couldn't lose to the two uncles, shouting 666. But it's worth taking 3 steps forward to start the purple safe box incident. The next second, excited little stars appeared in his eyes. Then he pulled out a skill card from the box. The same goes for the name button. The effect is to negate any opponent's income in this article. 99 used against Xuanya and got 2010. At this time, Lan Ling's forehead was already broken and he couldn't wait. He only threw 2 points when he was older and nothing happened. After playing with it, I became very interested in the cards. Curious, I pulled out all the cards to see a total of 4 colors. They are skill cards and forward random events. Reverse random event guaranteed error. I began to admire senior brother Changshou's imagination. Wait for the order to be completed on the second day. When I returned to the house, I saw Sanli sleeping soundly. They had also drank up the 2 bottles of the freshest wine on the floor. I have 10,000 regrets in my heart. This man is preparing for the unread rhythm. It is said that heaven is ruthless and people are affectionate. When being criticized by thunder, should I first disperse the giant attack and then thank Master Tiandao for criticizing me among the 100 kings? A few days ago, the middle school selected young disciples to participate in the treasure hiding in the Dragon Palace. Li Changshou's mentality is 10,000 rejections. Then Garda is not a good place. What should I do if I get out of control and get controlled? As a dog, it still likes to pick at the middle door. But he was interrupted by the elders. He has already thought of several ways to refuse. For example, Guang Guang claimed that he had an insane plan, but all 89 would send experts to check it out. If you pretend to have feelings by chance and need to practice in seclusion, you will probably have your body checked. The best way is to beat the little junior sister half to death and keep her careful and do the same. Just think about it, forget it. After all, she is the cute little junior sister you watched grow up. Now we can only follow the large army to the East China Sea soldiers. For life safety, it is necessary to reduce the amount of existing. And we must stay away from this troubled woman Yuan accidentally saw a woman wearing gloves. He actually remembered that whenever he came into contact with a woman, his hair would warm up and twitch. King Xuanya happily tried to close the distance between the two along the way, but Li Changshou was very perfunctory. He has already felt the murderous gazes of the disciples around him. So I turned my eyes to the distance to see the scenery. Oh my, what a great day. The atmosphere gradually becomes dry. Cliff couldn't find any new topics. He even wanted to talk about a man being raped by a Taoist scripture. Witness Li hurriedly stopped and asked Cliff Insomnia to have a good rest. Not long after, we arrived near the East China Sea and saw the addresses of other county gates. Someone asked why only young disciples under 150 years old were photographed this time. Witness Li knew that it would take at least 150 years for a dragon egg to break from its shell. During this period, the young dragon has been practicing in the dragon egg, and after breaking out of the shell, it has extraordinary power. In the first few dragon arts, the young dragon was asked to come on stage to demand the power of the 5 yangs. Therefore, Xianmen also sends young people to their addresses. Those who are poor will be sent to those who are talented and ugly. If they lose, they will not receive medical treatment. At this moment, everyone has arrived over the East China Sea. There are layers of shimmering light on the sea surface. Then blossoming medicinal swallow blue lotus emerged from the water. Then he quickly grasped the city and danced in the sky. It was also the first time for Li Changshou to see it. It is indeed true that the Dragon Palace has such an impressive formation. The strange thing is that Uncle 99 is unmoved by pretending and is acting like a well-behaved child at the moment. Next to me, Master Wang Qing just stared at the ground to prevent this new woman from causing trouble. It is indeed an encounter with things. At this time, a change occurred, and the stiff waste spread out. Several mighty dragons were selected from the bottom of the sea to serve as Chu. Behind this row of soldiers are long-haired elite soldiers. The noodles are quite generous. Be careful not to get involved with dragons. Then everyone walked into the uncued law scene. The rumors about the decline of the dragon clan didn't seem to be correct. Prepare to welcome guests. The Juxian Gate, as the middle gate belonging to the second genus, naturally has its own achievements. Line patterns that are ranked lower can only be found and made casually. I have to say that Dragon Palace is really rich and will directly give the beauty a portion of the Bingbingshan grapes that Xiaolin and his support the day after tomorrow. The food is very good, but if you eat too much, you will easily miss work. The so-called virtual bow means that there is a breath behind the hand. Even the ancestors cannot resist this kind of scene. Then Changshou Ji Blind Wu helped his nose to walk out of the land next to the continuation of the mountain. Just wait until you want to remind others. Xuanya can't help but sleep one mouthful at a time. The calm Mr. Long suddenly became lively, and the surrounding people remembered the unrestrained sounds of the layout. He vaguely smelled a refreshing fragrance. This girl must be eating well to nourish her body. Elder Songmen even discovered that every wine is made from grapes. It's a pity that one step has been taken away. 99.1 Drink all the Pingli wine. The next second, he ran to Saturna's side with a smile. I wrote it very sincerely with a begging look on my face, but Li Changshou had a bad premonition. Directly see the state of 99 movements and Qi Feng. Then he ran behind Li Changshou and hid. Although it was a bit of a dereliction of duty, I will make it up to him when I get back. With a burst of ease, the fruit blows. Enigu's ferocious continuation of his work was impressive to the audience. Some people are very happy, and some people are shot to death on the spot. The elder suddenly had a flash of inspiration. In the name of discussing tactics, the Jiujian was released and the disciples were allowed to hold it in Chongqing. 200 years ago, the second prince of the East China Sea Dragon Palace had a short time in Longdan. Being able to move around there for 3 hours a day is considered inactive according to professional standards. From then on, teachers continued to teach him to abandon this ancient method. The teachers kept telling him that the Dragon Clan was the strongest clan in the world and the real masters of the Red Wasteland. After being conquered, Aoi once believed that the Dragon Clan was the strongest, until one day, a drunk dragon came around and really wanted to honor the fate of the third ancestor Lin, who was blocked by the law of heaven because he smashed the Red Wasteland into pieces to explore the living beings. I can only settle in the 4 seas and have to perform sea performances to cleanse myself of my past crimes. However, the sad thing is that most of the Long clan still sit on the beauty of the ancient overlord. Bo Yiji is a beautiful wood bully who helped them uphold the honor of their overlord after being remembered by his fellow clansmen. Today, I decided to make the decision according to the wishes of the Dragon Clan. He wanted to give the certificate to the weakest person in Du County. We must use this failure to completely wake up those tribesmen who are intoxicated in their dreams. The other side has a carbon tone. I had long since discovered that the young dragon was touching me. Could it be that the secret of hiding his shame was discovered? Or the young dragon lacks self-confidence and wants to find the person with the weakest house number to take over? As he returns to the city and heads towards the sea of his life, the second Prince Shoshin makes a shining appearance. It's not a big deal if the boring ceremony leader is beaten. Then he was pointed with fingers. Boiling a little lemon medicine is the same as cutting it wrong. Li Changshou had a look of shock. How could he fall in love with himself after having practiced for thousands more? I was so embarrassed that I just wanted to open the little dragon's mouth and stuff a few rongxin into it. In order to avoid being in the limelight, Li Chang was rejected with unceremonious cold tears. When Qin Shuanya looked at the city, he immediately stood up to protect the newly landed people. Kameho persuaded the prince not to choose this option to Yoshimoto. His strength was too low and it would be embarrassing to win. After a long time, Duxianmen no longer regards me as Donghai Dragon Palace. One sentence kidnapped Li Changshou's morality to death. If he didn't play, he would look down on Long Long. Uncle 99 next to him had a fierce look in his eyes. Taught Li Changshou how to use his own Zhuxian Ryu opinion Tansi. Not long after, the two of them walked to the center of the field. Li Changshou saw Wood's menacing look and thought to himself, this guy was trying to kill him, and the aunt has already thought of a countermeasure. Once he is punched by his opponent, he will suddenly write 3 times. Suddenly a big hand broke the calm. Li Changshou said that if you make mistakes, you should set rules first, otherwise it will not be in line with the style of the Dragon Palace. I never expected that a randomly selected opponent would be so disrespectful. It ultimately boils down to a circle drawn on the field to represent the boundary. Baoyu took the lead in attacking with a strong aura. Only those with a strong aura can be brutal enough. Then shoot out 56 mysterious weapons containing magical effects. He dodged a step faster than Chang Shou. The rest are scattered across the field, and they are divided into rows. If you don't have good vision, then you can kill him at close range. Ao Ichong got in front of him and deliberately punched him outside. The speed is also several times slower than usual. He doesn't believe it. If the floor is exposed, the opponent can still attack. Come and slap me in the face, I will let you win very wonderfully. This is the most outstanding second prince in Dragon Palace for thousands of years, but he happened to fall in love with the master who didn't want to expose his strength, so that I can have a blast on the stage. Bai Changshou was not polite and took out a lighter. Since the opponent has to endure a lot, he has to use some of his strength. After chanting the curse, the fire suit beside him transformed into a chest and rushed straight away. The 9 heavens mysterious soldiers and the fierce flame collider exploded into clouds of water. Look carefully, one ugly and the other 2 are both good and harmless. Ji Tuo's charge in the next second. I have no weapons and can't throw a weak punch. Li Changshou thought that the house would be blown up by fire and he avoided it. Then he changed his move, Tianling Dance Thunder Magic Technique. The 2 of them exchanged a wave of fists, but they didn't want to. Suddenly the whole head merges into the palm of the hand. One generation has demolished Olympus's Formula Racing. Please follow the university doctor who fell out of bounds. I still lost. It turned out to be true. In order to increase the rarity of B, he did not hesitate to use Mana B to draw blood first. Li feels inferior to others, so he will go back to the mountain to rest. What's the point of leaving the second prince with a dull look on his face and admitting defeat first? The game is over before he can act. In order not to be left behind, in order to destroy the beauty of the dragon clan, he also forced Rong Shui to have a golden meal all his life. I was also injured. Such a powerful method of amplitude. It feels like it's not enough to cook while standing. I have to lie down on the ground in a pot to cook it. I'm so excited to see you. Your eyesight level is obviously not good enough. You're at the level of a fresh-faced guy at most. The prince who sprayed yellow cloth with paper deceived the important person in the Dragon Palace. It seems like the inner length will be turned into meat in the next second. Suddenly someone stepped forward and Jiujiu hurriedly took care of Chang Shouhu behind him. Fortunately, Turtle City Alley is a good place to go. Your Highness, it's just that there was a slight deviation in the operation of mana. It was decided unjustly. The elder of the Juxian sect laid out a few coins and a few samples for the sake of peace of mind. The game ended with Duke Long's victory. Not only did Ao Yi fail to complete his plan to wake up the dragon team, he was also left to stand on the stage. On the other side, Chang Shou was rebelling against Shishu. The disciple really couldn't hold on at that time. The senior brothers in the sect are fighting against each other. Dragon Palace is making it clear that it is looking for God. Wait for them to appear later. We must make these dragons and Hong Sun know how powerful they are. Qin Xuanya is a little darker and rubs the already Hana-like healthcare vigorously. Li Changshou was beaten mentally and physically. Toxic junior sister, you have to restrain yourself. With several challenges defeated, the election of Asia begins the path of massacre. Dragon Palace category competition will provide 12 magic weapons as rewards. If someone can become the first category 9 times in a row, you can take them first. The first battle was full of firepower. The shining golden arrows made Xia Bing start to doubt his life. As Xian Miao, who ranks at the top of the Du County Gate in terms of strength, Cliff seldom shows his strength on weekdays. Today, I have to meet a child at long kilometer opening sand sword. Sometimes a sword can't defeat a shadow, and even more so, it's a skill to fly into the sky. For Xie Jiang just wants to go home to find his mother. Finally, using first-hand experience to predict and control fire quickly, the Dragon Clan on board returns to the inner master of the Dao Sutra. At the end of the game, 4 pieces of dragon protection have been collected. Finally, he walked leisurely to the front of Changshou. He wants to seal these treasures to senior brother Changshou who has saved him twice. Before I could open my mouth, I lost my strength. Li Changshou mentally exclaimed, "Do I want the girl who comes to my door?" After a long time, I finally woke up. The first thing is to ask yourself if you have any books. When I heard the news of victory, I fainted again. This invincible man was treated as a pretty boy. Yin doesn't want to reveal too much strength. After a brief fight with the Dragon King's second prince, he voluntarily surrendered. But I never wanted to scare junior sister directly to Heihua. 100-day surveillance fire book spreads all over the world. Be the first to win, and gave all the treasures to Li Changshou. After that, all the brothers and sisters married Yang Kaifang and returned to Duxianmen. Li Changshou is deeply content that the treasure in his hands is hot. Take the initiative to hand over the 99th World Book to send him back to the sect. But I don't want to fight politics and get files from the Chinese boss Huojiang. Unexpectedly, Luo Qianyang was found to be the real evidence. It's really big. The top public law will give it to you as soon as you say it. Then Li Changshou gave full play to his shameless spirit in exchange for the 3 Xinhua Dharma Bureau. The 3 fires of Jinhua, Shenhua, Jihua and Yixin become the 3 fires that can hold all things. After returning home, he will definitely ask Liang Ergu and Wenchong to go against the stars and study steaming fire metal. On the other side, Chang Shou's master was trapped at home for 3 days and 3 nights. The old man would never have imagined that Changshou in BN2 would be permanently trapped in a connected house in the mountains. Follow the instructions on the wooden signs along the way. Finally saw a bucket as you passed the sign. It says, Zheqiong Fengfeng welcomes you, directly on it. But please visit me directly and don't be sneaky. The signature happens to be the old man's name. Qi Yuangui raised his appearance on Earth and even suspected that he had been invaded by a mental model. Fortunately, the 0 amount appears immediately. Qi Yuan Dahan is impossible. Do you also have the heart to maintain me? The old man will definitely be fucked by you later. Ling'er struggled and explained that these were the rhythms of his senior brother. The old man obviously didn't believe it. His eldest apprentice knew that he had stolen it every day. How could he still surprise me? Final 0 to 5 points. First use Qi Lian liquor to repair the circumference. Finally, my little hands held my head with a breath, and I quietly turned into a dance step. This is a game of rules and drama, and it is also used by Li Changshou to hide his cultivation. Then they tried to make eye contact, and Ling'er had another wonderful knot. The master must be very angry after being numb for so long. It's better to use the service method to suck out the fierce fart. Witness Li was dumbfounded when he came home. The master tied it up and gave it a loving spanking. Then I saw the little junior sister's unkind look. What the hell do you want to do? Li Changshou could only helplessly let the little girl do whatever she wanted. It's my sister. My daughter's family must have cold blood. Juixiangui, Juexian, don't drool. Ling'er has been bullied by his senior brother since he was a child. The next second he opened his small mouth and bit it very hard. I can't beat you, but I can't beat you anymore. Even if the King of Heaven comes here today, he will never let go. Witness Li cried and asked the master to come over and take care of him. How could he stand up to his junior sister after she was so barbaric? The bannerman had to go back to seclusion with a cup in hand, and asked Li Changshu to take care of all the properties. After the master leaves, the rewards will begin to count. Tell me, what secrets have you told master? Lin Equi gave birth to a child and layman insisted that he was innocent. Later, Sai Jin unreasonably started to visit his senior brother's church. Directly, he skillfully helped the electricity price go up. Randomly started to feel aggrieved and pretended to be cool, saying that he only disclosed the FA rectification and returned to the system and felt calm about the matter. After all, she is a junior sister who was raised since she was a child. Li Changshu is not good at punishing her, and the great tribulation of the gods is coming soon. Triangular doors may be peeled off by large knots. This God's great cut involves 3 cuts, and it's a cut that's aimed at Sunming's disciples. But it is not that Li Changshu has no way to avoid the big knot. The only way is to go there in advance. Zhongshan Street is actually the setting up of heaven and earth to dominate the world. Ming Yi went up to the earthly heaven to find Zukusu. He said that calling the disciples 3 times was unreasonable and disrespectful of the order of heaven. He, the ruler of the 3 realms, had obvious strength and lacked the dignity of a man. He could not hold his head up in front of the Queen Mother and junior sister. The man Xiongfeng did not do anything right, but judging from the results of function, the 3rd disciple Jin Tianting was regarded as a god, and the saint was no longer actively manifesting in events. This laid the foundation for Tianting to manage the 3rd term. Then as long as he sneaks into the heavenly court in advance and becomes a veteran of the heavenly court, he doesn't have to be a high official. He just hides his cultivation and does a small job. In order to be the leader in the heavenly court, let the festival of function fall. I have already gathered in heaven and have nothing to do with this festival. How can the trouble of function festival fall on me again? So he decided to wait for the god of wind to return to heaven and accept his fate. That would be the only talent in heaven. Then he could go down the river. It was all about retreating. With such qualifications, the skilled Tianting veteran can return to the mountains to continue resting peacefully, which makes he happy. Nowadays, letting the master become the key step in breaking the dimension of the land formula can save you a lot of computer work. Maybe we can even find him a land country. It depends on whether he is rich or not. Lao Liu's attitude towards life has always been a standard of protection. This trip to the East China Sea was recommended by Jiawu Shabua as the team leader. Although this acquisition is not small, the anger in his heart has not yet been released. 3 months later, Li Changshu had successfully figured out the cultivator of the triple mantra. The power of Danteing Chihua is less than 1/3 that of Yumin Wenhua with the same amount of laws. However, by combining the 3 elements of Chihua, fire, God, and fire into one, the power of Xingyang is expected to be 3 times stronger than Yumin Wenhua. Mouth. Life and death can always exist when encountering trends, burning blood to pieces, breaking away from evil and turning. From then on, if you conquer the fire, it will be born, and the power of Sun Mei's mantra will continue to be realized as you show yourself. Suddenly a white cloud comes from the sky, and you often feel like you are rushing to put that ball of anger in front of you. Then he stood up and faced the Jiawu tourist who was holding all the luggage in Bai Yun's arms and said in a serious manner, I have heard that your trip to the East China Sea 3 months ago was fruitful. Faced with the provocation of the Prince of Dragon Palace, you should not act like a comrade. Build your own. What nonsense are you really doing? Li Changshu's face suddenly recorded a long smile. Thanks to Shabomin, every disciple was able to obtain the fire method and the thunder method. Today's special Ju Yang is considered as a thank you. Bo will accompany you again. After just returning to Shanmai for a few days, Wu Qingwei opened his big plum eyes. Why does he feel like there is cat honey? He usually comes here to drink wine. But he is not clear and unwilling to do so. Jiawu secretly speculated in his heart and said softly, is it possible that you were cheated by Pingdao because of this trip to the East China Sea? Is it because you have been derelict in your duty? Because you want to use it to plot against my master? Li Changshu is a hard-hitting actor who can't laugh or cry. His disciple is just a disciple of Xiao Tsong. Even if Shaboning is a true immortal in the sect, he is full of powerful winds, and he has knowledge that is highly respected by the elders. Even if he is a disciple, there is no thought of the schema bonin, and there is no hint of the schema bonin. While speaking, Li Changshu took out 2 famous pigs in the show. These are the magic weapon Liu Ying Ball. After his improvement, it turned into a sound and shadow ball. Shaboning's one and his disciples' whole banquet today were recorded in the sound and shadow. How about hitting the ball? Drinking wine is a pleasure without saying a word. He said that he jumped off the white clouds with his hands behind his back. This is a good treasure. Then he took a luring ball over with his skill. Now that I have him, I want to see what you sell in Hululi, please. It was Bo who came first. Li Changsho's smile became more and more kind. As soon as he sat down, Zhu Wuchan quickly opened the sound ball and put it aside. Then the waiter picked up a pair of chopsticks and poked each of the dishes in front of his face. He looked at the sheep with suspicion. Could it be that each of these leeks has a kind of harmless medicinal material? If they are together, you will be highly poisonous. Are you really inviting me to drink? Li Changsho invites the 9-5 masters to win the 9-year plan. Wei Taoqi was so happy that he specially made the strong-boned Julong horn, which is a supplementary sequence for aphrodisiacs. The last time he had a drink, he could see that he had no intention of drinking. Treat newcomers, of course, but you can't use the method of growing up. I have no doubt about the wine. Do you really want to invite me to drink? Bai Changsho showed a harmless look on his face and shook his head to find out. Doctor, did you encounter some wind and rain in Mo? As soon as possible, he won the heart of the address. After all, the address is not a bold eye. 9,500 Bai Shao. Ha ha, just kidding. So he took the initiative to pick up the 9-cup waist shadow. What is he really afraid of? It's very easy to feed people and drink. After a while, I was drunk for a long time, but I didn't drink enough to continue. Li Changsho immediately took out another plate. Master, this is the line that the lion gave you. If you hit the bone, you won't be able to beat the dragon's foot. The drink was not good, but he was snickering in his heart. This guy's tricks are really good. He would like to see how Li Changsho uses his calculations. Jiawu used his strength to take the wine bomb and felt happy again. The chopsticks came out of the fire vent under the control of his heart. It goes on like this little by little. He adds chopsticks to the time. Put it into your mouth slowly and then taste it carefully. Suddenly 95's eyes lit up for a long time. Li Changsho told him that it was made of 36 kinds of grass supplements, 12 kinds of supplements, service and river water lao by dry paper. After 3 months of running, the toxicity is just right and the effect of improving men's xiongfeng by strengthening the buttocks is not clear. But there is only one thing. I don't know if Bo Ning can be sold. This thing has extraordinary power. Li Changsho also looked down on Li Changsho in the wine house. The two of them were face to face and understood each other. Zhu Zihao said, "What's the point of sales? Channel is a reasonable person." Witness Li said, "That's why disciples make such demands. I can't afford it. I'm not in a good mood after drinking. Take this. Don't hold your head up for a long time because he is used to a big mouthful of shield god relatives." Li Changsho kindly reminded him not to drink for too long at a time. But he didn't take it seriously. Hearing that he is a true immortal, what is there to be afraid of? Well, you are a 90-year-old loser and you have just come out of seclusion recently. I heard that. I'm really not afraid. Li Changsho smirked at the case. His conspiracy was about to come to fruition. It was really amazing that he loaded it casually. He was afraid that he didn't know how powerful this wine was. At least he was afraid that if he drank it, he would occupy it for 3 days and 3 nights. Li Changsho just saw the fish. About to take the bait. This is another request he made, right? Among the political and legal insights you have gained, there is a 9-light principle. I have been studying it with Uncle Jujushi for half a month, and it is inevitable. I would like to ask the World Expo to give me some advice. Zhu Wuduan is a happy person. This Zhu Guanglizhen Di is a trap created by him. Even if Li Changsho wants to use this formation to trap himself, it can be easily broken by him. Come on, master, I will go and have a look with you. She said that eating people's mouth is soft and their hands are short-handed. It won't be long after I've been drinking from her for a long time. Naturally, I want to help Shifu give me some advice. They soon came to an open space behind the single room. Zhu Wu could tell where the festival certificate was at a glance, so he asked to help Changsho adjust it. He adjusted the positions of several Tongzhen according to what he said for a long time. Suddenly, the child suddenly shone with a bright light, almost lighting up his eyes. At the same time, the trap was activated with words, trapping the two of them in it. 95 Taoists looked at him intimidatingly. It would not be a good idea to make others angry. This is a brigade of flames. Suddenly, Changsho closed his legs and closed his tactics. Kumu first made a comment and then quickly shouted, "Why are you so angry?" He quickly realized that this is the divine word of triple mantra. Witness Li was hired to seize the gold shortage. At this moment, I just want to call him an Oscar in his life. World Expo. Why did Witness Li shout so brightly? The other hand threw the voice in a certain direction from behind. Professional Li Changshuo, everywhere in Shinju has been swallowed up by flames. He smiles and treats the drunkard with 100 hands. The life of a body-shaping maniac turned into a sign of support and was instantly captured in the light of the fire. When the wine house was simmering, the lights were turned on. This guy wanted to use his voice to ask for his guts, but he knows the Dharma is safe, not to mention that this Dharma was created by himself, so he still can't find the glottis. So Ju Wubing didn't show any trace of absurdity, and slowly and privately began to break the news. In his eyes, longevity is still too casual. Half an hour has passed. For a long time, the guide is still in the same place and everyone is wandering around. An hour has passed. The Taoist priest has been exhausted for a long time and is out of breath. This sign has been modified in a way that is unimaginable. The realm of lawbreaking was suspended, and the foundation was official, but the Nine Lights law system created by him was implemented. Only then did he realize that the banquet itself was a good guy. The real revenge is this Dharma. But he forgot that what this kid likes to arrange the most is the cereal town. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his body was generating heat, and his soul, body, and blood seemed to be moving crazily. The foreign energy in the clothes in his body quickly expands to his lower abdomen. His nervous police legs are terrible. It takes a long time to stay in the proper state. How can I do this? Ju Wei felt as if his vagina was on fire, and various images of his love affair with him came to mind. His rapid breathing was like spitting fire, and a sea of heat began to appear all over his body. It must be said that he is also half innate, so he can't withstand the power of this medicine. As long as he thinks about it, Shusha is waiting for him at his residence. And he can do it after he returns, but the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he became. He instantly stood up and attacked his body. Every part of his body was trying hard but sinking. He clearly knows that Chang Shou's shadow ball is still shining on him, and he must not act in front of it. But this is Shushui's position. How can it be sustained? Lao Liu always sticks to the city when doing things, even his own uncle is no exception. He not only needs to set out food and practice habits to make him feel at ease, and you have to do what Qi wants to do to make Qi happy. Finally, I sent him the Poison Avenue experiment to reassure myself. The Ju Wudao man used all his soul and body to suppress the inner bones and raise them in the soul. He would just kneel down on the ground for the rest of his life. Chang Shou, if you don't accept the loss, how about I won't be counted as yours in the future? Lao Liu Dandan smiles and that's it. A wooden sign appeared in front of Wu Chu Jia Wu. On the wooden sign was written a few lines about himself. Yang hurriedly went over to take a look. I heard a trial about this matter, and when I opened my mouth, I got the symptoms of infection. It clearly states that from this moment on, no one is allowed to arrange for Witness Li to do anything without Witness Li's permission. No one is allowed to reveal anything about Witness Li's negligence. No statement, no magic weapon, no tool is allowed. If you try to speak, you will lose your virility as a man. There is no way to know the 95 Taoist people. Isn't it just a few hundred words of Taoism? I read it. At the same time, the sound of the heavenly Tao shield was sensed, and a voice sounded in the sky above Shaoqiong Fengfeng. But after reading hundreds of words of truth, the surrounding politics slowly dissipated, and the external affairs also closed in and out. Jiu Wu Huijiu rose up in January and rushed towards the direction of Po Tianfeng. He kept saying, try, you must not retreat. Try. The subtitles on the wooden sign also began to fade rapidly. Li Changshu smiled as an adult. It was finally done for the time being. 2 months later, the day came when we agreed to work together. Little Shou, do you still have your request for a gift to senior brother Wu? I will tell you privately that I want to use the basic spells in exchange for the required formula spells. You can choose them. Li Changshu didn't even raise his head to answer. It's right in front of your eyes. He lowered his head and continued busy. Suddenly remembered something again. The leader reminded women not to drink randomly. This is a special wine for men. Women may get into trouble if they drink it. Huang Dangsheng smashed a wooden broom to the ground, with a few wine leaves scattered inside. Stir the lamp to see how much it grows. What will happen if you drink it? This action is a bit too fast. It's a bit speechless compared to the regular service. Well, it's just long and wordless, so be bold. 99 Shushu's ancestors, looking for a beard. Soon he relaxed. What? It turns out, it's just the word, pa mark. I jumped when I read the poem book. I thought it was a yin and yang poem. It turned into something like, it's not difficult to leave you. Li Changshu shook his head helplessly. He has always been very kind to the logic of the poem book. Then he pointed to Jiawei beside him. After completing the practice today, he will probably have to stay away from home for half a year to practice the three beauties true eye. And for this long, he has prepared a year of hard work for the worldly arts in advance. I looked at the Chongdo Cayman in front of me for a long time, and it was so entangled that it almost drooled. Yi Changshu continued to replenish it. It's not good if you drink too much of this stuff. Uncle, you should use it in moderation. What is chassis? What is virtual is something that others cannot think of and guess. As for what Goshen's trump card is, there are so many that even the author can't fool him. After briefly explaining the matter to 99 Shishu, Hibisho continued to work hard. Sitting aside for a long time, quietly looking at Li Changsho's arrangement of herbal medicines, I suddenly felt lost in thought. After a while, Ding, who was steaming for a long time with big eyes and straight eyes, looked thinner here. Little thinner, you are actually quite good looking. She was a bit unclear about how thin she was. The 99th book is always in my heart. My smile is brighter than before. Why didn't I notice it before? Before Li Changsho could say anything. 99 in the next second. I've fallen asleep on the table. Li Changsho actually read the book on sleeping skills. When he fell asleep, he felt like he was in a state of physical and mental health, and his mood was astonishing. It's a pity that when I'm awake, I'm too bleeding. 2 days later, he came to the river to find Ling'er when he was in seclusion. Ling'er is that kind of person. Senior brother, aren't you going to retreat in a single room this time? Li Changsho controlled the 3 mantras that were about to go berserk and said, no, practicing the 3 mantras will easily blow up the defense. Later he will get a small mufa to go to Huzhong Diguan, which will make it more earthy. Then Li Changsho put a few more magnetic bottles in his hands. After all, Qi Jian could let his junior sister use the powder to protect herself. He carefully stared at the usage and dosage of each load of medicine. Ling'er kept thinking about it in his heart, but couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Senior brother, don't you need to hide the 3rd sister's mantra? Isn't this spell very powerful? Li Changsho casually squeezed. I whispered to junior sister, I just stopped taking lessons in the past few years and you have forgotten everything I taught you. The 3rd sister's mantra was stabbed by Master Wangxing and was deliberately hidden. It will only make people weak if they don't use it. It is something that others can't think of or guess. It is a trump card based on your usual display of intellectual ability. It is not just based on its power. After listening to what his senior brother said, Ling'er was taught a lesson. I'm afraid he will never be able to keep up with what his senior brother said in his lifetime. Then he brought out 2 more porcelain bottles. Grandpa wanted to place these 2 bottles in front of the master's door. These are fresh sheets specially for the master to practice his fingers. They are painted with anti-Qingji effects. Ling'er was overjoyed that the master could not afford to eat it so he could get rid of Mr. Chua's life. Li Changsho young. He has watched his whole life become blue, and he is powerless for the time being. Then he strolled towards Lingzhong, preparing to make the small wooden method to be used next. With his front feet moving, Lan Lin opened the jade bottle and tattooed his forehead. Is it really that strong to laugh? Soon a wave of the original automobile from the capital came over, and he just took a clear breath. The whole person felt a little top-heavy, so he went back to his house in a huff. Jiuyi's words awakened the dreamer, and then Jiu gradually discovered his own feelings. 2 days later, Lan Linyi was meditating quietly in his room. Hong Luoluo's lifelong gathering suddenly woke him up. It immediately got up and looked out the window and saw a huge 2-story boathouse standing on the lake. Lao Hai recalled what my senior brother said, I will get a small wooden method later. He got up and walked out. Senior brother, do you have any misunderstandings about the word big or small? Then he lowered his head and looked at the bite. Brother Smelly, he has indeed been reduced to the normal size standard by 99 generations. 3 months later, I went to the 9Z9 line practice place again. Jiu's whole figure seemed to have lost all strength. Before, when Witness Li was here, I could help him practice singles. He felt a bit lost. He had nothing to do and he forgot about his homemade minigames. Now, he has only been in seclusion for 3 months. Why does it feel like 3 years have passed? He is completely bored. She is about to become beautiful, her soul and body are limp. The clay figurine is melting with the heat of the bowl, and she is lying there for a while holding her big fox, waiting for him. Senior sister and 2nd senior brother, 4th senior sister and 5th senior brother, 6th senior sister and 7th senior brother, finally the 8th senior brother should be the 9th senior brother. Unexpectedly, the 8th senior brother imitated the 3rd senior sister, and even if he didn't walk around, he would become Po Tianfeng. Ah, the poor old 95, just because he is an odd number, his aunt has no one to accompany him, and he is still the master's official disciple every day. At this moment, the window of the small building next door was pushed open, and Rongguang Changfa's wine room looked over. 99 seeing the emergence of the world is an excitement. Come towards Jushipu through the window and accompany me to Shaosong Fengfeng. He closed his eyes and was interested for a while. I want to play Bin Master. I want to play Mr. Manny. It's 90 years old and I'm pinching his nose. Silly lost sister. Is that a place I can go to, Shaoqiong Fengfeng? On the road in 1990, I showed a tall smile and the world went away. Don't you feel big? Please discuss the subject directly. What's the big deal? The reflected 99 immediately explained with nothing. Did you misunderstand something in the 4th world? Little beast and I have a pure book relationship. Really? Zhu Shimiyan smiled, his eyes full of intimacy. Yes, my uncle and my master, who are pure friends, practice singles together every day and are not honest. Jiu immediately counterattacked and immediately told Li Changshu that he could not touch women because she was the one who lost her charm. It looks like they've grown up, so it's okay, and they can only touch each other once. Jiu noticed something was wrong upon hearing this and continued to ask about the origin of the disease. Jiu patiently explained to him about their last trip to Beiju. 90 effects after a while. You can actually write such a simple lie. What a word to wake up the dreamer. Jiu reacted immediately. This popular movie is written by a master. The 90-year-old patted his head. You calm down and have a drink. This man with as good a hand as Jade is a treasure that time calls for. You must not make a mistake. Jiu finally succeeded in his self-inflicted crime. He couldn't believe that he would treat a little dereliction of duty who was only over 100 years old. Jiu's face turned red all of a sudden. What are you talking about in the world? How could I follow? He looked confused and didn't know how to explain it. He could only use seclusion as an excuse to go back to his room. Zhu Shiqing became a filial piety, and then broke into his room. What did Xiao Jiu and the fourth sister do to Xiao? The fourth sister will teach you how to wear one first. 96 put on a friendly smile. Come on, let fourth senior sister see how my Xiaojiu is doing now. Next second I scored. The gestures were thrown aside, leaving only the cheers and efficiency of the two predecessors dancing nearby to make music. In the months after the fourth sister came here, I have been thinking about what she said for a long time. Think about it later when you bring the right strength. I was thinking about it when I was doing retreat in Hui. I originally thought that I had no other feelings for Li Changshu, it was just a matter of fun. Finally, the self-guided strategy was successful. If I hadn't really been influenced by Xiaoba and didn't realize it, until one day, when the news about Li Changshu's departure fell into his hands. For a long time, he carefully held the one and the other side in the palm of his hand, with a happy smile on his eyes. After a while, he suddenly decided to go back and forth. A look of long suffering appeared in the sea of hair. With his reaction, could he really be tempted by a little thing that is only over 100 years old? Some words can only be understood by asking. The voice of the four worlds came back to him from Zi Pang, encouraging him to ask clearly. Soon, Jiu came to Xiao Chun's own single room. He looked at Li Changshu and was speechless. Do you like Xiao Shou? Li Changshu didn't raise his head and just asked him what he liked. Do you like to practice singles? I don't know how to feel about the competition, so why are you asking this suddenly? Jiu dared to turn around and dodge. No, it's nothing. Mingling is just a matter of words. Why is it so difficult to say it out? 2 hours passed, and Li Changshu had covered himself in layers of protective equipment. For a long time, he still couldn't ask the question. He once said that there were times when he thought about speaking out, but it was still difficult to discriminate against him. So he made up his mind and said the weakest tone with the greatest strength. How was my performance in practicing this time? The heavy protective clothing made it difficult for him to hear clearly, but I still count my thumbs up. It's very good as always. Uncle Master, your president has really helped a lot. 99 behaves very disgustingly. He keeps rubbing his clothes with his hands. The amount continues to decrease. He is often derelict in his duties. What do you think of missing the count? Lao Liu, you really deserve to be there. How can a strong and straight woman arrest and donate herself for love? Now is a critical period of responsibility. Full body control requires more than just sexual acceptance, because I carry too many antivirus weapons. And the long-lasting chemical fertility is too low. I just heard the words Changshu. What do you think? I also thought of the topic discussed before. Yu Changshu nodded lightly without looking back. He said it was very strong and stable. What's more rare is that it is so pure that there is no magazine. If it were me it would be nice to have it too. 999 opened his mouth slightly, and his whole body was frozen there for an instant, and he couldn't help but feel his beating heart. Then he sprinkled all the medicines in his hands with fragrance. Do you know what you are talking about? This move. Go straight down to Li Changshu. When he asked, he looked at it for a long time, not understanding what he had done wrong. Then he stood up and walked towards Jiu. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Jiu Yi stepped back for a moment. What's wrong? Think about what he said. Isn't this a huge rebellion? Then Changshu looked at it one after another. Jiu's face turned upside down at the moment Zhao Hong joined forces to celebrate except for a brigade of white smoke. He took a half step back, enjoying something, but all he said was a rhyme. He turned around in embarrassment and basically faced the direction of Po Qianfeng. Li Changshu used his skills to stop him and left now. He was not satisfied with today's first choice drink. Uncle Jujushi's precedent is indeed very strong and pure. Otherwise, it would not be possible to have a single solution for the first time. He saves the other 8 points of materials he prepared. It would be great if he could have a pure and honest precedent like Uncle Ten. But he solved it quickly. After a while, Li Changsha reacted quickly. Uncle Master must have misunderstood something just now. Just calm down and be prepared to bear these hours. Just explain later. The Duxian men group is making wine in the wind on the Dahu Road. He casually took off the 9-mud crossbow on his waist and raised his head to squat, 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 squat. Then he wandered back and forth to Jikai. What on earth was he thinking about? That was a dereliction of duty. Then he went straight into the woods. He was lying there relaxedly, with the Xiaoxue Hongyu still on his face, thinking that he didn't have anything feminine at all. I casually touched the treasure bag and took it out. It was brought by my senior brother before it was official. Those colorful prelude songs I made for him on the 4th festival. Then 99 Federation threw the kidnapping bag out. How could I wear it? And it was for a job trial, but just after throwing it out for a while, I looked over unconsciously. It's just a fact that it's not impossible, right? As long as others don't see it, just throw it away. As a qualified 6th child, it is better for a woman like England to be less contaminated. But at this moment, Giorgio came to test the longevity of life. She showed out those colorful. First group, which felt a bit too exposed no matter how she looked at it. It's just one piece of cloth plus another piece of cloth. He has been busy in the small building since Ching until 10 noon. Finally stood in front of my own dirty energy. It's not a big deal, right? There are more people wearing short skirts than usual. Just take it and go shopping, okay? Soon he flew over Shaoxing's Hongzhong and swept all over Xiaoxiong Peak with fresh rocks. I found Li Changsho sitting in the circle, very relaxed, while Xiao Lina sat cross-legged on the group and listened carefully. So he pushed the door open with both hands, shouted, "Ula," and rushed in. Both of them looked at the 99th century scholar who had changed his clothes very calmly. But soon, Xiao Lin Ergu said with a clear voice, "Oh, my uncle is usually very beautiful, and now he is even more shining. However, when Little Spirit's past has passed, it is inevitable that there will be some resentment in my heart." Ignoring the illusion makeup is not a serious illness. Giorgio came here mainly to see what the effects of long suffering would be. What do you think of small shouting? But it just said lightly, not bad, but it may be a little uncomfortable to look at it suddenly. That's it. He lowered his head for a long time and looked at the outfit that he had been choosing for a long time. His expression was a little disappointed. Ling'er saw that his senior brother was unmoved and secretly thought in his heart. Soon he took the initiative to miss it and whispered to Jujua that when he was dressed like this, the painting bomb suit was more suitable. Satellite TV pulled 99 aside. Witness Li architecture didn't say much, and Huang Qi continued to comment. Not much. 99 lights up again. At this time, the young master seems to have drawn a person. It's a little more refined than before, and it's a little more capable of being a woman. Not bad. Li Changsho counted his thumbs. To be honest, among the women I have met, US trade is definitely among the top 3. Hearing him say this, Giorgio Yazya, I suddenly became happy. I was so happy that I accidentally burst a mountain. If he dares to worry about his chest, he needs to change clothes first. Lingxing looked at him relentlessly. What's the big deal? The two of them were having a great time playing in Wu Nei, and after a while they started shouting loudly. Yi Changsho took this opportunity to enter the single-room underground secret room. Now, nearly 10 minutes later, he has the memory of breaking through the barrier. Fortunately, he took the initiative to suppress it. He sat on the bun in the corner to hide from the exposure of the Mingxin. He held his hands round and turned into a ball. The red flame Huang Zuningju was then injected into his body and began to slowly move away. The red circle area held him back, and the half-wine flowers were blooming in it. The yellow slowly spreading around him is so wonderful that his luck can't be determined for a second. During this retreat, he will most likely break through to Turtle Island alcohol. At that time, he will most likely face Qinjie directly. It seems that Dujie's matters must also be brought up on a daily basis. Going out to Dujie was a plan he had made a long time ago. Firstly, he did not want to expose his own cultivation. Secondly, he did not want others to see his heavenly realm. But if you want to slip out of the mountain gate smoothly, you also need to spend some mental effort. When the 6th brother went out, he was really exhausted. Even the elders in the sect dared to meet him. In the early morning, the familiar moth was awakened by someone vigorously shaking it. Before he could fully recover, he heard Giorgio shouting in a heartwarming manner, "Ha ha ha, my uncle's peace has been broken by himself. Xiao Ling'er, please tell your senior brother that I will go back to retreat first." The spiritual snake who was still aware of the law was immediately pleasantly surprised. Wait a minute, it broke after a sleep. The young master's spirit was broken by this incident. Remember to tell your senior brother that I will come out of seclusion to help him practice. The eyebrows were suddenly filled with gloom and weakness. The forehead of the spirit suddenly stiffened and the gloom continued to spread. I heard what the test book said. I will probably have to stay away from home for 3 months. After 3 months, I may have to go out. It will take about 3 to 5 years before I can return. Senior brother is about to run away for Duqianjie. Ling'er was with him at first and then felt a little disappointed. Since he went up the mountain, he has never been without his senior brother. Gua for so long. Li Changsha was worried and Master Ding said, I will wake up the master when I leave. Please don't stay in seclusion for the past few years. Please remember not to run around. My grandfather before me must always be remembered in my heart. Don't ask for older wives. Listen, senior brother. Without realizing it, my grandfather's spirit forehead had already been sucked. He knew it, senior fellow apprentice, and it's not too late to talk about these things after you leave seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Li Changsha lowered his head and glanced at the green light that appeared in his palm. He did not expect that his return to Jiujing would be much earlier than he expected. Now that he is ready for eternity, he only has to go out. Reason, Mr. Du's sect rules are very strict. For the disciples in the city and county who want to leave the mountain without permission, the strict protection of the mountain array will not allow them to leave. However, this is also to restrain the words and deeds of the disciples, to practice as disciples, and to protect the safety of the disciples. The address policy announced again by often is due to the excellent anti-shoe second-level chain momentum, and there are strict restrictions on going out. In order to be able to go out to celebrate Tianjie this time, Li Changsha had already prepared a reason to apply for going out. He calmed down. Fortunately, our clowns have abundant fish. When they arrived at Baifan's store, Li Changsha found a familiar palm bowl on a familiar road. When you say that you want to come back and visit, the human heart is full of flesh and blood, and even the world of mortals is reduced in the heart. But Elder Wei remembered that her parents were already 18 years old. Where did the Red Dust Festival come from? Witness Li calmly took out the bell fish he had prepared in advance and told him seriously that he had entered seclusion, but found that he had not completely cut off the pull of the gentle pull. Although practicing qi is away from the world, people must respect Shoni Lixia. Elder Gui didn't open his eyes when he saw Ling Yuduan. Dare hurriedly put the jade bones wrapped in water balloons into his pocket and then cleared his throat. Seeing that you are so smiling, I naturally want to help you. You are truly worthy of being a dog. The sincerity of a dog is unparalleled. You name him Du Jie, just Du Jie. First, the elders from Huilumen ran out of Xiamen, then used the Tuduan water shield double-board flag to run far. It is still a remote island that no one has visited. This is dangerous. But this is not enough, even in a place like this. It also requires the use of physical makeup to lengthen the face. Add 2 layers of replacement numbers just in case. I'm really convinced by this guy. For the sake of Elder Ding, you are a good bird who cultivates first, and you will have a bright future in the future. Remember, you must not cause trouble, do not violate the family. And do not indulge in worldly things and be prosperous, and be bound to the Taoist heart by the secular world. Disciple, please remember that Li Changsha said seriously that during this trip, disciples also want to take this opportunity to practice in Nanju for a few years. Can we not let our internal staff go to my hometown to check it out? Also don't let our internal staff take me there? Before the director Shinran agreed, this is all a trivial matter. Dad, go ahead, go early and come back early. Li Changsha dares to be busy and drummer has a big heart in his heart. In his Jujia plan, this is a very crucial step that must be achieved. Leaving Po Qianfeng, he quickly flew down to the door. He took the out-of-town jade card and said that he was returning home to take care of his sister-in-law. The ancestor in charge of the Han Mountain Gate, Master Yu Ding. Li Changsha, was careful outside. Li Changsha arrived at Xiliangsheng and flew out of the mountain gate on a cloud. And along the way, every mountain has tons of earth, and jade water has tons of water. Half a month later, in the northeastern part of Nanshan Busho, I successfully found my parents' mother on a hillside. He also served drum-scraping snacks prepared on the road, burned 2 rolls of yellow paper, put 3 kinds of fragrance on them, and carved 4 small heads. Then he raised money for the second master not far from where his parents were gathered for 7 days. Although her parents have passed away a long time ago, the muscles she gave birth to are still remembered by her even when traveling privately. After saying goodbye to his parents, Li Changsha prepared to embark on the journey again, feeling deeply about the Dujie he had chosen. And the place it chose is a worldly fringe, a very secluded and unintrusive island. This is the place it thinks is the best place to cut it off. This is not enough, you also need to equip yourself with tail gear. There are several basic principles for describing the appearance of tail gear. If you only use the Shanyan method or the shape-changing method, it seems that Yuan is not enough. It requires first using physical methods such as makeup to change the appearance, and then applying a special ultra-thin moisturizing Sansi mask. Then use Zhong Yanfa to draw a web tunnel, and then cast 2 layers of shape-changing techniques. In this way, if an expert takes a look at it, even if he can see through the 2 layers of Shufa tail makeup, he will not be able to see its true appearance. Since the last trip to the East China Sea, Hong had failed to defeat the Dragon Clan and was still living in a comfortable and boring fantasy. This also strengthened the idea that the second prince must do another big thing to awaken his wife. In the Crystal Palace of the East China Sea, the Dragon Boy Ao had been trapped on the Iron Pillars by the Iron Pillars with just his eyes closed, and Peng Ishi recalled his father's anger towards him throughout his life. On that day of celebration, the Dragon King smashed the cup to pieces and angrily recorded the absurdity of his eldest son with his eyes open, because she said that she still wanted to become a disciple of Du Xianwen and practice the 3 remaining teachings. You must know that if you go to worship the Saint's Gate, you will be punished. Being considered a treason is not a big deal. If you go out to practice as a disciple, you will be judged as a dragon. If you are not affectionate or polite, you will be criticized by people in the Dragon Clan. However, even so, the look in his eyes remained firm. The Dragon Mother felt sorry for her son and begged the Dragon King for mercy, saying that he was just a little stimulated by the last Taiwanese competition. Then he turned around and cried, urging him to admit his mistake as soon as possible. Our clan's method is not enough to learn and use our clan's protection. But it is not enough for you to use it to make fools. Why do you have to do this? This ridiculous group has to say this in front of so many people in the clan. If you want to defeat the Saints' Court, do you know that the Saints' Court will not accept children of the Tolerance clan except those who are religious? Back then, because the master of the obstetrics and gynecology department had accepted a Nianlong as a disciple and had it under control, they thought that the last courage of the Dragon Clan would be put into this Nianlong. How could the common people be willing to seek power in such a humiliating way? How can I endure these words of my mother without knowing them, and how can I not be stingy about whether they are true or false? Huang Longzhenren, one of the immortals called 12 Jins, was obviously the ancestor of Long Xueman. When he was just a merchant in Kunlun Mountain, he was raised by Sanqing, who had not yet become a saint. Dragon. Before the ancient sage came out of the stone, the Dragon Clan stopped at this point, cut off contact with the real Huanglong, and removed the real Huanglong from the dragon toilet. Later, the 3 masters of the Qing dynasty became victorious. The Dragon Clan couldn't bear to extricate Huang Longzhenren, but instead began to gain turmoil within the clan, earning him a reputation. After the Sanqing city prospered, a group of dragon masters took the young dragons to Jinpeng Island to become apprentices. The father-in-law was quiet about the saint. But when he heard that Tumen had killed the lowest leader of Tongtian, he only allowed the best disciples of the Dragon Clan to lose to the disciples of the saint. Instead of directly acting on behalf of the saint, the dragon masters turned around and returned to the law, feeling that the saint had something to fix. In fact, the character of the Long clan is the most ridiculous when staying up late. These words directly throw the king of Long away. Only then did he lock it up with iron chains, knowing in his heart that now only he, the second prince of the Renhuang dynasty, could show his respects to Du Xianmen, who rank middle and lower among the 3 sects, even before Du Xianmen. Normally, I can't afford to go in and become a disciple to worship the Ming dynasty. Only in this way can we break the meaningless friendship between the Dragon Clan and tear apart the rules of their formation. This is the only way out for the Dragon Clan. Lao Liu turned into a Turletov. The second prince of the Long clan escaped from control and went straight to Duxianmen. 3 months later, deep in the East China Sea, in the Crystal Palace, watching his son being tortured, Rong's mother could only cry sadly. The Dragon King was a little at a loss when he saw him like this. He also wanted to quickly find someone who was cut off from Xiajiang Cici. Soon the Dragon King ordered the withdrawal of the investigation, and a Yujin High tribe member named Dao Longzi became more and more sad. He was sliced into pieces on the spot and took a rough calculation from Songjiang. Later, Ao Yi, the second prince of Dragon Palace, was tied up in a huge ship and sailed towards the boundary between the South China Sea and the East China Sea. Now the Dragon King has set up a sign to suppress all voices. We can only let him go out for a while and shut up. Woman, at the same time, you Changshu have already done a great job. At the junction of the South China Sea and the East China Sea, there is a place where the light is far away and the waves are far away. The little green dragon was slowly observing the surroundings with its eyes that had just emerged from the water. It was the day of Da Luo Jin's immortal path again. All the immortals practicing nearby went to hear it, and he finally had a chance to escape from the wine. As early as the second prince was 6 years old, he had become familiar with the 4 seas and the new sorrow. From then on, he headed towards the south, followed the coast of Nanju towards Dongsheng-Shenju, and then landed at the junction of Nanju and Dongju. Then headed against the middle and rushed to Dongsheng-Shenju. Into the water. The anti-shrinking force slowed down when traveling deep, and soon turned into a 3-finger length, flowing towards a water seam at the bottom of the water. When he opens his eyes again, we have arrived at Donghu, Nambushu, Donghai soldiers. There are some fishing villages made of simple stones on the coastline. There is an old fish tent in the house, a bowl of hot water, tide, the boss is here early, and this cold noodle that drinks water is officially grown. He just sent out some tapes in the village. At this time, the villagers enthusiastically attacked. I also use this as a performance to make my actions along the East China Sea more logical and to earn some luck and merit for myself. But this flow is not given to him casually. He lives in a good country and a bad country. But because he can't be sure about the flow bang he radiates, good people still ask him. Therefore, the most literate way is to spread out some deliberately wrong words for free and have no effect. The whole country will be free of charge. This way, it will not be linked to the British. Suddenly it noticed that there were some strong fresh rocks nearby. Pudding searched back and forth. At the same time, in the distance on the sea, the sound of a blue dragon knocking on the ground was quickly introduced into the forest. He raised his head and listened carefully. Sure enough, it was Dragon Ancestor. It looked like they were looking for something. Li Changshou found Du Jiasheng's younger brother, quietly underwater, and the second prince of the dragon clan go far away, even though Bai Changshou couldn't see the voice of the master of Dragonfoot, but their breath is not hidden at all. It can be felt hundreds or thousands of miles away, but no matter what they are looking for, Changshou still feels like leaving this place as soon as possible, so it turned around and turned into a medium-sized flowing fish. Without saying a word, he jumped into the Chaoju Sea. After walking for a while, Changshou's eyes suddenly lit up and he found a pretty good little spot. The island is generally in the shape of an original ring. If you look closely, you will see that there are actually a few hills protruding out of the sea. Although he looked relatively satisfied, he still decided to get closer and check out a copy. Lin Xiaodao is more than 10 miles away. He suddenly saw a small hanging nest in the sea water. He used snacks to drain the tea inch by inch and soon discovered that there is a very hidden place along the underwater path here. He must have decided to go in and hit the sea. This Yangdong is very beautiful, and the whole thing is good enough for shoes to be lifted up, but this is not enough. He then used a temporary probe to find out. This serious intrusion into the sea connected the island with a small water tank. It's a good place and there is a natural Daosheng path. The more Li Changshou looked at it, the more satisfied he became and decided this is the place. After I secretly left the fairy island, I followed the terrain of the seabed and found this hidden Yang Wei. The second prince disappeared and a kind of cute master was searching for him frantically. I want to capture this prince and take him back. Pay attention. I boiled a flower and made a human form. I closed my eyes in the cold prison. I carefully explored the situation 3 miles around the island. Press the center to move the workers to legislate the dragon. Suddenly, Aoyi felt a danger approaching. But in fact, this was not because it had detected something, but because the bloodline's own ability could encounter a crisis. At this moment, a human veteran was standing outside the cave. His voice was sour and he was approaching the texture where he was. Aoyi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was so old that his aura was not strong and he did not notice the teacher's former self. He was dead just as he moved forward. Directly, the old man swam close to him quickly. In actual combat, he slapped the earth palm, but the old man only had 3 cards left. What about the detection force attached to the rock wall that is difficult to release? The application expires and is passed. The prototype has been revealed. Soon the whole person changed back to the 4 types that Qinglong quickly explored. Suddenly, a blue dragon hand burst out from the sea water. It goes without saying that Mrs. Zhong has a big mouth. When doing things, she must swallow this cold-faced old saying of longevity and longevity. She is born with magical powers and can swallow up the world, time and earth. You have to open your long mouth to do things so that you can swallow this chakra in one mouthful. You are born with supernatural powers and can swallow the world, time and earth. This is clearly proven by your long life. But his reaction was also extremely quick, and he almost immediately dodged to the side. His left hand quickly grasped the 2 pieces of porcelain. In the time of lightning and fire, the melting hands flashed in the sea water, talking about the clear light of medicine and wood. The dragon's mouth is coming directly. Let the boss's left arm be broken off and swallowed in one bite. Suddenly can feel. The woman who was wrong so much before, what did she swallow just now? At the same time, the word frequency that the old man was holding in his hand was actually in the medicine. When he was in charge of corruption, he found that he had an extra little finger in his step. But this force is too strong. If he faints, he will definitely die. Without any clue of what he was doing, the power of blood within the dragon group exploded, and the clear light on their foreheads flickered. All he can do now is to kill the boss in that area while the 2 powers of the medicine are still fully active. The sea water in front may have opened, and the color has washed out of my heart, but it made him forget what he didn't expect. The cold-faced old man in the dark water ahead just stood there quietly. He had no intention of running away, and his arms went nowhere. Sure enough, it was just his clone. La Dowley calmly took out the super soft fresh powder and poured it into the sea. Then difficulty arrives, abbreviation refers to. The next time, the old man suddenly heard several identical voices behind him, each holding an open copy of CI commentary. Okay, based on that month. As an agricultural strategy, my thinking has become very slippery. As soon as he opened Tai Lung's mouth, he started to cry fiercely. An intelligent Xingxuan soldier appeared in the surrounding sea water. There was a flame burning inside the soldier. He faced the old Taoist and kept watch at the same time. They used Water Shield 6 to rise at the same time and quickly stepped onto the stage in the sea water, each avoiding the attack. Yi became more and more dizzy. He tried his best to let go of Huang's head. At this time, he had to make a quick decision, and they seemed to be able to understand Yu's thoughts, and the 6 profound paths could be rejected again above. These pools quickly fly out one record after another. In the sea water, it becomes a big net. The range is from 108 to 108 to a small array machine. The law flows on it. The water properties in the sea water are condensed and moved rapidly. The quality of water is crystal clear. With one eye and one eye, he placed a large square seal with a diameter of Mingcheng, and smashed it down on the head of the green dragon charging from below. Great Indiana was hit by a flash of light when it was added to Shandong. The blue dragon below raises its hands with fire. Kang Zong opens his arms. The dragon is worth its weight in gold, and it rushes straight towards the coat with an unstoppable plan. At this time, he had no extra thoughts to think about the meaning. The strong dizziness made him unable to continue to judge at all. There was only a strong battle in his heart and a heart that refused to give in. Qinglong Monkey fainted. A shock wave visible to the naked eye exploded in the sea, causing a drama in the sea of strength. The island withdrew, its claws keeps shaking. Look at the price of the big seal again. The green dragon actually escaped without any injuries, but its long, slender eyes were still closed. The huge living area seemed to have lost all its strength and fell towards the seabed. Lao Liu's brain is really 6. He tried his best to make up the entire game. 300 meters away, the beauty of the seabed in the wind. Li Changshou monitored the area 30 miles around with a burst of smelly plum snacks. It seems that his clone has killed the little dragon. He looked at the green dragon that was still falling. The big seal was blown to pieces. The green dragon was actually a foreigner without injury. Li Changshou doubted for a while that the dragons who had not yet achieved success were so reliable. It seemed that the formula of his soft and fresh soup needed to be improved. Bai Changshou fell into deep contemplation and verified the effect of the triple mantra after the fact. When I saw him, he casually took out 6 small fried silver sticks from his sleeves. Throw it at the guidance clone. These 6 flying arrows bring out a brigade of white light. In the blink of an eye, I achieved 3 feet of regular health care, being followed by the 6-fingered clone Wen. This little dragon just made a very clever move. He wanted to kill his name directly. It would be reasonable for him to fight back and kill him to get married. He originally wanted to save the territory and learn about Britain, and then take it from Longtan and send it to Duji on the edge of the South China Sea, so that he could engineer a counterattack. At the same time, the 6-fingered clone held the frame and object. On the 6 fairy swords, 5 or 3 times true I was ignited at the same time. No less than 6 kings were present in the prison. The running witness moved towards the Qinglong corner below to kill 2 songs, but it made him forget what he didn't expect. A flashing purple triangular piece appeared behind the green dragon. This is the secret method of the dragon clan. Witness Li analyzed it carefully. It seems that this little dragon must be a noble person. He is probably the target of those dragon masters. Generally speaking, when you see this flash of purple spiritual sky and stop your attack, the person who takes action will not be chased by missiles, and the dragon attack will appear. Bai Changshou naturally does not want to get into trouble. He just hopes that he will not encounter such a troublesome person. But now if this dragon is killed, his original god will immediately be benefited by the dragon clan's legislation, which means that he will be hunted by the dragon clan endlessly. Suddenly a bright light pierced his eyes, and he hurriedly reached out. The 6 craftsmen all stood in the air and were brought to the light before they retreated. Li Changshou looked down again and he didn't know when it was transformed into a human being to prove the second prince of Donghai Wen Palace who was sleeping soundly. Why is he here? Those dragon masters were searching from south to north. Thinking of the last time, this little dragon deliberately lost to him. Could it be that his inference that day was correct? The second prince really wanted to repair the nation in reverse when he invited the conference. As a result, I faced myself, and I counted defeat from now on. After that, Nanfang City made an excuse to go to the Saint's Gate to continue stimulating the dragon clan's nerves. Finally, the fire was sent to the sect's place to worship as a disciple. And he fled here again. It's definitely better than Chang Shoutsai. This is really a one-step series. Lao Liu would have never imagined that his job washing case would directly cause new problems in Xiao Qinglong's life. Li Changshou actually came to think about it. If the aunt escaped from the south and appeared here again, looking at this guy's route of action, he obviously wanted to go to Zhongshenhu or Dongshengshenshu. It's even possible that the goal is to escape the parallel line. If Duxianmen is touched against this little thing, Baxianmen's most likely reaction is to stabilize the dragon first, and then go to the dragon palace to inquire about the matter. In the end, the trouble may expand. After all, Duxianmen is his own sect, and this little dragon has the dragon clan's secret method to protect the pond, so he cannot kill it directly. When real trouble is real this time, it's so grey. So many famous medicines have been used. I can't even collect the blood of Yuan Long. Li Changshou sent out a few more signs of support, asking them to clean up the scene. At this moment, Aoyi was lying quietly on the bamboo hair, and the falling water directly hit its face from above. It is necessary to work together to clean it up. One person is responsible for pouring water to clean it, one is responsible for applying super powerful powder to it, and the other is responsible for blending it with a strong brush. Naoyi was in a coma. He felt like a lion with his internal organs removed. He was repeatedly washed up with seawater from the inside and outside of the knife. He didn't even miss any detail. During the washing process, 7 or 8 hands kept taking photos of the camera. This photo shows Chef Long patting the snowflake unicorn beef to make the meat more perfect. After a while, the currents in the main city of Dharma drifted towards the deep sea in the north. Smelling of alcohol, I cooked sugar in a quiet way. I was fed more than 20 bottles of sugar from my family and sister. How long can I sleep? And the whole body of Bo Yihan has been removed and washed dozens of times, and there is no longer any breath left outside of his own body. Even the little bit of paper that can be swallowed cannot be digested by Wen Wei. It was also used by Witness Li to refer to someone who could not be found out or someone who had the world of God. The incident was called the Dragon Cleansing Case. 3 days later, Dragon Clan Zhongren finally found Prince Aoi, who was drifting alone at sea. Ever since the prince came back, he has been acting strangely. He feels like he is afraid of something. His soul and body can't stop fighting. Although he has only been out of his shell for 11 or 12 years, he is naturally still strong. Think about it, he had been tortured by the word, Bingzuti, for 3 months, and he still didn't have half a uniform. But today's redness occurs naturally and is not controlled by it. Mother Long felt extremely distressed when she saw her like this. She couldn't help but want to care about her son, but was rejected by Aou. He tried hard to recall everything that happened at that time. He was completely comatose after being suppressed by the large formation. His body was full of blood. But many memories and feelings were retained. The king of high-end ingredients only needs the simplest way to recognize him. The dragon washing case has left an indelible shadow on Aoe. Whenever he thinks about it, he never expresses any regrets. He was so angry that he bit his lip. How could a human being be so strong? And that boss is not a human at all, more like a scary Shilongxing Shuang. He once felt that he was about to be blocked by that person who looked like he was rubbing his head, and he did not let go of any part of his body. And this process of being treated as real money has been dealt with at least dozens of times. It will use all kinds of methods to process its own meat, and it will use its knowledge of the taste of dragon meat feast to its extreme. Could it be that when faced with a front on private killing, all the human race could think about was the delicious Rong Rong? Or maybe this was the reason why the Rong race did not dare to go to war with the human race. Thin threads are so scary. Thinking of this, he no longer dares to think deeply. This is definitely not calculated. 2 uncles were having a conversation next to them. According to the rules, they must bear the rights of separation. It was unbelievable to him that he was almost eaten, and now Dragon Palace still wanted to blame Brother Shalong. Longzhu's family also needs to be grateful for this model's physical strength and even give the opponent a thread. If these things are all in the calculation of the veteran human race, then the red side is simply terrible. Okay, 1 leg and 1 soft leg. Sitting on the edge of the bed again, I took a breath of cold air. At the same time, on Shantou Island in Lingjing Nanju mainland in the South China Sea, Lin Qi drew a scroll from the sea. The cold-faced old man transformed by Witness Li is sitting cross-legged in a sunken rubber stone. The breath of his soul and body is gently stirring. He breathes in the earth veins and is at ease. The sky and the earth are clear and bright. The soul has forgotten himself. From Wenxiong, the fish village in the sea within the stone of Fangyuan, there are also some spiritual beings like Wenshuan. After a while, Li Changshou's goose head had a clear light flashing, and suddenly he seemed to feel something. I opened my eyes suddenly, and the premonition of the future became stronger and stronger. The master's last calamity was ghostwritten by these Han cultivators, Momo Tsong Tsong. I don't know whether my Tianjia will be gentler or wild and unrestrained, with everlasting breasts. My heavenly cleanliness should be 7 or 8 heavenly thunders, right? Witness Li thought this in his heart. He relaxed his mind and did not take away his calmness. Instead, he felt the uneasiness and anxiety in his heart. This is the reaction that all living beings will have when they practice against the power of heaven. It has nothing to do with Tao Forbidden Highlands. It became the Xiantian Festival and became the Enlightenment Festival. Bai Changshou has been thinking about Huaicheng and Erzi for a long time, but today he has the answer. When every protagonist has to go against the will of heaven, this man has no respect for the way of heaven. Faced with the impending heavenly knot, he not only is not afraid of the law, but also thanks God for taking the time to use a batch of him. The so-called Cheng Xian Tian Jie is a test of Jiandao's aura. It detects whether the aura is clear and whether it has the qualifications of Cheng Xian. At the same time, this Tian Jie also focuses on the extraordinary and transcendent power of the aura. Let the world of Qi training itself know that it can be transformed, born as zero, and transformed. Qi training, domination, anti-emptiness. Returning to the Tao is actually to practice your momentum, learn from nature, imitate nature, and summarize your own Tao from nature. This path is the support for one's own immortality. Just be casual about it. The 12 court bird dragons have spread out in Shenju, keeping distance from each other for later backup. Now it can be said that they have been available for eternity. Witness Li raised his head and looked up at the sky. Muffled thunder sounded. Hundreds of feet high in the sky, patches of grey and black MRT lines quickly appeared, illuminating the nearby sea area. Li Changshou dug out the last bite and caught it. Then my father-in-law went to a Taoist doctor and used the most correct medicine. Another Langsheng Dao. The disciples who arrived were startled by the sky and changed their mind to the sky, and the calamity of enlightenment fell. The disciples accepted it wholeheartedly, established their own Tao, and became a worry-free string. If the heavenly cleanliness falls, the disciples cannot bear it, and life and death come to their hometown. At this time, the disciples know that it is not enough to suffer the same fate as heaven and earth, and they are unwilling to say anything. The road is clear, the way of heaven is righteous. Thanks to the care of heaven, it will be an era when the logic board flies to the height of 9/10, the 3 winning white thunderbolts shine at the same time, bursting out with a silver tongue of peach lightning. These thunderbolts will have a thunder light as thick as the last disc in the center position. Revealed to Witness Li directly, Witness Li's soul did not feel any threat. When he went to see Witness Li, he radiated a faint glorious light and was subsequently swallowed up by the thunder. This first thunder is as powerful as the third thunder that I got to know. Master Du his own heavenly connection is indeed not great. But just now, Lei Ting's praise and support made me feel comfortable. Why, Master Du Jia was in so much pain because he didn't thank God. With such doubts in his heart, Li Changshou felt the second heavenly tribulation he had just endured. The volunteers of heavenly Tao were selfless. He had just built the facilities with a futile and innocent mentality. This in itself should have no effect. The reason why the first 2 thunder waves felt quite comfortable is purely because the first 2 Tianjia waves could not cause any substantial harm to him. The third path, Jia Lei, is being cultivated above his head. Li Changshou's heart has indeed aroused many feelings. The formation of this letter should be the great avenue or the way of heaven. Employees are constantly colliding with their own path. Could it be that this is the rising energy? Lao Liu has reached the sky thunder 7 times in a row. It doesn't matter if you don't find it difficult. You actually think your own nature is too gentle. Could it be that you took Lei Jie by mistake? Jian once again had various thoughts, like this fierce and thin person who was locked in Jiayun. When encountering the restraints of Xingbua, he took off his clothes and grew thinner. Every 3 or 2 times, the heavenly calamity is about to change, and the sea surface is shaken out by layers of thunder. During the thunder, the trees shine like thunder. And another thick thunder court falls down. Li Changshou is in midair, and is trapped. Lei Ting pressed down 3 feet. Soon he will return to my life again. Let the storm come more violently. He is not afraid of him. Soon, 6 wellhead-sized thunder squads appeared hanging above. The thunder squads were arranged according to the directions of the 6 kings. The thunder stopped and the rainstorm stopped in an instant. And the gathered thunder pillars fell again. The 4th celestial being descended haphazardly. On the coast hundreds of miles away, a group of you people jumped far away towards this place. They were descending from the sky. Some people have started praying for this place out of respect. After a while, the whole village began to kneel down and worship in that direction, asking their ancestors to bless them with good conduct and good manners, reflecting their disgust. Within 300 miles of Fang Yuan, several ancestors and Lian Qi who happened to pass by were also looking at it from a distance, feeling the violent power of heaven and earth. It was so powerful that they were dizzy. Entering the place of Longzhao's strength, who will be here Du Jie? Could there be the rumored 8 Wei Lei pavilion? The 5th lightning interception fell, and Witness Li arrived newly. While the clothes were being torn apart, the body absorbs more and more fresh spiritual energy, and the goose head appears with colorful lights. This is a sign to start accelerating the push to go first. Then the 6th Thunder Festival comes like a moon. After this hard work, I pinched my fingers to calculate, and the golden light in my eyes flashed, and there were some wrong sentences. That was the rumored 4th day. Brother 32, the 8th level and the 8th level, are looking for the first solution. The pretty girl on the side said, Master, what's the matter with you? Nothing's wrong. The old Taoist shook his head and looked down. There was a monastic chess piece that was about to fall under his Qianjie. Let's go to the sweat pool. It's so clean. If you are guilty, your fate will be over. Then I touched the sweat paper's head. Sometimes having too much qualifications is actually not a good thing. As a superior cultivator like you in Han Dynasty, you should continue to pay more attention to Qianjie in the future. R&D Lao Dao took the girl on a cloud ride towards the depths of the South China Sea. The 7th lay sister also followed suit, and there were 7 lay in a row. But Lao Liu felt that her disaster was unexpectedly not very good for you. He has the whole Da Wen Hao in his eyes. Could it be that his calamity was due to a deviation in the intensity? Soon her face turned gloomy. This was nothing like what she thought. It was too gentle. His mother comforted herself that it didn't matter and there was still the 8th heaven. I have tried my best to suppress my realm time and time again and continue to stimulate party affairs. I believe it will not be in vain. Gosheng finally welcomed my 8th sister Lei, but I didn't expect it. I only succeeded in going half-length first. Lao Liu worked hard to conquer the realm again and again, constantly inspiring his feelings, treating every small breakthrough as a big step in life. Hanshin has been suffering for hundreds of years. Now he prays for the ban to be as strong as a magic weapon. His original spirit is completely flawless. Finally, with his own efforts, he has achieved today's reward. He held his hands in front of Lei, and now he seems to have felt the kindness of thousands of people in the world from now on. It is rare to feel calm at this moment than Chang Shou. Open your hands to welcome the transformation of your life. From today's other lines, I will pray for tomorrow's text. He was more excited than Chang Shou as he looked at the thunder tribulation. Come and help me, I'm ready. I saw the 8th sister Lei coming to give me a gift. Naingsen's promise was accompanied by the registration of thunder and lightning. The numbers are gradually revealed facing the ugly chest. This is the 32nd chest bar, that is, Ba Huangjiaoshin Festival. Trees big and small flash like thunder at the same time. Countless silver snake nets are seen in the sky. They gather together in the sky with bright and smooth mouths. It hit Li Changshou below fiercely and saw him open his 2 pens. Quietly enjoying the crisp chords of thunder and lightning, my body is slowly retreating. As his life progressed, Jusheng radiated light. Please follow the house clouds to see Sanquo. A beam of light falls from the clouds, and it will be illuminated forever. This is the way, this is. Witness Li lowered his head and looked a little dull for a moment. His body had turned into a pioneer on his abdomen, exuding aura of starlight. But his hands, with forearms standing upright, were still the same all the way to the toes due to the limitations of his fierce belly style. It's just that on the basis of the original road, a group of soldiers have been added. At this moment, it is like a living statue. What the hell is going on? He has never seen anything like this at ancient monuments. Could it be because I couldn't turn House Taiji U's 8 to the Thunder Sky Festival, so I couldn't convert my props into first take ones? So what should we do now? Take the initiative to become wise and let the upper body fly. But the lower body is also important. What's more, the Yuanshan is also half-baked, and the FA is in a state of mind. You can't cut off the Yuanshan, right? Moreover, how to cut the Yuanshan thing is not the same as Lian Bixie Jianfa. Some things can be said not to be wanted, so just don't want them. It's like the door for those who came before has been pushed open, and they have successfully passed through Qianjie. As a result, he got stuck in the door because he had reached the machine state. He doesn't want to do half-body sex first. If there is one person who can run through this man's life, it must be Guzi. Li Changshou dared to raise his hand and took 2 slow steps forward. Carrying the remaining knot in the air, Sung blind Da, please be slow. That man Tian knot moved first, but then it accelerated and dispersed, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The only person left standing there in embarrassment was Nakasug, who ran away before he had time to hide. Suddenly there was another understandable question, original Shinto drama chess investigation. A force of southern salt jade descended from the sky and locked onto him. Oops, wait a minute. There are 2 factions of life and death. But this time, it seems that he is the one being sentenced. Bursts of Wen Mingxing suddenly appeared in the sky, and layers of waves appeared strangely in the sky. This amazing pressure was directly summoned in Bailey Square Garden, making this place declare that lust was activated, and the movement was not moved. Li Changshou could feel that someone was watching him. Could it be Tian Dao and the thief ancestor? At this moment, he felt that the golden light all over his body was being explored in an instant, and he felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. When he encountered his current situation, If he was regarded as a deviation from the law of heaven, and was regarded as a loophole in Hongfang, he would definitely be punished by the law of heaven. The danger of direct obliteration, but he couldn't care so much about this matter. I saw him holding power with both hands and shouting under pressure. I didn't mean to offend Tianwei when I arrived at the door, but I was careless and lost for a while. Please wait for a moment, Master Jiandao. He looks like an old dog on the surface. Shizi was panicking in his heart. He was just being stupid and asked heaven to wait for a while before he could calm down and give me a warning. In the class of Changshou, those who have accumulated more levels than Shubo of Ziziyuchi, the way of heaven will automatically adjust the strength of the heavenly connection to give enough simulations to the level users. But who knew that Li Changshou still had so many theater tools on him to serve monster defense calculations, which made even Tiandao look at them too early. Yi Changshou never thought that he would expose part of his trump card in this situation. There were piles of large and small things on the ground. Unnamed broken jade inferences failed to evade the calculation method. Search for Bu Sheng. According to the records on the thin skin, the human race can be obtained by wearing it. It seems to be a shelter, but it should be a purely psychological effect. The secret blessing of the ancient clanless people can be hidden in the shelter room to deduce that it is used by the clan to create nothing to fight against the waste clan. In addition, there is also a room to calculate skinny skin and a box room to calculate the body record. However, this was not over yet. He immediately took the things he carried with him to the boat. 2 small bones sealed in the pockets of underwear are said to be the 100th example of human feet with upper bones. They have a small amount of merit and can also prevent speculation and avoid disasters. Originally I just wanted to prevent myself from giving birth to my first child with the memories of my previous life, but I forgot and didn't expect that Tiandao was also fooled by her. Dujie, this kind of thing that others can't stand once, this man actually has to go through it twice. He poured these things purely to prevent others from measuring himself through overthrowing. It was not to guard against heaven's law, let alone heaven's law who would also take a look at the house. Today, at this time, the pressure that day had gradually disappeared. Fortunately, the pressure just now was just a warning and not a probe. Adjust your breathing and physical strength. Then the consequences of both hands made a deep sense of morality. Lang Sheng shouted again that the disciples of the Taoist sect were surprised to learn that Du Jie's tricks were not a disciple's plan. The bailiff was a means for the disciples to avoid being caught by others. Today, he got this Taoist foundation. He was a disciple who got the Taoist Dharma point. He respected the Taoist sect's founder's church and rested day and night. 2. I am willing to ask the disciples of Kang Tian Nian to practice unrighteousness. If there is another such thunder solution, I also ask the disciples of Kang Tian Yu to change the place of not, so as not to suffer unfavorable solutions. He turned into an eagle and fell into steel. The fish in the air began to prevent their return and swelled. There were waves of wind blowing from all directions. Grey fish rose up from the sea surface within the square element, and converged towards the top of the head of the head. Li Changshu immediately understood what. Fortunately, in order to prevent Du Jie from being blocked by someone before, I specially searched for several Du Jie places. Now, there is confirmation of accelerated moisture on the seabed. Now he is going to have a second heavenly cleansing today, and he will have sex twice before. This is something I have never heard of. It smiled faintly, and sure enough, facing Tianjie, he was prepared to take many steps and could not resist. Then all living beings will grow for 1 month, rushing away with the sea water, heading to the second Dujie place, experiencing the rapid water temperature in the sea water. When he wounded the dark stone again, the scene in front of him shocked him yesterday. He looked up, because the beautiful fresh seeds are nowhere to be seen in the clouds. The sun condenses into a mighty heavenly palace. Among the gods, there is also a small-eyed earthly king. Under the sky, there are 2 huge dragon and phoenix sculptures. The dragon has no palms, and the phoenix is holding a tall body. It seems that the next moment they will turn into living creatures and kill each other. Under the dragon and the phoenix, Lei Dan, who has always been hiding in Bai Fanzi, appears in Jieyun. They quickly gathered together in Jieyun and turned into a powerful thunder ruler. The Lei Ting in the thunder ruler was like night, and was filled in Huang Huan. All of this was seen by Li Changshou. This Tianjie incident was really causing trouble. Li Changshou's second festival is in the 300 exception. According to the previous evidence of no cure, Li Changshou in the water shield is constantly accelerated. He felt that the second he left the island, there was a boom in the air. Lao Liu failed to cross the border for the first time, but accidentally managed to repair half of his body and went first. And what he will face this time is the second-ranked 9 filial god simulator. When he felt that there was a second small island, there was a booming sound in the air. Lao Liu didn't think twice and immediately reacted intensified. The left hand is burning, holding the carving knife, and the right hand is holding a wooden arrow. Xiukong flew out a thunder axe with a handle. And his eyes are always firm, obviously he is ready to face Tianjie. Come again Tianjie. Countless thunder chambers instantly illuminated the desolate land, along with the destruction of countless gravel camps. Then Changshou's right hand, Jijian, is directly shocked by a powerful blow. He left it behind casually, and the hairy bird king in the air continued to play its role. At this time, Li Changshou's carving knife in his left hand was swinging rapidly, and he stopped in the air to write one word after another in Shenju. The content of these words was Buge, written. One day by the ancient human race who first suspected Shen Nong. The weak wrists of these stocks were some kind of proof. They were arranged around him according to the story of Yuan Wen, and then slowly rose to the top of Li Changshou's head. The muscles all over his body were shaking. This time he was facing the second-ranked 9 filial god, Morjie. Li Changshou fell down and found it difficult to flatten his abdomen. He stopped and lowered his head and spat out blood. It's the blood on the corners of my mouth. This is our real track and field. It's really close enough. Then he soared into the sky, his eyes moved with divine light, and he took the initiative to head towards Leipo. You have been waiting for the Wine Thunder Heaven Festival for too long. A white cloud stopped there above the South China Sea. The old Taoist residence above the cloud was the place where the second Dujia was always welcomed. Jin Biyuju got a breath of air conditioning. In the west. What happened to the South China Sea today? I have cultivated to meet Dujia in 7 colors. It's a pity that there is another little guy who wants to be famous and disintegrated. Suddenly, the old Taoist seemed to feel something. Something was wrong with Tianjie. This matter was already the 7th one, and it still hasn't gone away. And it seemed that there were other things. Besides Tianjie, the girl's Hanji is a big deal. Master, why don't we go over and have a look? I didn't have time to see if it could hold up without being pulled over again. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be able to hold up. Suddenly, the sky and the earth are connected again. The 8th heavenly clean has fallen, and it is clearly visible outside the lightning exposure. He was so old that he looked ahead in shock. This person from Dujia could actually pass the 8th path. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of some powerful Yuan Gu? Seeing this, he couldn't do it anymore. Let's go, Hanji, let's go over and take a look. Rarely said that not long after they set out, they saw a huge thunderball thousands of miles away, with a silver ball of rice condensed in the clouds. It was as if a lightning god had risen in the sea, and it seemed that there was a second sun in the world. The thunderball crashed down, and the power of heaven and earth reached its peak. Thousands of layers of ice exploded on the sea below. Everything is successful. Your awesome island chi practitioner came here specially to congratulate you, but you never expected that you didn't even see his figure. Suddenly, gusts of extreme wind appeared on the sea. This is Lin Chi from the land of thousands of miles away from Fang Yuanshu. He is always heading towards the land of Dujie. This is enough to show that the person below has succeeded in Dujie. The old man's expression showed a little excitement. Go, this must be the reincarnation of some big shot. Look at the amount of these auras. You can't tell who this person is. Otherwise, you have to directly ascend to the antenna first. Even if he planned to go there and make acquaintance, it would be okay if he could be allowed to join his sect. But what made him forget what he didn't expect was that he had just finished boasting, and the next second he was going to send a spell from heaven to him. He was so old that the truth was at the same place in an instant. What happened to him today? If you are not optimistic about the other party will not be successful. I just said that the other party has been judged to be stable, but suddenly there is a divine thunder. Hanji was as curious as the master and asked, Master, what is the white calamity just now? Chen Shengdao asked, Heaven's law, the real heaven's law, heaven's law. It is an art. Even if you have survived the heaven's disaster, you still have to send heaven's law. I am afraid that this person will definitely die. This time, before the old man could finish his words, the young man's little hand on the side reached over, wiped Master's old mouth clean. Master, please stop talking. Let's go over and take a look. At the same time, Witness Li finally ended his long tribulation. The thunder in the sky gradually dispersed, and the spiritual energy of an ancient spirit moved bravely downwards. The sky also gradually gave up. Bai Changshou felt this pure spiritual energy moving bravely, and he was shaking and breathing. There is a shadow of fairies in the clouds dancing with the stars and moon all over the sky. They scatter petals all over the sky. Another white-haired old man came to marry a lotus, facing the figures below one after another. These competitors have always been in the world. There is a beam of golden light above the 9 heavens, which illuminates Li Changshou. At the same time, Li Changshou is also absorbing the power of the surrounding heavenly tribulation for 4 moments. Bring them up until they are still more than 600 miles away, and the impression of the sky will fade away. When the Federation is established, it will be the first to build the sea and use the 1,000 miles telegraph to reach the point. Wuxia too is the momentum of Jin Ao Island love, and the special taste helps to combine. But when he looked up again, Di Changshou has long since disappeared. Han Ji said angrily, "Master, why is he running away, just like us are evil people?" He was old enough to guess with his fingers, but he quickly stood still. To say that his calculation method is somewhat creative, but he calculated for a while and got nothing. Could it be to avoid Qianji? It seems that he must be the reincarnation of a certain big shot. Otherwise, he would not be so cautious. Let me tell you, Li Changshou is a person who can handle even the laws of heaven. So don't worry, this is the most miserable man I have ever seen. Not only do Jie wanted to do Jie twice, we still have to suffer the divine law sent down by heaven. Li Changshou had practiced in ancient times and knew the world well. However, they still plan to follow him to see him. Xiaobang's stone city has passed, and these two voices finally stand above Du Jie's land. Han Ji had an expression of disbelief on his face. This is too exaggerated. The small knife below is a small half. On the destroyed half. Introduction. Under the sea water, a deep square pit appeared. Master, is this Chengxian festival difficult? Will my Chengxian festival be so difficult? Don't worry, your Qianjie is definitely not that strong. At most, it is only 1/10 of this level. After hearing this, Han Ji felt a feeling in his heart. Why do you sound so contemptuous after hearing this? When I was old enough, I suddenly noticed that I saw a broken mountain below that was wrapped in fire. It seemed that this person was walking blind and pulled down these objects. Then he kept pointing out the movie pictures for him, which was considered a good source of friendship. The mountain was soon burned to ashes. Let's go, otherwise some experts will come over to watch the fun later, and it will be troublesome to explain. At this time, on the other side, Bai Changjing used the power of precedent in his body to use the water shield to move towards the extreme form of fine noodles. I didn't know that the blood left behind was discovered, and because he noticed Shatu's Dao Lai, he gave up the remote business, took the last breath of Ling Qi and ran away quickly. That blood-stained coat was ripped off from a mortal soldier who died in battle while walking in the mortal world. After using the zero air cannon for a period of time, it should be able to interfere with those who want to track him. However, the domestic guests were satisfied with the exquisite writings he personally delivered, so they got off to the front desk quite quickly. Forgetting the gift, they came online. At this time, Li Changshou returned from the murderer's mouth. There are traces of practice going to the main net class first. In fact, you can still see them first. At this time, Xian Yin is even worse. Because you fell in the mid-lane position improperly. You can't move at all. We all understand the truth, but why does it take so long for Lei Jie to have a ground? He felt a little depressed. There have been several successful Du Jies in the past, but they would be as miserable as him. Witness Li naturally knew that the last purple divine thunder was a divine method. This is the law sent down by heaven because he had previously covered the sky, and this matter about him. The serious injuries on the body were basically caused by this heavenly method. The first message came back to you, and the scars were severely injured by Li Changshou's hands. The original Shenxian Yin was too seriously injured, and he had to take care of himself, otherwise the realm of tranquility that Mengqi Lingqi had broken through after Du Jie would probably fall. The countless insights Du Jie had in his heart were the foundation for his continued ascension. Where should I pick up quickly? Before he had time to heal himself, the giant monster appeared in front of him again. Li Changshou hidden in traveling with the chorus. Then he was ridiculed as a Poseidon worker. Not long after, a low-level oral instruction came from the depths of the sea, and a strange fish with more than 20 branches appeared in front of Li Changshou. Li Changshou was dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Without hesitation, the can of fish opened its big mouth and spread it towards him. Li Changshou just said lightly, "This land of Liao and Shong really requires all the efforts." Then, it was strange that I took one bite. Li Changshou also entered his mouth and stomach. Although the taste was a bit disgusting, it was generous and concealed enough. He sat cross-legged and still didn't leak even a breath. Even when you are seriously injured, you still can't help but breathe a little to calm down. His mind relaxed, and those insights came to him, forcibly pulling Li Changshou's consciousness into the mysterious advancement. This civilization is readjusted. This final number is selected. Witness Li was constantly repairing his pioneer work. It feels like using 000 tools to create pieces. It's almost the same as slowly replenishing the qi and repairing the wei. At this time, he fell into a strange state. He could feel the changes in the surrounding environment and the general direction of swimming, but he could not wake up on his own. It's strange that he kept wandering towards his mind, but he was wandering in the path of the mysterious temple silently in his belly. His thoughts were not aware of the flow of time. For months gradually passed. One day, 2 huge iron rods came down from the sea and killed the big fish. Then Witness Li was dragged ashore and found a large debt. A bold villager came forward holding a sword. Without saying a word, he stabbed the strange fish's body. A few young guys touched the whole thing and rubbed their hands. They were also curious about what happened inside this strange prison dupe. Everyone worked hard together, and as the slogans fell, the belly was lifted by everyone. Ship, a dazzling golden light scattered around. The few small flames on the side were directly condensed, and everyone was dazzled by the golden light. When Witness Lee slipped out from being trapped, he shone brightly. He was not even half-structured, and his image was also very musical. He must have been a Poseidon soldier. Then a dramatic scene happened. This group of landlords chose Yu Mingjiang Lichang as the target. He became the god of the sea and had a noble companion by his side. He also danced the island pig thing and held a Qingzhong tournament for several days to offer it up. In the next 2 months, Bai Changshou remained in this mysterious state and was held in debt by this group of people. A 123-year-old girl was selected as a girl, with her hands next to Li Changshou day and night. Have you ever seen a daughter like this? She has a handsome face but a body like a steel tower, and her voice is as rough as an old man's. She is like a living Jingang Barbie. On this day, Li Changshou had just opened his eyes and was lying on the bed. Suddenly I heard a burst of female footsteps at the door. Thank you, girl. Before I finished speaking, Lun Lian was opened first. The hand that has always been rough pushed the door in. You were always dumbfounded when you were shielded. Do you dare to be wrong? You are not a girl, you are a boy. Now the blind man changed his words. Thank you for your attention and I will give it. You saw a thin figure stepping in from behind the door. First he had an upturned face, and then there was the iron tower-like figure with a big waist and a round waist. He walked in with a basin of water and heard a broad voice speaking. From the girl's mouth, I told you to wake me up first. This voice gave Li Changshou a big jump. Is this the little sister or the big brother? Is this girl an iron tower? Wait, ancestors. Li Changshou Mingyu captured this detail and felt a little bit of the scenery in his heart. According to the previous Yun Mingchenghu, shouldn't he be called the Poseidon? In order to avoid too much trouble, Li Changshou sent him out. After working for so many days, he asked him to go back too. Have a good rest. The tower girl is crazy and the Alliance wants to tell everyone about her awakening. Then it was strung out like the wind. It was hard to get promoted in the game, so I decided to use fresh food to make a difference. It was a surprising discovery that Xianxi was much easier to use than the Type 0. Not only did it have a longer detection range, but even seeing the pictures was even more surprising. Before Du Jie, his snacks could only detect blurry images within a range of 1 or 200 miles at most. But now, his fresh food can easily detect clear images 2,000 miles away. In order to express his gratitude for their hospitality, Di Changshou left a pile of elite property and left without saying goodbye. However, he did not go far and used the earth stew method to cross 100 miles. Hiding in the trunk of a big tree next to the sea, use fresh stones to sweep the waves across the tree. It is said that a person is nourished by water and soil. Could it be that the water and soil in this det are filled with strong Chinese medicine? After a while, I first captured the long noise of a patch of grass in the det far away. The strong girl looked at the elite jewelry in front of her and felt pain. I really didn't lose her, and I didn't sell her either. Where is the 200-pound Iron Tower girl standing? The group of Iron Tower kings around her are accusing her for asking you to take care of Poseidon, who is as big as Poseidon. How can you still lose sight of it? Do you have to run out, Poseidon? You stand? Is it okay to shout to Poseidon from the window? Isn't it okay? Running around like a bear 00. Bear 00. If you pretend to let Poseidon go, that's a big deal. Quickly send these gold and silver common objects to the village chief's property, lest these common objects collide with the Poseidon. As the saying goes, where the soil and water support a person, this debt is really extraordinary. It is strange that the village is in ruins. There are thousands of human beings in debt. They rely on beatings, giving and receiving, which is more serious and dangerous. Life is more fulfilling. This place is also sealed and smooth. There are no natural disasters or man-made fires. The vast majority of people here have no spiritual practice, but the ordinary military people have strong bodies like young girls. This great master is somewhat unjustifiable. Li Changshou continued to observe secretly. There was something unusual about this debt. This was the only reason why Changshu Li stayed 100 miles away and did not leave directly. Because when the world is abnormal, there must be a monster. Maybe he is hiding. The junction of the South China Sea and the East China Sea, a pirate corner with a large interior. Fellow Taoists, when I heard that I was telling the truth, I was not telling lies. On my way back last time, I happened to meet a man who had survived the 9 Xiao gods and demons tribulation. I heard that he could not survive it, but he passed it without thinking. This man Du Jie was later punished by heaven. Hearing this, he thought he must be in trouble. But have you guessed why he actually succeeded? Next to him, an experienced Taoist was chatting with more than a dozen Qi practitioners who were about to become popular, talking about life and death. Keep underwater in corners. The aunt regained her true form as a green dragon, Hanju remained motionless in the real world, and the dream show would still fade away. But this time, the aunt took the initiative to ask the mother of dragons to send her back to the territory of her ancestors. Because of the way of enduring, there are also some groups of people in the sect, and I can observe them. Learn from them what Longsu lacks, especially the fried feet and garlic. Time flies by and the professional dance goes by. I sit cross-legged in the cave in the ceremony hall, receive the first light from Shinju, and close my face. I breathe in and out without any relatives, fully recover from downed injuries. Water shield and earth shield will be greatly improved for advancement. He practiced the triple mantra again. Ning Chuxian took out a mantra and listened carefully. The third version of Xiangui system Pinkiju was completed. After returning, he planned to pass the second version to Ling Evil. I saw the Iron Tower girl Xiong Linli's data emitting the precious light of a mile of equipment before. I thought that data must have something good. Pearl 1 or 2 blew on the paper man. After catching this man for a few times, he slowly came to life and turned into the voice of a middle-aged Taoist priest. Catch the 3 treasure bags that often come to you, and then prepare according to the instructions and take the things to bear picking. If you can reduce the amount to protect the pollution, then reduce it. If you need to do a little more than the reduction, then let the craftsman retreat. Hundreds of villagers became melon eaters in order to stay near Zhanmen. A thin platform was set up there, with several figures in Taoist robes jumping up and down on it. Bai Changshou and other commanders used their clones to approach the debtor and hid in a big tree before jumping to wake up inside the debtor. Lao Liu usually doesn't want to be contaminated by the British. In order to avoid Western religion, he even chooses to practice Liu. Unexpectedly, I went to explore the manager of the business manager inside the wall. Hundreds of villagers became melon eaters in order to live near Zhanmen. A thin platform was set up there, and 2 figures from the Fukagawa Road were jumping up and down on it. One was black and the other was white. They were jumping back and forth in a tapered French style. The sound was well received and they were used to carry out large-scale fire extinguishing movements. Point to help the clone stand on the beam. People jump far away and look at everything that happens to their children. It soon became clear that the source of the Baoguang was actually the ideal behind these 2 conductors. The 2 Hongyangs were working hard on the side to promote Western religions. When they only listened to the singing of Nei Jinwen, the supreme party of Hong Yuanzheng, Xu Jiao introduced the topic of the West. If such preaching happened outside Nanshan Busho, it would probably be a publicity campaign carried out by some large sect to attract disciples. But if it happened within Nanshan Busho, it would either be a scam, or it would be an attempt to steal incense and boughs. As soon as everyone heard that it was a Western religion, they immediately used both hands to perform magic spells. They hid behind a few seconds and started to use Tuton. Western Christianity is the Great Britain. If you don't run here, why are you waiting? At the same time, Li Changshou's body on the desert island also knew the news. He hurriedly packed up his things and prepared to run away. Unexpectedly, this place was still in the southwestern part of Nanshan Busho, very far away from Xinyu Prefecture. However, Western religions had already collected the information. The guy went out to explore this place. The 2 Western saints, Kuai Duran, are also trying to talk to Fengshen. Many unnecessary Taoist conflicts have the shadow of these 2 people. Li Changshou's teacher Fan Xingshu painted a swimming fish, still and moving towards the east. He was about to use his shield to escape. First, he suddenly caught the power of the sea water in the southeast direction, about 800 yuan. There is a thick waste. This waste is surrounded by a group of snow lights. The snow light is like a flame. This is a symbol of the evil and bliss of this thing. The thoughts of the sand are deep in the public, and the leaf tents are words and deeds. If you remove such thick leaf palms, you can earn a lot of merit. If you can get great merit in the future, you will be able to have a successful moral spirit. With profound merit, it is equivalent to a row of dead essence. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you don't have to be too afraid. At that time, even if a saint wants to force a church, it will have to be determined by whether the power of merit is several times that of profound merit. As for being involved with the demon ancestor, the human race and the demon ancestor are mortal enemies. There is no need to be polite to the demon ancestor. Calculate the path this big demon will take. He showed off his sword, and branches flew out left and right, transforming into different faces, different body shapes, and different breaths. I can only be engraved on the bottom of the sea. Before I fall, I begin to quietly not know the difficulties suitable for the mayor in the water. It seems that Ziyao is very cautious in killing her, and it will definitely take a lot of damage to kill her. You can never imagine what Lao Liu can do. You don't need to do it yourself to kill the monster. You can only do it by yourself. After a while, the only thing on the sea outside Bailey was the sky drama. A prototype formation appeared on the sea. The tall waisted man who was able to grow hundreds of meters in the wind was not allowed to crash into the trap of the snack arrangement. I realized something was wrong again and immediately started to rush wildly. Avatars of people have appeared from everywhere, from waist to waist. Each sprinkled a few bottles of overclocking soft fresh method. Use the power of immortality to really attach itself to this big waist. The next time, the sea water in this red body will turn into a pig's soul. Every part of the body will be corroded rapidly. And the soul of the waist will also be severely damaged. Although this Turn Hong has reached a higher level, his resistance is obviously not as good as that of the second Prince Dong Hailan he encountered before. His actions immediately became extremely brilliant. Received by each person individually scattered pictures. Chapters of roads in the sea are connected by the first light. Jianzheng and Sanmai Zhengyang are in full play at the same time. The prisoner's true bowl is as good as practiced one by one. Red people live here in all places, and Fuzheng's critical energy breaks out. The town is closed. The electric machine, Bingzhen, Hanku, and the invitation has been mostly corroded by the poisonous powder. This matter is considered to have some defensive power. The ancient three sisters followed the mantra and each produced fierce marks. They used the fairy contract as fuel. The fire is 4 people. The fire instantly wrapped the spring in the sea and the latter went to release any participating. 3 fingers sit cross-legged on the sea and deliver poison. Du Renjing, reborn in the past, eliminates disasters and brings good fortunes. Then he took out the society soul bead to process the poisonous water remaining in the seawater, inhaled the immortal flames of the polluted seawater through his mouth, burned it in the attached middle school, and recycled it. These 3 inner mantras are really fierce. After a quick inspection, this huge living area lying red has become nothing more than a grey tip on the sea. I am using him to practice singles in the door. It attracts so much attention. It's time to think about how to adjust the size. Next, it looked at the memory film of this thin waist. As expected, this red trip is not from the South China Sea. Because of the lack of charm of the Deep Sea Yao clan, I have never been able to accept it. And this fish needs to kill countless poisons. I don't know how many clouds and pine trees on the sea are in his hands. How short is it really done? This move is considered as doing justice for heaven. Bai Chansho smiled faintly. If Duo could get rid of hungry sheep like this, he would be able to stay energetic for a long time without getting up. So it was roughly calculated. He actually wants to kill millions of these kind of people to kill the big waste in his body. If you calculate it this way, the return rate for teachers to take a break is higher. The game is full of doubts. In the memory fragments of this thing, I actually saw the 2 Western missionary classrooms in Xiongzhai. What he didn't expect was that they were all alive. A 200-pound guy has to flirt with a girl. Who do you think will win? They are now promoting Western Corner Sutras. Then Jihua asked Tan Hong Da Yao to secretly wash the spring clothes. Use another disguise to repel the big waste and open up the road to the divine scene. Hong harvested a group of dead believers and provided the West with accomplices and worshippers. It's just that this plan has made Li Changsho's Luan Rua too heavy to bear. Now that the work has been completed, it's time for you to leave. Of course, his body also flowed away silently. At the gate of Xiong village, there must be a group of strong men and strong women. They are bored. These people on the stage are jumping around. I don't know what they are going to do. And this chain of momentum is also a bit confusing. The case says that they have probably appeared, but why there has been no movement? Maybe they overslept or went to the wrong place, but they couldn't tell it directly. They were dancing on the stage and communicating with each other with their eyes. Suddenly, the old man who knew it first shouted loudly, "If you believe in worshipping God, you will be able to worship God. You are invulnerable." Who can't be sure? Then he said that he would invite a lucky audience to come up and try to see if he can drill a hole in that fat man. The villagers in Xiongzhai village, both male and female, hit each other head on. When they heard that they were about to hit someone, their muscles began to clap. And they suddenly became excited. They looked at the unbelievably strong humanoid creatures being carried down one by one. When the news came out, the 2 of them were immediately dumbfounded. What did the people here eat to grow up? The fat man even felt that he would be punched to death. Suddenly, she found a cute little girl behind the crowd. In the bottom of my heart, I can only let the girl save the drama. Why don't this girl come up and try? Xiong Linli has big eyes. Let's okay, but the moment he squeezed out of the crowd, his lean muscle lines were revealed. Wang Cai's eyes almost moved. At the same time, Xiong Lingwei had already arrived on the stage. He asked in a low voice, "You sure? I really want to beat you." Wang Cai's soul voice was so loud that he said in a slightly deleted voice, "Yes, yes, yes." Xiong Lingli stretched out a fist and punched her with blood. Her face turned green immediately. She hadn't exerted much force yet. Follow 1. The snow plowed out and the fat man was talked about like a beer ball. Only Xiong Mingli was left standing on the west stage. Mingli from Xiongzhai village below the stage also looked up with the fat man's anger, and everyone's eyes widened. The explosion of the giant face sounded in the sky, and the roof of the west stage was blown away. It took a long time for the fat man to fall down again. You can't steal a phone for 18 meters. I really have never seen any scammers who are more sophisticated than them. In Western fishing clubs, Wang Saijin started to do it directly with fear. There was an obvious right in his chest. He had already woken up 3 inches, so he kept saying this, "Don't hit me. I give up." It is undeniable that this has become his nightmare. Wang Cai, who had blue mouth and blood, turned around and said to the master reluctantly. He deleted the voice to the master. "I'm fine. We are in love." The master dared to avoid the blood in the mouth. This was because his heart was running backwards, so a few people went to find a safe place so that he could quickly adjust the system. The villagers who were walking outside the door stood below and jumped to death. Everyone's eyes were wide open because of the cold. They can actually fly. Could it be that they are really the time beings sent by the gods to rescue us? Hey, God, don't leave. Chase, chase. There is an uncle who is a training protector. He is so angry that a group of people at the gate of war immediately move out. The person in the sky turned around and saw Chichi's expression changed. Behind me, I saw a group of strong men shouting at each other like crows. The men were chasing after each other, and they were all yelling, "Don't go away. Stop." Their voices were too strong. And their shouts were too random. The old man immediately grabbed 2 pieces of paper and walked out, quickly chasing the villagers who were chasing after him from below. "Master, why are they chasing after us? We haven't sold any clothes to them yet." The old Taoist yelled angrily. "Did you lie to the little girl in the village again?" But they walked around and danced all day and had no chance to do anything else. The Xiongzhai villagers chasing below were unsuccessful. Everyone is crestfallen and dejected. Is it okay for their debts to be so unpopular? First a Poseidon escaped, and then a shifting god left. They are all fragile mortals. And they all need protection. Suddenly a man spoke. "Please cheer up. Don't we still have a shout?" After a while, everyone was brainwashed and shouted, "Long live the Poseidon." Xiong Mingli's mother looked at the scene in front of her and did not tell everyone that she was just an ancestor and not a Poseidon. The rich man understood that this was the case. It's nothing more than giving everyone a little peace of mind and asking our ancestors how they would care about their rich people. I originally wanted Lin Li to become a disciple of this gentleman and learn the advanced method of cultivating ancestors, but I didn't expect that the ancestor would leave as soon as he woke up. Xiong Lao-san asked, "Madam, didn't you teach me the practice method? Isn't it possible to pass on the spiritual power to the wild?" The madam waved her hands. It was just a paid chi training method. How can it compare with the practices of those ancestors? He always wanted to send Lingli to Xianmen to become a disciple, but the journey to China was too long, and he couldn't bear to let him fall all the way. Suddenly, the lady was pinched. "Madam, how about we get the second dick?" Xiong Lao-san smiled darkly and got the younger one. "This older one can go out and have a big career." "How about it?" There was a sound of gently squeezing me from inside the house. "I hate it, Dad. The child is next door. Fei-Fei. I'm going to round him up right now." Due to the spontaneous induction of heaven, Lao Liu inexplicably took this place to join forces, being taken for granted, being a Poseidon and being released by the villagers. A few months later, Li Changsho found a simple earth cave on the grassland and practiced the third sister's true I hear. Sanmai mantra is ignited by Jing fire, Qi fire, and divine fire. The imaginary status of one's own third sister's mantra. Theoretically it is no longer possible, but a living person cannot be killed by urine. It took Witness Li a few days to figure out the solution, which is to just use the AI. The content of the arrogance is that the power of the original God simulates the fluctuations of divine flames and sutra flames. Although the power of the arrogance I bear at this time is quite strong, it is not too eye-catching. Suddenly there was an explosion in the cave, and countless shattered moments collapsed and came out. It is really not an easy task to adjust the threefold research at will. Suddenly, many light spots appeared around Changsho, and these light spots were the symbols of winning together. As the flames raged, his heart gradually, could it be that someone is helping me? Why did I suddenly get so many friends and merits? So he immediately opened the advance investigation. In that picture, there are a group of strong men and women worshipping and bullying at their feet. On the other hand, the influence of Western saints has been thrown aside by the villagers. That Xiongzhai really made him a statue and worshipped him as the god of the sea and into a star. He was induced by the way of heaven and now he has taken over this place to join forces. This is somewhat of a way of strengthening the pulse. Li Changsho soon realized that things were not that simple. Wouldn't he just? It is equivalent to being alone and competing with the Western saints to join together and offer Dharma. If the Western saint sensed this, he will be in trouble if he can't get up. He immediately decided to return to Duxianmen and the territory of Taijing Xingren. With the old people looking after him, he was not afraid of the two Taoist disciples who were brainwashing and poaching people everywhere. Under the sweltering heat, Ling'er sat on the ground with his mouth closed. It turned out to be a dream. Brother Stinky has been away for so long. When will he come back? The zero-level nails on the tree are made small. Ling'er immediately became vigilant. Someone came to Shaoxing Fang Fang. The person who came was none other than senior sister Niu Yao, who went to Beiju with her senior brother. She was in Xiao. The lines around Xiong Song slowed down, as if he was hesitating whether to enter the big formation. When Liu Ye came up with zero amount, he directly asked if senior brother Changsho was there. Now he urgently needs senior brother Changsho to be a witness for him. Lin Evil is a little embarrassed. Senior brother is not here, so he can go to find the matter, but King Xuanya has already retreated. At the same time, two hidden forces are rushing toward them. One is a childhood sweetheart and the other is a love affair. If it were you, what would you choose? As soon as the front corner arrived in the night, Wang's wife and Liu Xizhi caught up from behind. This is Wang Qi on the right. She fell in love with him at first sight after losing her last strength. She planned to register in the next few days and the marriage was completed. On the left is Liu Xizhi, the true successor of Du Lingfeng. He has been in love with him since he was a child, so he has a different family background, and even has a private fight with him. So he wanted senior brother Changsho to explain clearly to Liu Xizhi how senior sister Juwen and junior brother Wang Qi fell in love at first sight, so that he could stop thinking about it and allow junior brother Qi to practice in peace without being harassed. Lan Lina just wanted to express around the bowl that this had nothing to do with their skirt style, but he hadn't finished his words yet. Suddenly I heard a slap on the table. Liu Xizhi slapped his hand on the table. It strongly objected. I don't care whether you two are loyal or not. If he is not with you, you will not be happy. Even if you leave a message and tell him, you only regard him as your junior brother. So there is no end to it. The self-reliant person has started to live in the same sex for a few years, and he has been called lost for several years. He would occasionally send flowers to his senior sister and ask her if she could marry him. Liu Yang thought he was just young and ignorant and never took it to heart. Falling into a trap and watching his beloved world being taken away by Xiao Lingfeng's classmates, Liu Xizhi immediately lost control. In his previous history, the world had always belonged to him. He never thought that it would now be such a big brother-brother situation. Lan Lini looked at the three people arguing in front of him and specifically reminded them to pay attention to their image. This is Xiaoqiong Fengfeng after all. His mind changed and he immediately had an idea. Since you two are here, why not let me decide the outcome based on Xiao Chengfeng's rules? How about my senior brother likes to make wine? I would also like to invite the two senior brothers to taste it. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them were angry at each other, keeping their hands on the wine can. Come on, let's see who of us is more worthy of the world. In just a moment, Wang Qi and Liu Xizhi drank and drank. They each dropped the wine and sugar in their hands, and they only drank a third of it. But after all, this is the work of Li Changsho, and it is a Western-style gain of 99 in the user's mind. Looking at the two people who are the most miserable, I can only leave a message to put the two of them on the cloud first. The thing that troubled him was that once the cow carcasses were soaked in the ground, he might have to start trouble again. Gosheng never imagined that the villagers of Xiong village specially built Poseidon statues in order to get the protection of the gods. The number of them could reach hundreds. The evil spirit is a finger deep and cannot be solved at night. I have a way. Maybe I can help you make a decision. Stay at night and stay a little closer. Lin Erqiao said, if you just let the water flow in the future. If it's my brother who takes advantage of his wisdom and retreats, he can do it like this. Even the other people's children can accept it. At that time, he can think of other ways. But you must kill senior brother Wang Qi in advance. You must also find someone to bear witness in advance. Your senior sister will die for her reputation. The message grabbed Linda's little hand and taught me. If this can be done, thank you very much, sister. Soon, the senior sister took Yunjiang's two drunken junior brothers into the air and rode the clouds in the direction of Zhu Lingfeng. After taking him away, Lin couldn't help but complained angrily that the smelly senior brother bit off Cheng Yuan. What's wrong with bringing your junior sister? I can help you beat the head together. From now on, my junior sister goes to Duan Cheng Yuan and I don't want to go either. I want to drag you there. Li Changsho was currently in an injured area near the Lion Gate when he suddenly let out a spray of air. Could it be that those Bai Lei disciples were desperately worshipping him again? At that time, he had his original appearance. His disguise skills were destroyed by Qinjie. He was silently trying not to cause any bigger trouble, but he hadn't been there for so long. That statue should have fallen long ago, right? When he investigated again with fresh facts, he discovered something amazing. What's going on? How come there are already hundreds of statues of his gods? How come the merits of being together are so many without realizing it? It's several % more than if he killed a big waste. What the hell is going on? He's in a state of confusion. What on earth is going on? After calculating the value, he saw the following scene. Mr. Sun Chang, Mr. Creditor, Mr. Cheng Shu. They finally knew the secret of the strength of the people in Xiongshai. They worshipped a sea god every day. After worshipping this sea god, not only did their bodies become stronger, every time you go out to sea to fish, you close the fire and flip the lid. There will be no illness or disaster in the clan. Lao Lingyang, if I could build a statue of Poseidon, it would surely shake the hearts of my village, my station, and my Lord Cheng A. With these pictures in his mind, he pulled out the wind from the corner of Chang Shou's mouth. What should he do if he said that he really didn't want to call the West? Will the other party believe it if we use force to injure fire and attack poison? Since he has to walk around in the cave, how can he be a saint? Is it already half done? Li Changshou, who learned that he had robbed the Western teachings of merit, decided to return to the mountain gate immediately to find a way. He must find a way. The only way to fight against a saint is to call the police on the thighs of other saints. By Changshou, in order to escape the British omnipotent perch, he not only crazy design drawings want to make small poor crazy multiple political laws, but also the future of worshipping sushi also seek. It's necessity. Soon he returned to Shakyong Fengfeng, and his spirit suddenly woke up. Flag trot. What does this mean? Actually, take it off the long-term embrace. Senior brother, why did it take you so long to come back? I thought you had forgotten me. Witness Li pinched his little face. Ling'er, why do I feel that something is wrong with you? I have been out for 3 years. Ling'er felt guilty for a while. Could it be that the senior brother had realized that he had provoked him and scared him to admit his mistake? Senior brother, I know I'm wrong. Liu Xixia, I have my reasons for the duel between senior brother and senior brother Wang Qi. Please bear with me. I'm asking you about the fact that Hulalin lost 1/3. Then he looked at him with a smile. What did you say just now? Lan Ling'er straightened up for a moment. Then he sat there with his body spread out. It's over. All the moves have been done. Witness Li sat leisurely on the court. Okay, now you can tell the truth. Shampoo tuan, sick legs, stomach, bow, expression, the process is still very proficient. On that day more than a year ago, I solved the search doctrine for Liu Ye. Liu Ye wised up Wang Qi, and understood his master and lord in advance, and then used the potion to tell Liu Xixia that he had a life, hoping that Liu Xixia would no longer be entangled with him. But he didn't want to keep the 40% off, so he beat Wang Qi on the spot. Wang Qi was not willing to be beaten either, so the two of them broke up and made a big fuss. Although neither of the two members of the family was seriously injured, they were regarded as enemies by the army. But they were excommunicated because of the private fight between the disciples. Liu Xixia was fine to stay behind closed doors for 20 years and was not allowed to step out of Zhu Lingfeng's barrage. Wang Qi was also attacked by the court for 3 years. Then he formed a relationship with Liu Ye and rested in Xiaoling Peak. Senior brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have interfered with Tang people's affairs. One has been secretly in love for 100 years, and the other has known each other for several years. The reason why Liu Yang doesn't talk about it is because he is still frustrated in his heart. He is already 15,060 years old. He can't think of any other way. It's not that he can't, but he just doesn't want to. And Lan Ling'er's words turned the originally undecided sound source into a bass, and also took on the responsibility of 3 people's music. I have held you for so many years. You have really taken me just a few years to take my fist out of you. Go to Super Stable Funds 300 times and then ask for the raw materials for the grenade. After dark, come back and reflect on the wind. When will you come out of seclusion? When will you come out of seclusion? Now his favorability with his senior brother has gone back at least 10 years. As the saying goes, when a love rival meets, he becomes extremely popular. Lan Ling'er suddenly thought of another thing. It was about the injury of the master back then. He heard a rumor because of the incident in Ye World. Master was also stolen and loved by someone back then. Like Liu Xixia, he had a childhood sweetheart whom he had been secretly linked to for many years and would often give him small gifts. However, what was written inside the greeting was a love poem. That day he happened to be going to send congratulations to Qing's master, but I overheard the conversation between the two of them. Do you like Qi Yuan or me? What the woman said with her eyes covered, I can't say, but now she is more biased, looking at the two of them. It's such a joy to talk together, but the person can't stand the stimulation. Fighting against the times and happiness is a must. I couldn't help but climb out of my shoes. The dark man who heard the commotion turned his head and let the man see Qi Yuan bleeding profusely, thinking that he was not soft-hearted. He clenched the whole set and filled it directly with the master. When Qi Yuan was in a state of confusion due to emotional injury, he had already made up for it. It was really enough for the baby. Later, Qin Di shattered the master's Daoji and even cost the master directly with a picture. Even if he didn't get the investigation in the end, Qi Yuan never had a chance to fly smoothly from then on. However, the law within the door only allows that person to face 400 years, and the other party must read the formation limit during the 400 years. After that, the master's senior sister left the sect, saying she was looking for the master, just like the master. From then on, she left without paying any dharma. I don't know what happened to the master, because not only knowledge has been suppressed, but no one has mentioned it for nearly 900 years. Qi Yuan has also gradually changed from a small cremation in high spirits to what it is today. And even now he can only interact with Shuo. Pre-existence. If what Lin Yang said is true, is it really okay if Tang people are called to the city to have such a messy style of writing? Was Du Xianwen deliberately kidnapped? Could it be that someone made the one in the heavenly court who has not yet been taken seriously complain? I randomly checked a bunch of red hands for the disciples of their human sect. Speaking of which, if the master really has such a mortal enemy, then he, as a disciple, must think carefully and take some measures to deal with the master's enemies as if they were real. The other party hides his shame even if he is a genius. First of all, I need to get powerful poisonous weeds so that I can practice some highly toxic worries. It is best to be able to directly poison the natural dangers. Secondly, we have to clear the table for master to use at the beginning of practice. However, there is also a very small problem at the moment. Xiaoqiong Fengfeng is a little too poor. The music source of Lao Liu became a Samsung Gong Yu. They really are a good couple. In the deepest part of the world, there is a fresh food shop with red clowns hanging everywhere. In the Yu Lao shop, an old master with deep Shuo Daheng robes, holding a pair of golden scissors and some red raw materials, was sitting in the circle idly. Being on duty in the heaven is really too difficult. Master Yulang turned his head and looked back. Outside the store, there was a bucket wearing a footwear shop and dressed very affectionately. Chongzhou Mengming rushed in and shouted, "The Archmage is here and he is almost at the store wall." Yu Lao became energetic and the alliance stood up. Why did the Archmage come? It's unreasonable to move forward in front of the electricity. Let's discuss the same thing behind the scenes. And chasing after the master, this great mage, is for the unworthy people, so don't be slow. Master Xuanju is the only clear disciple of Taichin Saint, the leader of the human religion. He is so profound that he cannot be ignored. Behind him is Taichin Laozi, because I am a senior fellow among the 3 masters of the Qing dynasty. Although this great mage was broken into the small courtyard in Kunlun Mountain and burned, he was promised by the obstetrics and gynecology department to kidnap Chengzi from the fund in the palace and marry the disciple of the Jie sect, Jiabao, to steal the true way of his respected senior brother for the rest of his life. Senior brother Neng, Yu Lao has a very strong mentality. This person is called the first disciple, and the few famous disciples with Tai Chingsheng are not the same group at all. Yu Laoji ran over. As soon as he came in, he saw the young man saying, he is wearing a dark suit and choosing a color. His face was uneven, but he was very loyal. The whole body of the soul is sick and there is no perfect defense. But it gives people a sense of regulation like a royal pavilion. This is the kind of temperament that Dao Han can only have if he is extremely tall. Yu Lao will be at ease when he comes in. Anhao, Yu Lao nodded repeatedly. The boy next to him made a mistake. His master actually wanted to please that person so much. Archmage, you still have to look at the sound source situation in recent years. You are getting older and older, and soon he will follow the older and later points. And the official purpose of his coming here this time is to complete the task assigned to him by the master, which makes the teacher forget it. He also cannot use money to deal with this. Otherwise there will be power problems. There is a mysterious starry sky in front of me. In this room, the starry sky in front of me is Qin Hai. Every wife is in Qin Yuan in time. So he asked Yu Laojian to check out Cheng's recently signed music source. The more firmly you move your fingers, the most dazzling one among all the hearts right now is this one, the wish of Duxianmen. The southern baby on the left is officially Li Changshou. When Gong Yu and the surrounding girls become 3 stars, they are a good couple. Xuanju Dafa is when even Yu Lao is decided to help her. Stretch the red thread and let her and the other 3 red gods pick her up. Now, Yu Lao lifts up the disaster fragrant silk technique and points it at you gently. Little god, Zhao Zuo, Lao Liu really just wants to be single all the time. It's okay if you don't accept it. Yu Lao obeyed the command and raised his head to spit out disasters and lovesickness and gently touched you. At the same time, in Xiao Chengcheng's single room, Li Changshou suddenly. A few inconsistent words popped up in my mind unconsciously. Behind him, Jing Iliang continued to repair the single road that had just exploded. Yu Lao saw that he was endless, so luckily he used the art of changing love on him. The long sound source line of the tree was laid towards the music of Chang Shou. It stood there calmly at the moment when the red god was about to make contact. You often feel the pain and immediately shout out loudly that it's hard to change your heart. He had a hard time. There is no chance that your audio source cable will be cut off. The image in Chang Shou's mind gradually dissipated. He just breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't understand why he thought about missing eyebrows and Xiao Sheshu, and even thought about whether to choose a career, but fortunately, he finally got it done. Yu Lao frowned, changed the direction, or continued to poke at the small screen scene of Acacia, launched the exchange of numbers, and replaced it with a back attack. I won't let him become famous. At that time, I encountered the slightest bit of his principles, and kept going back and forth. Suddenly, another picture appeared in Chang Shou's heart, and it was still a combination of before and after. For example, Xiao Sheshu wears student uniform, junior sister wearing sailor uniform. Is there any suspense about the one wearing a mecha suit? Chang Shou shook his head. Now I have to go first. I am happy inside and out, pure and happy. How could I have thought of this kind of thing? Is it possible that this is the last moment when the punishment from heaven falls? Li Changshou directly sat down cross-legged. Gan Zui began to send poison to calm his mind and wrinkles. He felt calm and calm. His heart was like this crystal. He was kidding. He had never seen anything in his previous life. He was conscious of joy and use. At least Mr. Chang was thinking about these things. That is what Changsheng had not shown or scanned. For a long time, the older the old man continued to bet, the young people in the palace instantly made a series of reactions, retreating, dodging, jumping, red jumping left and right, dragging horses and thinking about pirouettes, and the crows in the sky who were full of lovesickness came and whipped them, thinking that they had nothing to do with their destiny. The great mage next to me was forced to laugh, and I used the power of Chu Yu Lao to close his eyes. At that moment, a big hand picked up the starlight, added yin and yang to the palm, and grabbed the mud source from a distance. The next second, Li Changshou dared to take out the first of his magic weapons, but, at the same time, the archmage has already grasped the one yuan farewell. Just hearing a stuck sound, you wish your left arm was cut off instantly. Shen Chu jumped out flexibly. The fried noodles were once very embarrassing. Can this thing not be served? Yu Lao cried and stood in the fire. It is possible, but it is very useless. It seems that he has to work overtime again. Dafa Shijiang Ning cut off the pieces and put them in the hands of Yu Lao. If you are busy, Yu Lao, I will come over in a while and bring you some samples of Lao Jun's love finger. Also, Lao Fan must pay attention to this small key point. Facing the big hand of Xuandu Archmage, Gosheng had no choice but to take out Bai Mai Lao Hutu. There is a painting in the middle of the week which contains a row of brains with exquisite painting skills and thick pink. Bai Changshou looked at it carefully and was stumped. The real feelings were not only admiration for his appearance when he was young, but also Jia Man got prison guidance when he grew old. In an instant, those scenes in my heart were enough to shatter. I felt at ease. She smiled complacently and suddenly put away this precious white beauty. Her mind suddenly felt at peace. Men should be cruel to themselves. Half a month later, Li Changshou was practicing singles as usual. How to get around the left spleen's nest during this period of time. It's about the amount of oxygen, he thought. Maybe his pioneer is still not perfect enough. He still needs to slowly consolidate his realm later. Soon Ling'er ran in and looked at him curiously. Senior brother, you bossing Xiaobo or begging for hands? Bai Changshou was lying on the table in a depressed mood. In front of him was a 3-foot-tall needle elixir room. What technique was he testing? This was for elixir training because the older one was accidentally blown up by him in the first half of the month, but he took it seriously again. This was not going to be the case. Practicing singles was not only conducive to spiritual practice, but more importantly, it was the key to making master put on makeup. It seemed that he had to find someone to help him get Shin Dan Lu. Not long after, the voice of the wine shop came from inside the house. Why, this time I don't need to give instructions and teach the Dharma. This time, it specially brought CAI's retail rabbit, and used Fang Li Changshou to play tricks on it again. Then he took out 2 more shadow balls. They were fucked by Li Changshou last time. This time he was well prepared, and it looked like his eyes were full of beauty. Invite the celestial guest, and the vegetable-eating rabbit ate it into a ball and lay down on the table with satisfaction. Bai Changshou was looking at him. Did Expo want to promote his life in the door? Jiawu was obviously frightened. How did you know that he had never mentioned this matter to anyone? The serial evidence was that the disciple had seen Ji Yin Pianyin at the ancient ruins. Where did the clouds come from? Then Li Changshou took out a penis roll. The thing that was handed over to Jiawu was actually just a theoretical solution to solve the key difficulties of serial certificates. And it was a relatively early solution. After realizing the result for a long time, I kept calling the channel for seconds. I thought it would take some persuasion. I didn't expect you to show it out so happily. You entered the channel out of dereliction of duty. You are hiding a private position. Witness Lee's policy, the school is my home, and prosperity depends on everyone. If you make a contribution as a master doctor, you can get internal rewards, right? If possible, give me a heart. Look at that John Shan Luo. Jiawu agreed casually. If the door sister can't find your favorite single stove, wait until Jiawu loses the broadcast and closes it. I will ask her to make one for you. Her training methods are not as good as those of the Tianxian who are good at practicing weapons in the door. It has grown longer but the heat has not improved. Things like the British cannot be avoided. In this film, Li Changshou just left Shaoqianfeng with Jiawu. As soon as he was towed, he flew from the direction of Po Qianfeng. You didn't need to look carefully at his face. You just looked at the affectionate expression of the rocker and the perfect deep cut curve entering the house, as well as the familiar fiery red long skirt, and you knew where the person was coming from. First, I captured this apology video. Why did Li Changshou and the public media have poisonous blood teeth? He stood quietly under the pomegranate tree, and when he raised his head, he saw a purpose. There are a few lines written on it. Senior brother, I was punished by my senior brother so that I could not speak. Senior sister, please go do physics and wait. Yu Cliff looked at the cards and hesitated, and Ling'er secretly observed in his heart not far away. Senior brother is really good at grooming and liking. First, he lost his book for a long time, and now he has the passion to choose a career. But since the senior brother is not here, he will take care of Xiao Xiongfeng, and he will take care of Xiao Xiongfeng. There is always a way to make senior sister Yu Qing feel embarrassed to come in. After all, the person I want to see is not here, and I can't talk to him. As long as he realizes that he didn't come in, he will definitely lose his way and leave. Yu Qing's Wanya lowered his head and took a deep breath. That's fine. Ling'er looked at him happily and finally retreated as a wise man. When the time comes, Jingxian Yadagu will be sold, then I have no choice but to disturb Ling Evil's insomnia. Ling'er cast aside and looked at his back with an inward look on his face. Is this world slow? Isn't this a bit of human kindness that I don't even understand? Li Changshou followed the wine house to Danding Peak to choose a new download. Although this is not as good as the purple gold film that I originally repaired, it is a newly preserved property. It has all the necessary features. Overall, it is not a little higher than the interior of Xitang. It is in line with the society that Ming Mingxiu entered as a disciple. Just when he was planning to get this, I haven't spoken for a long time. These few single stoves are too imaginary. Moreover, Changshou is derelict in his duties. He has gone through a lot of achievements this time. The reward inside the door is to let him choose a beard. On the way here, I am not a stickler. Press him out. Don't think about beating someone up so easily. Thought deep clear color robe head tree. Nanjin Xian, who is bankrupt, came to meet him. This male fairy has a burnt body shape and a normal face. He is very attracted to him. If you order more, you will eat more and then eat a whole lot. You have already said no to the food. Come on, let's go to another place. Suddenly, there was a sudden collapse, and I often suffered. Bai Changshou was stunned. Liu Fei and the Jiawu alliance moved forward to carry their luggage. The old man standing in front of him was none other than Dan Dingfeng elder Wan Lingling. It's because Tianxian, who likes to practice very much, has a strength that cannot be equalized by cultivation methods. The little junior sister went to the East China Sea to study the girl with a sandy waist. To make up for your powder, you have to be taken advantage of by this big boss. In fact, the two of them had already formed a good relationship at that time. Lao Liu always did things properly and had good words with elder Wan Lingyun early on. Liu Shangxian and the 9th 5-year Master Alliance moved forward. Wan Lingyun ignored him and asked again. This is the Emperor's son in a small skirt. You want to come? Li Changshou also dared to rush forward offensively and defensively. Li Changshou, a young man from a poor land, paid homage to the founder of World Expo. However, Wan Lingyun did not do anything to make a formal announcement. He directly pointed at Li Changshou and asked how Wu Xindan can practice his fingers. Bai Changshou Chen Yin spoke clearly but with a slightly nervous look in his mouth. According to the song, Shulin Hu Xingjian's blood was 3 points of clumsy eye grass, 1 point of standing and no soul-breaking grass, 2 points of dividends on grass, 1 point of service waste, less water and no blood. If you have enough pink blood to cut off spirits with wheel fire in 6 hours, you can get Hu Xingdan. Wan Lingyun was so tall that Huan nodded and squeezed out a very heroic effect with his feet. He looked a little embarrassed. Wan Lingyun slowly approached him. The writer's 2 points and 10 blue powders changed from the fire to the 12 hours. What is it? Witness Lee arrived. Ling'er relaxation single. If you remove the dense soul grass and add 3 parts of light lotus powder and 2 parts of floating double sand, and refine it with white fire for 24 hours, what is it? This time, Changsho didn't hesitate at all. His useless courage flowed out, and his soul was almost gone. You can't say this nonsense. You need to neutralize your sex. Bai Minghua is already gentle and neutral fire, but at this time, it is one-sided. Medicinal materials for neutralizing cold and heat are essential. Although they are affordable, they are useless. Jiawu Lian blindly stepped forward and explained to him in a panic. Elder, this young man is so valued that his disciple is missing. If he bumps into you, please take care of him for the sake of his disciple's disappearance. Elder Wan Linyun's smile became louder and his eyes became slightly dazed. The golden light inside is shining, and it looks like it's trying to kill Li Changsho. Do you think this is a useless order? He forced his big hand to rise in the air and was about to take a long shot. Something he didn't expect. Go in. Silence fell on his shoulder. Wan Linyun was happy. What Changsho here said is absolutely correct. He is such a good boy. This moment made Liu Tianxian Dajin 14th even more. He had been in Pangfuzuo for many years and had never seen such a kind and gentle uncle. I never thought that in the rumor, you can read the sincerity by comparing oral lessons with history. Wan Linyun, I actually appreciate you so much for your ordinary practice. At this time, Jiawu suddenly felt a pair of eyes falling from the top of his head, and the eyes of the hero were directly illuminated by the lights. I continued to look at myself. And before Jiawu said anything, Wan Lingling took her away immediately. Although she never gave Lingling the poisonous powder, he was already trying to trick this loser, but the effect was too crude and hard to guard against. Lao Liu was first pulled into pieces by the big French twist. I was once again manipulated by Yu Lao disciple in my dreams. I really had a lot of luck. Major Changsho has been here for 7 or 8 days. He had long wanted to go back to Shaoqiong Fengfeng, but he didn't want to say anything bad, so he had to find an excuse and said that he was afraid that he would delay the elder's time. Before he could make a move, Wan Linyun immediately captured him again. He would not let this young man go back so easily. He also wanted to practice Jiyun list with him. Then came the cold nail tower. You are not good at all here. Let me, come on. We have to study it carefully. It wasn't until half a month later that I finally returned to Xiaoxiong Peak, although I was a little tired. But this time he made a breakthrough. Not only did he blow up the poisonous essence of Shabo's group, but he also got a large number of poisonous orders and 0 eggs from the elder. The most important thing is that he finally has this heart that satisfies him. But since he owes his master a big favor, he will definitely look for opportunities to repay it in the future. Suddenly, I felt something between the 2 drums, something similar to the eyes that often appear in the nest of songs. What happened to my own knowledge? Could it be that because I saw Bai Mai's future in the future, I suddenly had some inexplicable opportunity? I really need to consolidate it. But in fact, the acute illness often suffered by me is not caused by the body, but has other reasons. A few moments ago, a long-time waiter appeared in the big corner of the building of Eulaodian. He hoped that Yu Lao could help him with Nanmi's emotional danger. He even directly hugged Yu Lao's earth, unable to move. Yu Lao looked embarrassed and helpless. He could only say these words of comfort, but he didn't dare to let go and promised to help. This god of thousands of reds descended from heaven. There was no other way. Yu Lao could only leave the last very simple assembly work to his 2 disciples. I have to deal with it myself. I promised Master earlier that I would complete the task. Afterwards, the 2 men in the attack carefully pulled Yuanshin's left arm. The younger boy only had a little bit of mud left on the table. He asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, what should I do with this?" "Oh no, the shoulder is connected wrongly and there is still extra mud. What if I don't go back? Will Master punish us?" The bigger bucket made a sound, and he turned the clay figurine in his hand up and down to get a little hot. His eyes lit up when he discovered that the clay figurine had shoes between the legs, which should be able to hide the excess mud. Then Datongzi took another Shaosanzi and put this point in and out of it. It didn't seem to work, so they decided to shove it into the wind and they were done. As the saying goes, try it out. Abnormality must have a waste. The junior sister has been learning documents from Li Changsho since she was a child, and it finally came in handy. As soon as the 2 barrels were finished, Yu Lao came over with his hands behind his back. When Sheng said, "Can't you 2 fix it?" "You can't fix it. The older he gets, the lower his head is and the less the woman is in trouble." He nods with satisfaction. He did a good job. Let's take a rest before going. Before we had just walked a few steps, Yu Lao immediately took 2 pictures. What the hell was this repair? The two legs were so busy that they were so swollen that they couldn't even reach their heads. Master Kui Xuandu also specifically told us to pay special attention to this. If this really has any bad effects, in the final analysis, it is all his fault. But Yu Lao is still Xiao Yi who has been cultivating every night. Witness Li's oxygen crisis happened without hesitation. He was worried and checked his body carefully, but he still found no sign of the man's condition in his body. At this point, the entry into the small realm has been completed, so there should be no problem, and there is a general truth behind the incomprehensible and profound progress. You should carefully study the things on your own and experience them one by one. In the end, you can gain something with your heart, and maybe you can even think of some snacks. Next, you can discuss the earning plan with the master. At the same time, Jia Yao has been released. He plans to give one to the master and Ling'er, and take another one with him to fight against the Wanshibo group. Not long after he left, Ling'er was attracted by the fragrance of the vegetables. He will come together first, then senior brother will come. I also make food for myself. Just when he was about to taste his hand, the next second, too much congestion caused a 360-degree reversal, which is the so-called release of abnormal graduation. Lan Ling'er stood up instantly, her whole body full of vigilance. Her senior brother must be in the work class. I'm testing whether I still remember the content of his class. With one finger, he moved the range and his shoulders flew out and stuck to the folding body. The instant he was thrown out, he activated the silver fire and said, the policeman was blown to pieces when he put it together in the blink of an eye. This wave can't be said to be perfect, but at least it's excellent. Ling'er looked at the remaining ash in the sky, looking for his senior brother's voice, but nothing appeared. A smile gradually appeared on his face. It was really my senior brother who did it wrong. I haven't had it for many years. Why did I get spoiled by my senior brother so many times? Bai Changshuwei thanked Wansha Bozu Song for the treasure he gave him, and specially cooked some dishes and brought them over. Master He Wansha Bozu has been ill for a long time and there is no need to hide his food. However, he smiles and says that he will still try it when he is free, so Li Changsho specially brought out the wine that he made with his own hands. Wan Ling Yun Dun was together. There must be a lot of poison in this wine. It's also a good research direction. What do you think about my research into the widespread use of mind poison? Lao Liusheng is ashamed of himself for being in active duty and reaching the fourth section of anti-humany respect. I just want to ask, will anyone really believe this when I say it? After Witness Li left Single Summit, he made a decision. He should not be too ordinary when going to Single Summit in the future. He was definitely just afraid of being noticed by others. Next time I go, I'll wait for 2 years. After all, fanatics are terrible guys. Li Changsho is such a calculator. Soon the application landed in front of the single room in Shaoqiong Fengfeng. Inside the room, Ling'er was curious about the star bomb Lu Chunma. Before your longevity could remind him. His hand touched it. As soon as the lightning came, it was criticized on him. He came to the 6th place, but it still hasn't changed. In order to prevent others from accidentally opening this single floor, he specially added a safety device. Later, while smashing the Ling'er bag, he taught the island. From now on, if he is so busy, it will not just be a trivial matter like electricity. The two people just sat quietly in front of each other, but they didn't see each other. The master's Zhengyi Ling'er told him that the master went to attend the meeting of feudal lords and should be listening in the corner now. He got the lowest grade there and did not dare to speak. He wanted to avoid it. In fact, he must be fighting in the corner like a real battle. Li Changsho looked a little absent-minded. Ling'er laughed and said that you have done well recently. You have become a lot wiser after your son's incident. Ling'er lightly slapped his eyes. Senior brother, you were praising us just now. Li Changsho smiled lightly. I am so fierce that I can achieve success every day. You usually play tricks on others. Ling'er leaned on Li Changsho's shoulder and closed his eyes to watch. Brother, what state are you in right now? Li Changsho smiled faintly and counted the false respect for the 4 calamities. But Ling'er knew his senior brother and he would not believe such nonsense. He knew that his senior brother must be more serious. 2 boys outside Yu Lao Hall in heaven are holding 2 wooden signs and standing in front of the hall door on the wall of the well. On the right side is writing that Yu Lao is not at home. On the left side is writing that heaven is coming to protect this place. The little boy is no match for Brother Drama. If we don't tell the master, will the master family be safe? It will make things worse. The older boy immediately said, Shu, do you want to be transformed back by master? Don't worry about your personal affairs. Master will definitely find a way. The two of them were originally just in love with each other, and they were finally enlightened by their master to talk and do favors. Now they have decided that they just need to do what the math. Intelligence does honestly and wait for the master to come back. In fact, Yu Lao did not leave the audio source. He went to a more heavenly fairyland. I found a certain senior official who had been ignorant for many years and gave him some gifts to make up for his mistakes. This is a man who can make everything happen. In order to avoid the British, Yi Changshou deliberately hides all his power, even the treasures from heaven. He can't do anything about it. Yu Lao understands very well in his heart that he has no background and no background, so he dares not offend anyone. But that is why he was put in Yu Lao's position. Only like this, he will not be hostile to any force. On weekdays, it would be a trivial matter if Li Tianjiang or Xianzi came to ask for a sound source. If Yu Lao really borrows the full-grade Bono sound source given by Tiandao, not to mention his own business background, he will really cause big troubles. Besides, Tiandao is also supervising the old store of 10 stars. As soon as you have the idea of messing around, Tiandao will warn you once, appear twice, and destroy you directly after being distracted. 3 times. Demonstration in heaven. The Taoist sect is strong, even if it is an ordinary disciple. Yu Lao does not want to offend. There must have been something wrong, and it was Master Xian Do who took action rashly. But Xuanji was protected by a wealthy person, and his own strength was strengthened. How dare he push past the great master of Beishuandu with his small wish? He can only order the support himself. At this time, Yu Lao was chatting with an unknown person with profound knowledge. The older you get, let go. This kind of small chain momentum that drags dreams to the spiritual version the most will no longer be reduced at all. Then the two stood in front of the heavenly treasure star Luo Mengtianyi. The first person is operating Sila Mengtianyi while giving Yu Lao an exhaustive explanation. As long as the other person has a moment of relaxation, or a false girl who is in seclusion and has gone astray, he can invite the other person to dream. Don't worry, just a young disciple Xu Bian and... How can he say this about something that is difficult for him to understand? Yu Lao, are you sure this is the name? Is there any horoscope or something like that? Yu Lao Lian, a blind colleague, took out a piece of paper from his sleeve. Yes, is there any horoscope? Half an hour passed, and after going through an ancient road at the head of the land, I finally found out that bone loss is caused by people calling disciples. There are innate protections that will protect the great sect from abandoning their luck. It is really difficult to find out. Yu Lao, look here. When this star lights up, it means that he is asleep or distracted. We can make him enter the dreamland. Half a day has passed, and the star Luo Mengtian can't shine even if it's just one person. 1 day later, both of them had already looked at each other. 2 days later, the two of them had refreshed their eyes and looked ready to stop. 2 months later, Yu Lao's double trees were full of bloodshot eyes, and Y's voice was like this. Is this baby broken? Or just forget it? No, he has been angered by this matter. He must do what he says he will do. So he asked Yu Lao to go back and work on the original knowledge. He will continue here and wait until there is stuffing, then he will inform Yu Lao. Yu Lao's position is established. Please turn off the dream 3 times first. CCJ still can't escape Lao Liu's tomatoes. It wasn't until 3 months later that Yu Lao came to see Xinguan again. Dao Yuan, how are you waiting? He didn't say anything. Yu Lao walked up and patted him on the shoulder. The new crown turned his head and looked at Yang Yuan, because he hasn't blinked for a long time. His eyes are visibly discolored, his eyes are full of lust, and his lustful thoughts are like ghosts. It's hard to lie down. The treasure sent by heaven cannot be destroyed. He has to continue to wait. He will die with Li Changshou, but it will be you. The older I get, the more embarrassed I am, and it's hard to say anything more. Until after the new year, when Yu Lao was going there, he only saw those village officials lying on the ground. He hurriedly ran forward to wake him up, but the officials were not asleep, they just didn't have enough rest and stayed there. He grabbed it. The older the hands are, how about we change our thinking? First drag the dream to other people in Duxianmen, and then ask others to inform the boy and let him enter the dream to meet the camp. There is really nothing he can do with the boy. It has been half a year and he has not given him any chance. At the same time, you are always watching. Ling'er hurriedly called from outside to inform him of the news. There was a spirit-armored god who said that Yu Lao wanted to take off his dream and give it to his senior brother. He asked him to relax his mind and take off his dream. Yu Lao. Li Changshou didn't take off his smell. He suddenly realized that things might not be simple. He didn't come to the door for no reason. He only had interest calculations that he didn't see. Before that, he suddenly had random thoughts and was forced to send the secret guard by my Hutu. Then he went crazy across me for no reason. There is something wrong here. Li Changshou smiled faintly and said calmly. He frowned. I won't fall into a dream now. If the Jingjiao god gives you a dream again, just ask him for details. I'm busy practicing singles here. I won't fall into a dream. After a while, the new god from Jingjia Xinguai returned from Mengtian No. 1 middle school. He was so angry that Hua Meng Sanchang couldn't get in and even said he was practicing singles. The older he is, Xiaoxian will go down and get him up next to him. The older one was stunned, and Yang stepped forward to stop him. He couldn't close it first. He couldn't close it first. This is something we still need to remember. He lost his charm and said politely that his senior brother was at a critical moment in his single training and it would be good if we let the little girl pass the message on. Yu Lao Chen Yingjisheng, can you please ask someone famous to help him to have insomnia again? The little old man is thinking too much here, so he closed the door first and didn't say anything else. He turned around to face Meng Tianyi. At the same time, Lin Zhen and Mai Lu couple soon fell into a dream. He suddenly gained a pound and came again. So Dare blindly ran over and gave a long message to his senior brother. He was proud of the case. Very good. Things are developing according to his plan, so he pressed Jiang Ling's forehead on Pu Tuan. You can continue to meditate here with me and listen to what else he has to say. Lao Liu is truly a master of analysis. He has considered every aspect thoroughly. No matter how many rituals the answer is, it is always the truth. Lin soon entered the dreamland again, while Li Changsha was observing Lin's condition in the shed. It poked its little face with its hand, and it was completely asleep. The whole of heaven cannot be an institution decreed by heaven to take charge of the heaven and earth. Or the dream should be caused by some kind of protection from heaven. It is so miraculous. He calmed down and thought about it. The person behind this may not be just Yu Lao. 80% of Yu Lao is just like the golden armored god at this time. He is just a tool. The rhythm of wind and festival has not come yet, it has just been seen in heaven not long ago. The Jade Emperor must only have a small voice, and the Yuanu arranged by the Jade Emperor should also be a timid person. Now, after the disciples of Qing Chuan, the leader of the three sects, go to heaven, they shout to the earth to be kind. Uncle Tianxia is not your majesty, and the earth must treat the second generation. Disciples of Downing, people teach me to chat on the bed. Behind the scenes is Taiqin Laozi. Taishang Laojun, the incarnation of Taiqin Saint, has already moved into Jushuaigong in heaven. Yuidi must not have dared to count the number of people shouting, nor the number of motives. Yep, the heavenly court is still a thick garden of the Taoist gate, and the West can't get in deep when standing with its hand. There are two sects of the bourgeoisie, so the disciples don't get along with each other, but it's not to the point of breaking out. Moreover, the sect of people is not very mature. And there is no friction with the two sects of the bourgeoisie. The possibility of them causing it is not high. Is it possible to rule out the Dharma throne because there are experts in the human religion who feel that the teachings are too little and want to use the Yin Yuan Red God to make everyone's internal expenditures disperse? Then who could this master be? The founding master claimed by Mr. Du and the master Dula who practices in Hueluan Mountain seem unlikely. As a famous disciple of the saint, this literary organization has always been careful in its cultivation and has basically no sense of existence. It seems that it should not dare to bear such a British rebellion. After much deliberation, there is only one Qingzhuan disciple of the Rinjiao saint who has such leisure. With such strength and such great influence, he dares to let Yu Lao take action to lead outsiders. To teach Taoism. The probability is him. The current situation is probably due to some minor problems caused by Dafa in his sound source, which is why Yu Lao appears in the daily routine. I just said that poisonous people can have a crush on me for no reason. Li Changsho adjusted his eyebrows, but then he looked so stylish. Could it be that he has been seduced by Dafa? He must be well trained later. Lao Liu and Yu Laozhong meet in a dream. It turns out that all those random thoughts I had were the fault of him. After a while, Ling Lu suddenly woke up. He dared to tell his senior brother that Yu Lao had damaged his music source before. He felt uneasy in his heart, so he wanted to meet his senior brother to discuss the matter and check whether there was anything wrong with his body. The pain was written all over his face. It seems that Nuan's strange thoughts these days are indeed related to Yu Lao. Lina was so nervous that he almost cried. He whispered, "Senior brother, if the music doesn't break down as you wish, will there be no music in the future?" Li Changsho touched his head. He didn't know, but he would know if the old man gave him a suggestion. Speaking of which, Yu Lao is in charge of Ying Yuan, so he must be in Tianting. If you can win over the silent Yu Lao and leave a friendship, then the fate of the three of them, Shi too, will be easy to arrange. Sister Shi, help me protect the law. I'm about to fall asleep. Li Changsho tried his best to relax himself, and soon fell into a confused dreamland of Yuwu. Li Changsho stood up from the white clouds and jumped directly. He saw a fresh garden in front of him. Below, there is a dear old man who likes sex and walks normally. He handed over his clothes and luggage. Duxian Men has grown taller and thinner. When he met his senior, Yu Lao almost burst into tears. He finally betrayed you. It's not easy. I want to be cured. It's not easy to entertain people in this dream. Please sit down and talk. Li Changsho nodded with a smile and the two of them made invitation gestures to each other. On both sides, they came to the left. Yu Lao Zhenhua looked at Yu Yang. In the past 2 years, his body still has yang energy gathering in Xin Dynasty Pengpei. Li Changshou, who is pure in movement, smiled and said, "It's just that there are some sprouts occasionally. I don't know what kind of bowls and cups are big and where yang qi gathers. Just wait a moment." The old man from Guangdong made a move casually, and the Penzai Xiangxi technique appeared in his hand. "This is the Lingbao Xiangxi technique. I pricked it with a branch to see if there was any feeling." Li Changshou nodded cooperatively. "It turns out that this is the dream drag me recorded in the click." The long-suffering Xia poked his head into the long sleeve, and the long sleeve let him prick it. "The shield stone in my heart is filled with thoughts, and my breathing is a little bit hormonal. The effect is visible just after being pricked. Don't look at what I was thinking about in my hair a few days ago. It turns out that it's all you old boy who can't do it. The older I get, the less likely I am to ask. I ask with concern if I feel anything. I always feel that my inner group is innately foreign. I have something to do, but not much." Yu Lao showed a bit of a smile. "Let's try it a few more times." But Li Changshou had the guts to wave his hands and refuse. If he gets pricked again, something might really happen. "It doesn't matter, senior. I'll go back and recuperate. My junior sister is still in charge, so it's not convenient." Yu Lao gave the loan of his work to Go Sheng, but he never expected that he would also receive a gift. But the thing here is actually an experiment of more than 10,000 words. In the house, Bishangshe was in a dream with teacher Yu to explore the innate yang energy in the inner group. This made the little junior sister next to him blush. He was dancing with his red face. What on earth were senior brother and Yu Lao talking about pornographic leaps? Li Changshou's tone said, "It's really not easy for seniors to work so hard for such a small back. In his position, he has no background and is not too high profile. His Majesty has put him in this position. He must not only deal with the outside world, but also act as a scapegoat for the heavenly court and the heavenly guide. Tianting Guanji does not dare to tolerate those who are older than him. He also does not dare to tolerate those whose background is higher than his own. Tian is still a sensitive place like the support call. If you are selfish, you can easily be distracted by the quilt and turn into grey." The moon prisoner's eyes were filled with emotion, and the terrain brought tears to his eyes. "Half a year old, monitoring the mind and self-governance, and those who refine me are often subject to more." Li Changshou looked at him seriously. "Senior, don't change your mind. In troubled times, there will be a bright future. Take my own master as an example. He has gone through many difficult things and still ignored the unwelcome views around him. With great strength, Ding Jie transformed into an immortal. But now the wildfire is disappearing easily. Thank you for your hard work, senior." Like the Archmage of Xuanju, heavenly soldiers descend from heaven. He must always stay awake for half an hour. Yu Lao nodded and responded, "Yes, the Archmage has been here since the beginning of the day." After listening to what she said, Yu Lao affirmed her again. She was capable of 3 stars on the outside. Not to mention her personality, she was respectful and knowledgeable. And she could always think about her little voice. In the future, there will be weak positions in the future that want to be fooled. I have to deal with it and help out. The chat didn't last long, and I decided not to continue paying for it. Isn't it time for me to think about Jiangfeng? Yu Lao dared to teach him quickly and quickly took out his disposal ring from his sleeve and put it in his hand. I gave it to Changshou's little friend at that time. In addition, Yu Lao had already carefully checked it out when he came. Li Changshou's sound source mud was added to the juice pack to solidify it. There was no damage. It can generate and grow red students and has all the functions. Although Bai Changshou was very grateful to his predecessors for everything he had done for him, in order to reassure himself, he still made a warning request to take the oath of the Great Road. Yu Lao looked at him very happily, but he did not expect Xiaoyu to be so considerate. But the next second, he was frightened. He really didn't expect that this avenue of vision could last more than 10,000 years. But carefully, Master Zhen was indeed very perfect. He basically took all conditions and circumstances into consideration when establishing the avenue of vision. Both parties will not listen to you in the future. Witness Li did not interfere with things that were harmful to people. Witness Li did not speak to others about his cat removal. As a normal male fairy, Lao Liu really has no control over physiological reactions. Li Changshou woke up from a dream and quickly looked around. In an instant, he noticed that the little junior sister was facing away from him in a very awesome way, with her face red. "Junior sister, why are you so far away from me?" Then he looked at himself. "It's really hard to see at a glance," Lin Yang said without turning around. "Since there is no need to exchange messages, he will go back first and come back later." After saying that, the person ran away without a trace. He was sitting in the back. He was too busy and wanted to explain that this was actually just a misunderstanding. In the dream, I was scolded by Xiangxi. There was really nothing I could do about it. After all, he was also a normal male immortal. He had not cut off his own feelings. Li Chang couldn't stand the traces and sorted them out. He took out the ring that appeared in the hand-loaded plum arrangement and asked me to take a look at what was in the peri ring given by Yu Lao. Next time, the golden light in the ring broke through the grass object. This is called Borui. It's different. Are we really different? Have we met again in today's heaven? A bunch of high-grade rare medicines are really herbal medicines, and mysterious treasure chests are just like those in Xiaoshan City. You are always in front of me, and everyone is dumbfounded. Isn't it just the legendary night of revenge? He thought about it carefully. He could use this pile of high-quality snacks as the first startup capital to buy herbs at Founder, take the herbs back and make them into single medicines. And then exchange the single medicines for tiles before selling them into snacks. This way, Yuan can continue to grow. After generating force, there is no way to turn the bracket up in the middle, but it is too dangerous for the main body to go out and do this. If assistants can complete this, it is equivalent to a zero-risk state, but the nearest phalanx formation, the Ling'er formation, is more than 20,000 miles away, and his current farthest control command can only reach thousands of miles away. The Red Wasteland is really too big. If this is the case, then we have no choice but to use magic instead of magic. When we encounter good things, we must first establish laws. 6 years later, there were so many white clouds in Wei Land's sky that they slowly jumped over the gate of Duxianmen Mountain. Qi Yuan, an old Taoist priest in a colorful robe, held the fortune and told the immortal guarding the gate about his outing. It will take about 3 days to turn back. Occasionally, he had some insights in his heart and went out for a walk. Shan, the immortal guarding the gate, didn't ask any more questions and let Qi Yuan go out on his own. When Qi Yuan was in danger, Jian Yun left the Hushan formation and headed towards the East China Sea. After flying about 1,000 miles away, Nishishiara heard a voice saying, "Master, find a secret place and put away Wazi." In July, he found a place without any drones, as he said, and placed the fourth power talking curtain next to a beam. Didn't he need to do more? No, just go to the Zero Mine and wait for the restroom. If you take it too far, I will definitely turn back in 3 days. Just take your son back. Lao Luyanzi commanded his avatar to go out to make money, even though he had always been careful. But he still got fucked. After settling the children, Qiyu and old Dao Zhuang sat here and took a walk to enjoy the scenery. Yi Li was also observing the box. After a while, the box opened a crack, only the size of the lid. The spirit-shaped gemstone came out and was shaking around. The gem shimmered softly, and the voice of the tall and thin Yi Lu reached the ears of Boss Qi Yuan again. "Master, please collect the fresh stone first, and then go to work quickly." Qi Yuan could only put himself away for a while, turned around and walked away angrily. "Your figure still feels disgusted with the master. When I get back, I will use it to make your fart stink very much." The moisturizer in Tokiuchi's box will no longer flicker. It has always been similar to the appearance of the faint carbon. The following person carefully observed it for a week to make sure that no one was addicted nearby. The person with the yellow pinky finger that I had been thinking of jumped out and saw the grey finger moving up and down. In the blink of an eye, there was a moving explosion sound. The person with the edict made an 8-foot-tall prostitute. Shinjua prostitutes the way to escape. The long hair is randomly counted. It is common to have a handful of shoes on the back. This is the result of Witness Li's 6 years of dictatorship. The members of the improved test version of supernatural powers. This reference has been regarded as the incarnation of the deep outer world in the actual sense. However, because Li Changsho took many tricks, this incarnation is actually just an empty shell. In addition, Li Changsho had to extricate part of the original god's power from his inner body. The original god who controls his body will also be subjected to subtle influences on the bed. In order to guard against those who refer to people as being incarnate, a lot of effort has been spent on the field experience, just like the healthcare on the back of the guide. It looks like an event, but it is actually a magic weapon mixed with poison and medicine to disperse it. Everything seemed red, and he planned to rush to the Sea of Spirits immediately. Linhai is a famous town in Dongju. The town is very lively with people coming and going, so he decided to do more research here. For the sake of cultural support, it sold many single medicines prepared by itself in small batches at different locations, in different electronic warehouses that received single medicines, and in different packaging. Then used the exchanged bell food to buy a large amount of bell medicine, supplement grass, cabbage, and sell bell herbs in the same way. In order to act as a curtain, he also put out the half-day soup, the magic weapons he had practiced, and some good-looking items here. The price room also sold a few snacks. After a few days, he had more than doubled the number of collisions while waiting for replacements. However, even though he was so careful, Yi Changsho discovered that this craftsman clone of his was still being targeted. This is a man with a pulling sword engraved on a drum of water. Other Qi practitioners like to hang the words Tiandi, Dao Dao and other words in the room, but he hung up only one word. After that, Li Changshou's choice of documents first drove 10,000 miles north and then turned east for a while. Only then did he run towards the end of the separation from his master. At the same time, the master had already arrived there early and was waiting. He was still there, but where had Changshou gone? Didn't we agree to meet here? As soon as the Huiyin fell, Li Changshou suddenly and hurriedly crawled out from the ground. He looked at his master happily. Master, you came so early. Unexpectedly, the old man was confused by his move. He raised the stone hammer and was about to hit him on the head. Li Changshou dared to wave his hand. Wait. Wait. I am Li Changshou, the craftsman clone of your precious apprentice. I stood with a group of people and couldn't even get a good score. As a result, I was almost beaten to death by my master. What the hell is this? So he quickly turned into a guide again and jumped into the box with clever movements. Why did you change it when you accidentally hurt yourself? Okay, master, take the box back and just pretend that nothing happened, Wei Shan. Next time we will find a suitable reason to come out and stay. Qi Yuan Lao Dao suddenly chuckled. Go back under the clouds. Since ancient times, many people like to hang some big things in their residences when they are in love. For example, in the Shili Wall mirror, the great powers who have survived from the original bones like to hang the two sons of heaven and earth. In recent tens of thousands of years, Qi practitioners like to hang the word, Dao or the big, two sons. These are more common. When practicing Qi, we often use Shuangua Daz according to our own preferences, such as close power, Qian Miao, etc., and some other things. Why? And the big characters on the wall behind Witness Li are amazing. They are probably Ruoda's Hong Huang. Not many practitioners with a strong sense of reason can pay attention to his seriousness. But he is a stable person. He looked at the calligraphy carefully and was very satisfied. The expression was perfect. Suddenly a voice broke the bright mirror. Outside the window, the formation light was closed. Xiao Ling'er was standing there waiting. Senior brother, he has come to find you again in the world of love, and he has been waiting for you for a long time. Really flexible. Is it because we can't cope with it and we can only ask Li Changshou to do it himself? When Li Changshou heard the news, he immediately realized the truth. Then he came again, but it was Ba Sheng who had entered the ancient water alone. In front of the thatched cottage, Liu Yan came over with his chichishidi, and poisonous Xuanya was also sitting beside him. You often come up to me with a smile. I'm sorry you're late. When Liandan is a little tired, I see you guys having fun, so I'm sorry to bother you. The essay on the cliff immediately stood up and said sacrifice. It would be nice if senior brother Longru could rest after his punishment. I was just hanging around inside the door and wanted to thank senior brother for his advice. The iceberg beauty was given a good person card. Lao Liu was taught by Xian how to refuse a woman and feel at ease. Yu King Xuanya's model is very bright at the moment. There is a trace of bravery on the cold and beautiful face, but after all, he was not a coy person. He quickly took out the tight-fitting hand he had prepared and gave it to Li Changshou. By the way, senior brother Changshou, this is my gift to you. Li Changshou is just a subordinate. You can't blame him for having such a favorable impression. There is also the country on Yu Lao's side, but he must return everything to normal. Since Wuxin, don't let the girl have too many thoughts. This kind of break is the opposite. Later, he took out a magic weapon ball in the show that suppresses retail sales. He was in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. This can be regarded as a return gift to his junior sister. I hope he will dislike it if he touches it. There was a slight blush on Qingshuan's teeth and cheeks, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes were finally full of dark eyes. He took the Nai Ling Shou and thanked brother Changshou again with his hand. His forehead passed by Su Jiyu, but Jiyu didn't say much at the corner of his mouth. What? Witness Li held the tight grip and slowed down his birth until he had a friendship with the opposite sex in Beiju. I also said that in the future, if you have a love and an eyebrow, if you have time to ignore it, you can also come to Shaoqiong Fengfeng. Everyone can be remembered as a fellow disciple or a good friend, and Ling'er has no difficulty in his heart. Even if he chooses someone like YA, even if he tries his best and has good momentum, he will still be directly rejected by his senior brother's friend card. And good guy card. What does senior brother like? Ling'er was standing by for a while. Waste Festival. However, what caught a few people off guard was that Xuanya actually recorded a knowing smile after hearing Li Changfa's words. His eyes became vivid, although he didn't show much emotion. But everyone could feel that he was in a very deep mood. Good. He was so happy from the bottom of his heart and so eloquent that even the evil spirit of Shen couldn't open his eyes too much. Really? That's really great. Naturally, Li Changsho smiled and nodded. He felt completely embarrassed. The meaning of his words was precise. Didn't you understand? As soon as Qing Xuanya arrives, she immediately puts her hands on the dripper. Ding Shengde, please ask your senior brother to do more nails in the future. I will definitely taste it. Several question marks slowly appeared in Li Changsho's heart. Wait a moment. This situation caught him a little unprepared. The toxic cliff really lives up to its reputation as a poisonous cliff. Facing the toxic cliff, career departures, Witness Li was willing to accept the defeat. He really couldn't figure out the poisonous way. It was because he didn't express it clearly just now. Don't you mean to reject that kind of relationship by becoming classmates and friends from now on? On the contrary, Ling'er felt guilty in his heart about the giant wolf. His eyes looked a little silly and thin, and in his heart he felt a bit like the same disease. Are you so miserable? Is it okay for senior sister Yuqing to be friends with senior brother Jin and you don't ask for anything else? Compared with him, I am so lucky that I can't make money from the water in the building. Ling'er took 2 steps forward and became a Taoist doctor on Yuqingshuan. Try to explain. Please give me more advice in the future. Yuqing Cliff returned the favor again. He looked at the 2 people in front of him and was speechless for a while. Why did these 2 people directly worship each other? The poisonous cliff's poison was transmitted, but it was okay. After everyone left, Ling'er looked at Li Changsho. Every occasion has a gift. Your biological sister cannot live without it. Li Changsho immediately retorted. They even gave me a gift. What did you give me? Lin Wen repaid brother with both hands. I don't care about the stinky brother. Where is my gift? Changsho Li took out another retail ball during the show and gave it to the junior sister. Inside is a pink white paper. It is the white child of the golden beast. It is very cute. Lin He will happily. He continued to hold it in the air. He liked it so much. Li Changsho walked towards Wu Nei. He opened the alarm and Guang was busy going out 42. Guang never expected that Qing Cliff would give him food, a Chuliman bead that has a certain amplification effect on earth-shaped spells. This kind of heavenly city's protection is better than the magic weapon with the same effect. The magic weapon is more precious than the core version. Li Changsho placed it on the cabinet. There is no difference in the value of this treasure. In the future, you will get 4 other treasures of the same quality, which can be used to make the 5 elements will killing shock disc. However, it does not have much use for the time being. When will we be able to hear what the saint says during the maintenance of Jinlao Island? A blue dragon flows slowly in the pool. The slender dragon tree is full of helplessness. Some of my previous thoughts were indeed a bit childish. Reverse cultivation is useless. No matter how many times I draw my palms, I can't wake up the guilty dragon who is pretending to be guilty. If you want the dragon clan to win again, the only way is to let the dragon clan accompany you to the saint's court. His case is the law. An idea once again became firm in my mind. I just want to spread my imagination. As long as he can make disciples as Prince Longlong and his maternal family. On May 4th, Haiyang Minute himself can in turn influence the thoughts of the tribe and slowly make the tribe lower their minds. This is the opportunity to reverse the fate of the tribe. And it is what he can do. I can't let go of the battle in the East China Sea. This time I finally found the opportunity to go to the root gate. Ever since Aoyi prepared those old swordsmen, for some reason his human body has stopped growing. That day he happened to hear 2 Taoist priests passing by talking to each other. This time I went to Dongju to talk about Taoism with some fresh disciples. I might ask young disciples to write down the matter. But I don't have any young disciples. Can you drop me a map from the sky? GDI's AO has been energetic for a while. Let's talk about Dongju's Yan Men. He didn't hesitate on the 4th. In the blink of an eye, the blue dragon emerged from the water and lost its momentum for the first 2 days. It turned out that the blue dragon turned into a celestial being and slowly fell down in the sky. The morality that they did to them, the 2 morality. I would like to go and experience it. My cultivation days are short, so we can be considered as young disciples. The 2 outstanding sects first said something to the world, and immediately burst into laughter and said, that's really great. But the second prince of Dragon Palace, we are too relieved. A few days later, Aoyi performed very well in those sects and easily got accepted by these sects. Hanji couldn't help but praise him. Uncle Sha was so awesome. He became the original one so quickly. He really couldn't be the Dragon King with full blood and an autonomous spirit. Then he turned around and told Master that they were just about to pass by Linhai Town, so why not go over and buy him some prizes? Master also thought this promotion was good, and hoped that Prince Xiaolong would not recommend him. After a cold smile, I really couldn't support him. At the same time, Li Changshu once again painted the image of an old Taoist and came to Ling'er town. According to the regulations, the entry fee must be paid at the door. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a familiar breath. It's Aunt. Why did I meet this little dragon again? I and her are really forever, but it's okay to run into Naoyi, as long as he doesn't cause trouble in a hurry. After Hanji and his party paid the entry fee, they entered smoothly. As soon as he entered, he wanted to drag Ul to look around, but Ul stood still. He thought for a moment and suddenly spoke. Dear brothers and sisters, I have an unkind feeling. There is no unkindness, junior brother Bo Yi said. That's it. We have practiced the momentum of the island and integrated it into the language. I smiled from the bottom of my heart, but my expression still turned serious. I whispered, in fact, I have always had an unspeakable feeling in my heart. Previously, when I was invited to the East China Sea Conference, I was defeated by a disciple of Zhu Xianwen's return to the Void Path named Chang Shou. I couldn't let go of this incident. Now that I have Du Juchen first, followed by Yuan Xian, I also want to go find him and discuss the truth with him. Hanji Master Principal, the old Taoist said with a smile, this is easy to handle. Ping Dao and Mr. Du's fathers and masters also have a good relationship with Taoists. Why not come to the door to treat the law? The second prince of the Dragon Palace made a special trip to Duxian Menyixwikianchi for the sake of bright sun all over the world. Disciple's aunt, Jiang Shou, rested on Han's fingertips. She was really domineering when speaking as a master. Oh, I just slapped my forehead helplessly. What's so domineering? I hope master can remain silent forever. Guanyang, Hanji patted his shoulder seriously, get ready. My master's black duck beak looks better than anything in heaven. You don't know what you think. Remember when I was Du Jie? Master, you can rest assured that your heavenly calamity must only be 6. As a result, the 8 heavenly paths came and I was almost dead. My appearance and memory record said that there are only 7 ways at most. The young girl suddenly smiled softly. You also benefited from this. Did you have a flying life? At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared behind the sound of Hanji, and the doctor girl Jusu reminded him, Hanji, you are behind the sound. The principle of wielding a sword is old. If we are approaching slowly with a sullen face, and if we are done shopping, we will prepare to go to the Xian Men School in Peiyao-Isha. Hanji turned his head and turned grey. There was a hint of pronunciation in his words. It was Master. Outside Hua Tianfeng, 5 Qi practitioners from Jinao Island came to visit. Hu Yi knew that this battle was crucial to his future Yang Ming Deji rule. Today, he must take the lead again and regain the situation that he personally pulled off. When I was invited to be the big news actor at the conference, although Aoyi performed it himself, Li Changshu had the chance to win. After enduring the self-consciousness and wanting to be as clear as the sea, there is no room for success. Within 10 years of age, I often compete and must turn around. Jushianman's deputy Nagato finally arrived and spoke first. It's so serious that Yui came to me, Duxianmen, to seek justice. The principled old man said, yes, at least junior brother Aoi's unsympathetic feelings. When he was invited to the meeting, junior brother Aoi bowed to the hand of Gui Mengatu Changshu. This time, he wanted to cut off from him again. I haven't seen you for a long time, my thoughts are turning rapidly. Longevity should now be just the true cultivation of countervailing respect for the 8 realms, which is much weaker than this. As for the elders in the sect, you definitely don't want to watch this disciple talk. As soon as Lao Jin turned around, he immediately had an idea. He reported to his father's sect master, elders, and Chang Shou's junior sister that his senior brother had broken through the realm of death. I didn't dare to disturb him, for fear of interfering at the critical moment when he was involved. It seemed that Zhu Wei could only arrange an appointment another day. I stood up with the strength of excitement. He will definitely die. How long will it take? I will wait outside the mountain gate for him to break through. Zhu Wu 0-level mobile. By the way, seniors, the reason for dereliction of duty is actually not to serve the punishment, but to rectify the Dharma. If the prince derelicts his certificate, it can be regarded as a kind of mistake. If you want to lose weight, Shubwa can only help you so far. Reappearance of the straight root point. It's hard to escape the linking myth of Baoyu. After a while, a cloud flew over Xiaoqiong's trail, and Zhong people were flying together on the cloud. Hanji stared at Aoyu's back and asked him if he was concerned. Is there any evidence in the junior master's book? The principle is so old that I turn my head and laugh. The Dharma here is not very mysterious. Please trap junior brother Bo Yi. Below, the wine is flowing freely in the wild, and it is slowly falling into the Shaoqiong Fengfeng alchemy formation. The same brand I saw at first glance has been moved in. This incident made me feel unjust with both eyes. Why is there an inexplicable wooden sign hanging here? The wine shop is snickering in the dark. The fun is about to begin. At the same time, Li Changshu was collecting and selling poisonous weeds. Suddenly I received a message from Ling'er, saying that many people came from senior brother Xiao Qiongfeng, and Li Changsha was puzzled for a while. Why are there suddenly 3 advanced experts? Who are in the limelight of Xiao Qiong? Before he could finish shopping, a Naruto clone was drawn and flowed away. Small meals are constantly being arranged on the plate, while medicine is constantly being dispensed on the side. Li Changsha first looked for an unprecedented place. He didn't understand how his aunt and the 9 Houses Expo came to make money in his peripheral maze. Doesn't this bring chaos to him? It completely disrupts his evolution of getting rich. In order to avoid exposing the lie, he now placed a finger support in the fake retreat and then removed a few protective measures to ensure that the formation would not be too suspicious. Finally, he might as well deliberately record some of his own aura and then adapt accordingly. Half an hour later, I was still trapped in the formation, pouring out these basics. It had officially advanced and found a way to survive, but it just couldn't get out of here. It had been sitting around for a long time without being busy, and it was a series of formations. The way to survive in the previous place is the formation of the next place. It's hard to endure a prince's life. With a mature mind, he took out an ice blue orb from his arms. This was his password to break the truth in the East China Sea. He didn't believe that with it, he could still break through the little political law. Seeing him standing in the middle, he kept emitting circles of blue light. Mobile secret treasure. As expected, I found a new path. The smile on Ju Wu's lips became stronger and stronger. He joined forces with Shusha and was still confused. Today's formation is obviously more fun than when they founded the government. After another half an hour, Auntie took out the prize for saving the pig's mouth. Seeing the familiar wooden sign in front of him, it was so angry that it threw away the honey treasure of the East China Sea. It forgot and didn't expect that it would come over again. He decided not to give up the secret treasure. Jiawu stepped forward and whispered, "It's better to forget about the prince. I'm a low-fire student who can't stand the anger. I'm destroying this." A kind of mud earthquake where ancestors were trapped one after another. Lao Liu had no choice but to expose part of his show. On the silver screen, the man watched the uncle who was sitting on the chair making money randomly. Consciously interesting. I still have ideas in my mind. He keeps shaking my master's shoulders. "Master, Ruru World, and I will go down and give it a try." Master was so shaken that he almost fainted. "Don't shake him. Go ahead." When the 2 girls came down, they felt that politics and law were not difficult at all. They were all basic politics and law. Hanji even felt that maybe it was because Uncle Aoi was not good at breaking evidence that he had been behind the scenes for so long. It wasn't until half an hour later that the 2 of them turned back to the far point for a moment. This formation indeed had a secret. Witness Lee noticed that there were more guests in the open-air tea house today than in the previous 10 years combined. Not only did he have a headache, but it seemed that he could no longer live up to his character as an outstanding disciple. So he decided to lower his cultivation level a little and come out. If some of these trump cards are exposed, you can make them up later. If other trump cards are exposed, it will be quite troublesome. Having said that, when he was at the bottom of the sea, he should have had this OE to fill his mind and make sure he only had a few skills. This matter is still being tried hard to uncover the evidence. The 2 little girls were so tired that they sat aside to rest. The principled old man couldn't help but admire it greatly. The political and legal affairs in this case are really wonderful. For my junior brother, this is another defeat. The people and thieves who rebelled were also greatly righteous. It turns out that Li Changsho still has this kind of ability. I really wanted to see him before. The principal is so old that I can't stand it anymore. Dad, don't waste time. He is going to take them out personally. This incident filled the western sky at night. Ling principal was so old that he didn't expect that he would also recruit again. Then he looked awkwardly at the people in the middle. Hanji and others also looked at him with a smile. "Master, you have joined us." In principle, it is very easy for a veteran to forcefully break the certificate, but at this time he got a little angry and insisted on breaking this avoidance serial certificate in the middle. Theoretically speaking, the only way to break this policy is to forcefully break away and destroy one of the basic political and legal aspects. But can this veteran use brute force directly? This is not only related to the political and legal changes in his tempered momentum, but also the face of his principles and seasoned skills. Seeing so many people coming here, Bai Changsho felt that I couldn't stay here. Why don't I pack up my clothes tonight, put on my master's and sister's clothes and run away? But he calmed down again. He has worked hard to run Shaoqiong Fengfeng for so many years. This is a relatively safe place. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to share the situation. I showed my cards, but not completely. Until late at night, I kept working hard below. The Xingzhong and the Taoist people, are very proud of themselves. I have really saved the master of the sect, Breeze, and Ding Zhu. Beifandian wants to focus on cultivating Li Changsho in politics and law. The voices of the Xingsheng and the Taoist people then sounded next to Li Changshu. He has finally cultivated people in general politics. Released. Suddenly a layer of white light rises from the parts. Hit 0 hit. Dear elders, ancestors of the Jiejiao, Zhu Yi, the two ancestors of the Jiejiao and Principal Lao Dao looked over at the same time. Shui, who was shocked for a long time, hid himself in Jinglei with his long-lived cultivation. When the flooded things dissipate, you can walk out with the Emperor's ring. The cultivation of anti-Shujing for the 7th time is undoubtedly revealed. It's good that I don't want to do it anymore. I just bite it. I lose again. I finally came up with Yang Ming's plan. Why did I end up in the hands of Changshu at the very beginning of the plan? A handiwork by Mr. Li Changshu. The little poor sect emperor comes from Li Changshu. Pays homage to the elders. Everyone who failed and lost the book. Dear seniors. The crowd and the Taoist priests also stepped forward and asked him to have a fight with Prince Aoi. Aoi would also declare himself a cultivator, which is equivalent to the anti-empty wife realm. Bai Changshu did not hesitate and had already anticipated the reactions of both parties. There was no way to avoid this mishandled nail. He lowered his head and said, disciples will obey all arrangements within the sect. In that case, let's go over there and compete with Tianfeng in the electric square. After a while, Zhu Wubian taught him and put the things in the hands of the director. This is his master's son's spirit seal, and it's also a spiritual treasure. I asked for it specifically for him, so I can lend it to him. Witness Li's shield was a bit broken and he couldn't help but laugh. Return the young rice to him. Master, don't worry. I will freely deal with him later. Then he lay down on the edge of the wine bowl and talked about his private thoughts. When you fall in love, you immediately adjust your eyebrows. Isn't this a good idea? Li Chang said that the law must be used flexibly. This is the principle of my master Chang Jiao. In front of the Tianfengdu line, in the flat square in front of the line, an elder took out a luminous magic bead and posed a late-setting white photo of the place. Many people stood in front of the line, and most of them were 70 years old inside the line gate. For the time being, first realized that this is where you live. Witness Li looked at his aunt and said, Auntie, Prince, today is a little different from the waste conference. I may not even do it. I can come back with the soft scattered sounds, but I can just take action. Both sides started with great momentum, but they already had skills to keep their stance in mind. Aoyi took a deep breath, and his expression turned serious. Groups of mysterious soldiers appeared in Shenju. The following fighting method has been carefully thought out by the force leader. It is to be steady and skinny, and to win steadily without exposing anything too much. Lao Liu attacked the second prince of Donghai 3 times, so it seemed that he was promoted to the production department, but everything was as planned. Facing the overwhelming state of mysteries, a spider flew out of Li Changshu's show, and hundreds of records were scattered in a blink of an eye. Then I applied for love, and instantly fell into the water like ground. Bai often avoids attacks and sinks slowly. He has been thinking about a problem. He can lose or win. Comparing the two boxes, there is actually no difference for him. The key is how to lose and how to win. I felt something mixed in my heart and kept searching for Witness Li's body. Suddenly a bump on the ground caught his attention. He punched out, and Jin immediately missed it. At the same time, there was a burst of movement behind Aoyi, and Fu Zhenqiqi, who had been waiting for a long time, showed his power and burst into fire that filled the sky. As soon as the fire pillar hit the sky, it rushed straight towards Oi. Among them, his body knocked his figure back directly. He forgot that he didn't expect that he would be attacked by surprise when he returned again and again. The invitation to endure the hatred is too late. You will have mysterious ice and fire in your hand, ready to attack at any time. The fire of selecting soldiers directly scattered the yellow paper pieces. Auntie is looking for her figure on the road ahead. Drink loudly until you taste cum. Come out and confront me head on. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Zhong and Huang Jifu took the initiative to attack. After a while, I could only dodge back and forth, and the server was constantly on fire. A beating will make you miserable, but it won't hurt your hand too much. It's really abominable to have a giant weapon with both hands. I'm going to make every one of your rags and clothes red when they can't win. At the same time, a big hand quietly poked out from the deep ground, holding a sharp magic weapon. Facing you. Fake thickness is like a slippery cloth. How dare you cheat on me again? Bo could jump up with his eyes and use the force. He hit the ground very fast and hit the unusual length, but it missed the mark again. This time, Bo was confused. Attack at will according to the ground. This is Li Changshu emerging from behind him again, holding a handful of short magic weapons in his hand. Facing Aoyu's west-built house is another place. Li Changshu's case was resolved and he completed his third surrender. This time I can flash directly backwards. Once again, I carefully touched the blessing certificate. The golden light of the show once again drowned his anger. Witness Li looked at him in surprise. He really couldn't be a Rongzhu. He was really hard. So that I can stand up again, the whole person is on the Yincheng table. Now he finally understood what Li Changshu meant when he said, "I might win." Different from the medicine dampening conference, this place was the ground, not the Shuiyang terrace at that time. Li Changshu could use his best earth shield. I have to say that this method of swallowing earth with one hand is a good experience. The second prince of Donghai is still too young. If he knew that Shilong hinted at Lao Liu that he didn't know how to face it, survive by being humble and rising from the sky. "If I catch you, I won't finish my sentence." I saw the clear blue dragon shadow above it, and the dragon shadow was screaming from all sides. A gust of wind blows secretly against the ground, and the song of playing is realized. The flying light and shadow effect instantly opens the door. Bai Changsho also had no choice but to show up in this explosion. This dragon prince actually still thinks about Long Shiba Chang. He really won't be scolded by his old dragon king father. "Are you doing that?" Next person. The dragon prince had already appeared in front of him. "Lu Chuyi finally defeated you when he was in prison." Without saying a word, he waved his fists and extended his hands inwards. And Li Chang said that after his hit attack, Ali punched him and his whole body was instantly drained of energy, falling from the air to the ground. After a while, Mr. Sha was so angry that he couldn't stop shouting harsh words while he was waiting to see Li Changsho's show. In the air, I am often subject to instantaneous changes, becoming a pointing person. Auntie's eyes were so wide that she couldn't believe what she saw before her eyes. She was pointing to help the clone. At the same time, he poked a line of business behind her. Yu Changsho held a mace in his hand and touched the most vulnerable position behind her. "I leaned in quietly and let you taste my secrets." It smiled blackly. "This is the 1,000-year killing of the mace." Just when he was about to take action, the old man principal suddenly shook his head, stretched out his hand to block his blindness, pointed his finger, and yelled helplessly, which made few of us admit defeat. The well-behaved Jiang de Langya was helping me in his hand. He had already lost his distance and suddenly returned his hand. His eyes were about to pop out. What did this guy want to do just now? Hanji can't stand it anymore. He's so angry that he can't stand it. "Hey, Mr. Li, don't you think you don't even care about me?" The old Taoist in principle just gritted his teeth. This figure is really good at taking tricks. He is both Tuton and Float. On the surface, the public and Taoists are neither happy nor sad. They have already been happy in their hearts after failing to take responsibility. Only one person can kneel down on the ground and lose, really lose again. At this moment, a big hand stretched out from the side and hid in front of Nao Yi. The voice behind the soul was watching and thinking of me. "I don't even think that if I fight you head on, I won't be your opponent." Aoi looked up and saw Li Changsho's gentle face. He grabbed Chiu. "After all, this is my Duxian men. I can only listen to the full authority. I can't let the city gate lose. I hope you can understand more." Moreover, whoever allowed Ogi to show off was superior to himself. This game was inherently unfair. Li Changsho reached out and made friends with him. Chen Cheng's smile was in front of him. "It's all right this time." Auntie even held her palm. It started to speak louder, and it suddenly showed a strong smile. Its eyes were a little red. It turned out that the human race did not only have those cold-faced old-timers who touched their heads, but also had gentle people like Changsho. "Thank you everyone for your love for me, but this work will be updated to the latest chapter soon. In the future, the Comic America will be updated on Saturdays. I will definitely follow it. The story will continue from the previous chapter. Look here, Changsho and Ao Yi are shaking hands and extending their ties." Elder Duxian men also even heard the news, but for the sake of the sect's face, he still had to show off and deliberately scolded him a few words. How could he use these small skills to compete? However, his expression had already given him away. He ordered Li Changsho to go back to Shaoqiong Fengfeng to live in isolation. In fact, it was just to let him go back and wait for his son. After that, Aunt Xingrun went to another place in Po Qianfeng to talk about the Dao. This battle finally ended in Wei Mi. It's just that Li Changsho's various plans have been disrupted. He doesn't want to be suspected of being a master who only wants to do a secret and stable practice. Early the next morning, Changsho was waiting for her junior sister to clean up her family members. She wanted to put them all away. Ling'er asked with a worried look, "Brother, why did you suddenly put away the wine and only accept family members?" Witness Li, on the other hand, lowered his head and held the drink. "Let's nip it in the bud. If something happens to him, Bao will probably come here again to wait for the law." Although Tai is not the only one in the family who can practice qi, and Hong Huang, who likes to drink, is not afraid of giving up qi, but he still has to be aware of all the relevant evidence between himself and the Donghai Shinong case. When Elder Wan Lingyun heard that Wen Changsho was defeated by other elders, he rushed over immediately with a face full of orders. He was bound to come to give him Cheng Yao. Li Changsho dared to explain with a smile that no one was punishing him. After all, the sect even rewarded him for defeating Prince Rong and Guangrong. Only then did Wan Linyun take on Gan Xiu, but this is pretty much it. He kept boasting that he had done a good job this time and that he was able to break the law. It was also his own ability to break the law. He did not need to be too concerned about other people's visits. While talking, he was taking something out of his mouth. Soon it turns into a piece of black treasure fish and can be taken out. This is the surname of the elder, a moral drama about brother Wan Linyun and his father. From now on, you, the poor family, will be protected by me. Not everyone can discipline Kuzi. Li Changshu felt warm in his heart and poured out blood quickly. He knew what the sick concubine of the elder was planning, and Xiao Qiongfeng had nothing good to do. The second prince of the East China Sea made a special trip to the capital for Jiqing. Lao Liu talks about the holy flower with him. A voice outside the grass commented in the air, remembering, brother, there is good news and there is bad news, which one do you want to hear first? Before Li Shong could react, the Zero Worship Star had already become serious and he stopped talking about it. The good news was that he discovered that the ability to release preconditions was so powerful that he could guess anything. Didn't I just say 2 days ago that mystery might come to visit? It's hard today. As for the bad news, A Yi is waiting at Xiaoqiong Fengfeng's door right now. Heard the news. The director took a mouthful of water and gushed out. I didn't expect it to come in so quickly. He dared to clean up briefly and asked Aunt, did he come by himself? Ling Yi shook his head and responded, no, Zhu Shubwa is accompanying him. I might as well bring you with me. A pound suddenly dropped from 0. Wait a minute, that female companion of the hat department is also a beauty. Xiao Xiongfeng can't be dragged down, he has to send someone with good looks to stand alone. So I was so busy that I pushed Li Changshu out of the room. He had to change quickly and his clothes were not enough. At the same time, the ceremony hall was greeted by people moving forward. Good to see. He immediately made a 180-degree move. He was often offended by many people in the past. Today, he made a special trip to make amends. Li Changshu feels that he is too busy to show off. Your Highness, the second prince, does not need to be polite. I also have some shortcomings. At present, Li Changshu will introduce 3 people into his family. Without waiting for the momentum of the RIT competition, Li Changshu just said, Your Highness can learn the way of being a single parent. I made a fuss over it in embarrassment, saying that I don't know much about the ways of being a single parent. Li Changshu smiled and said, it's okay. It's not important. Soon it took out many of the paintings it had made in its own free time and wanted to build a painting for them. Looking at the mountain-like scroll in front of him, Mao suddenly felt a little ridiculous. If he dares to wave his hands, he is often criticized, so there is no need to give up. But after a while, Aoi had completely calmed down and was transforming there. He has been completely washed up by this incident, and he keeps counting his thumbs and shouting praises. He is really very energetic in this industry. Abe Sato was in complete control of the topic, and Eru started nodding from the side and even found it particularly interesting. After a while, Lin Yi, who was dressed up carefully, appeared on the stage. It's really hard for Ai and Jiawu to do anything. Jiawu is even more worried about Jiao. His love rival is really hard to defeat. The deep plastic-colored spiral skirt that looks straightforward, the behavior is extremely elegant and popular. Even Hanji couldn't help but talk about his gentleness after watching it. Li Changshu is speechless. Girl, you don't understand her. Lan Ling'er accidentally discovers his senior brother's secret. It turns out that he neither likes the big ones nor the small ones, but the old ones. Faced with Lan Ling'er's meticulous dressing up, everyone expressed their admiration for greed. Actually only you, often subject to psychological understanding. In Xiao Mianmei's heart, he must be happy that he can break his sweat without delay. Here, Yibuting, a longtime figure like our Yibuting, displays his paintings in a layout like the flowing water of the Yangtze River. If you have read it and seen it, all the swords are scattered on the ground. I have no choice but to follow them and clean up their behinds. They keep complaining and talking about what I like. I will clean up after them. Sudden, Lina accidentally touched a scroll on the ground. In his next life, he looked in the direction of the inner scroll, but his eyes were attracted by the circles on each end of his clothes. There were 4 big characters written on it, ignorance and loyalty, and at first glance, I saw that this was my senior brother. He looked at the scroll curiously. Could it be that the painting on it was the woman that his senior brother loved? Then a big hand came over and he wanted to see him. What does senior brother like about women with breasts? The scroll was painted from top to bottom and the official prisoner was drawn inside. What he didn't know was that this thing was actually the retired secret treasure of his senior brother. And it was the white secret treasure of meditation that Li Changshu eliminated from publication in his early years. Beauty and old age. Lin Erdunshi's face changed drastically. He was so shocked that it was hard to express. His little hands began to delete the fights. It turned out that senior brother didn't like the big ones. Nor did he like the small ones, but I like the old one. Rather oh. Suddenly, Dad was sitting at the desk. But what should I do? Han Jidao's master sent word that Po Qianfeng had done something wrong and asked them to go back and take a look. Aoyi obviously felt that he was done. He grabbed Li Changshou's brother with both hands and said sincerely, "Long Slim's breasts are empty. Please be sure to come and play silly with the director of Aoyi. Sister-in-law will welcome him and let's talk about it on the stage. Standing is a big deal. It's okay even if you compare it with your hands. It's easy to talk. It's easy to talk." Li Changshou sent them out of the thatched hut and had just said goodbye. "We are destined to meet again in Korea." Li Changshou waved his hands and felt the drama in his heart. It is better to meet again if there is no destiny. Don't be bad again. Lin Haizhong, Li Changshou continued his money-making plan. Everyone was talking about the time when he taught the ancestors and discussed the Tao with the ancestors. Although he successfully concealed his strength last time, Yu Ming finally returned and killed the moon. I am afraid there will be follow-up activities. The junior sister deliberately made things difficult to please her, but she didn't expect the surprise and the process was shocking. Now, 11 began to practice the Dunfa and Gui Shiping Qi Ju taught by Li Changshou, and finally achieved a small success. At this moment, she was transforming into a wooden box and hiding the small box inside her body. This time, Li Changshou collected and purchased a large amount of money in Linghai town. It was time for them to return to the business with the box. Qi Yuan was so old that he held up the box with both hands and asked if your talent-earning plan has been completed. Li Changshou is here for the time being. Now when it comes to knowledge, master should also rest peacefully in seclusion. Try to keep your face closed when going out in case of danger. Old Taoist Qi Yuan agreed, but there was still a question in his mind. Changshou, what state are you in now? Li Changshou instantly transformed into a clone to support him. The disciple who had gone out before was Du Xiek. Qi Yuan Lao Dao's case speculation is that after Du Jie, he will be the original one. He will become the first one in 100, 20 or 30 years. This appearance is already a top-notch first second. But what he didn't know was that Li Changshou was enjoying his life and accidentally ascended a little higher. The return line door was painted. They opened the soundproofing and ceased fighting. Li Changshou once again asked the master about the way out in the future. He hopes that the master can join the heavenly court, so that he can live a long life after cultivating his sincerity, and it will be of great benefit to him and his junior sister. Unexpectedly, Qi Ren was not resistant to going to Tianting for a while. Then the plan after that would be easier to handle. Senior brother, suddenly outside the door came the voice of Hai Hai, who has been my younger brother for a lifetime. Witness Li has forgotten his life and lost his charm. What's wrong with you? Suddenly seeing the price of a single room, Ling'er took a pink coupon and looked at its face, then slowly walked into the single room. Li Changshou said, it's because he was blown by the poisonous wind. Senior brother, you hate it. Ling'er spent his whole life in the early morning, and then the gang of Hanxiu Daichi took off the front hand, revealing a thick makeup film with many legal texts drawn on the prison face. Since the senior brother likes the older one, then he, the junior sister, must fight to the end. Ling'er looked at the expression on his senior brother's face and smiled contentedly in his heart. He moved forward to meet Ming Ming halfway, and deliberately failed to sweep away the situation. I am justified in doing this. Li Changzhuang opened his mouth and couldn't move while sitting on the Pu Tuan. He looked like he was telling the truth. This is not a surprise. It's clearly a shock, right? In the South China Sea, on a deserted island no more than 100 miles away from the mainland, the people of Sanming Island are singing that the most valuable thing about defending one's position is communication. They all looked gloomy and kept begging Master Shuzhe to go around them. Suddenly, a formation appeared in the sky, and a brigade of black energy was moving everywhere. The snow-red drama image appears in the sky. A brigade of snow lights gathered below and painted a scene. I'm so bloody that I'm so drunk. Every time this woman has a certain waist, her incarnation is too demanding, and her deep judgment is also a bit exaggerated. When she arrives, she is quiet and quiet. Originally, it was written that King Hoan has attained the Tao. She is neither a waist nor a spirit. Shanai is a vicious demon on the road. When Jing arrives and sends Xinxian to do Xian men to rebel against the Dongju fight, black air is flying everywhere, and the snow-red image is on the dangerous road. Below, Shui Guanghui painted a shallow trace of a deep blood fountain. On the stone slab, the cabinets searched by the three true immortals Duojuosu were in place. They had been visiting various places for many days, but they could not find the underworld of Poseidon at all. They are willing to find 1,000 mortal happiness for Taoist Wenjing and ask for his spare life. I saw him sticking out a hand ruler from the scene. Point it on the artist's forehead, and the snowy light will instantly destroy him. Taoist Wenjing does not want this mortal to write. Not only does he have no spiritual energy, but he will also lose money to the company. Moreover, he has already cleared away the legacy left by his original practice and no longer kills more mortals. The remaining 2 people said softly, "Mr. Messenger, the Nanhai sect has only fought on the fringes. The partner we don't know is the ambassador. In fact, we didn't lose much. The sound of loss in this is so quiet that people certainly know it. It's just that the people who joined the demonization in the South China Sea have so much auspiciousness in a short period of time. They must have demonized the body. Now he needs to give An a more important task. Let them change to Dongju, Hong Kong today, and go to a fresh gate called Gambling Gate, because this modern sect can barely be regarded as a humanistic teaching. Recently, I had a battle with several different gods from Jinao Island. What they have to do is to ask Dongju to investigate the process and details of the fight to see if there is any computer opportunity. If this is done well, the 2 of them will be considered guilty and receive some rewards. The 2 of them still didn't dare to look back. They kept shouting at their subordinates to obey their orders. Wenjing showed a little bit of coolness in the street. After a few words, 2 black characters quickly flew out. Those 2 people fell without any sound. If they fell into a fight, they would be sucked dry and killed. Don't keep them tight. I gave an order from the bottom of my heart. Soon, the echo of the black pattern appeared. Zunmin Wang, say it. He turned around and said. Li Changsho stood by Shaosheng Fengfeng Lake and made a fuss. Lin Hong punished him and ordered him to copy Wu Weijing 100 times or he would not be allowed to leave the table. Lin Hong cried and kept writing, although it was an honest mistake, but it really came down to Li Changsho. Fortunately, he has a strong mental tolerance, otherwise he might have been frightened to the point where his function was stable. Just then, Jiona suddenly came to visit. This short Taoist seemed to be in a very good mood. He entered the large formation outside the little insect bee. It was just a burst of big and small. Changsho neglected his duty. What did he get for you with his talent and ability? The wine shop took out a small silver-white arrow. This is the quasi-phosphorus power of the electricity inside the knife. I have spent a lot of time to show it to you. Li Changsho immediately grabbed this small silver-white item in his hand and held it back and forth twice, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. It was the first time Lao Liu entered the Tibetan mat and he actually had to put all the exercises in the guest house. Changsho immediately grabbed this small silver-colored item in his hand. He didn't expect it to be so good. I was able to obtain the access order for Tibetan electricity thanks to Prince Bo Yi who traveled thousands of miles to kill someone. Thinking about the previous meeting where Mr. Long stole the invitation, the Sanmai mantra practice method he introduced, and the case of the dragon washing in the East China Sea. He almost got the gift package of Busha's favor. That boy is really a good general. If I meet the Dragon Palace Prince next time, I don't know what benefits he will get, but he thought about it carefully. He had made Yao Yi lose twice in Guangzhongsha in the hall and almost attacked his life gate. It was best not to encounter him. The secret engineer heard these generals, so at the same time, I made a big climb. He was thinking silently in his heart. Didn't he often think about himself when he was worried? Hanji on the side just interrupted him. It's so tight that it can stand in front of Nao Yi. When I saw his joy of rebirth, I invited him to go shopping in the East China Sea together. The 2 of them get along very well. Above the dotted line door, the wine shop and the ceremonial director benefited from the same price and walked together. There is no comment on the word for a long time compared to the often received place. Its meaning is hidden in it. This is Wan Zhong Laobei's single. It is used for your self-defense. Zhu Wu was shocked. This is a good thing for reading Shang Tianxian. Changsho was also serious about giving such a valuable thing to Ping alone. Li Changsho smiled lightly and said nothing more. After all, he still had a lot of these things. Zhu Wu also took this opportunity to avoid some improper protections from him. It was considered as a warning and encouraged him to continue his professional career in politics and law. Li Changsho simply thanked his master. Xinzhong Jiyu Mingsheng asked, Master, do you want to accompany me to Sangdian? 95 edition. He reached out his hand, took a breath, and took a step. I am a prisoner, and I will be charged again soon. Zhongshenju is going to hold a meeting of the triangular ancestors. He needs to go with the 2 elders to meet and discuss the details of the poems with the gate clans on behalf of Mr. Du. Witness Li thought for a moment. What is the conference of ancestors of the 3 religions related to Sister Fengshen? And Zhu Wu seemed a little anxious. Master Ding just told him to practice well, then he turned around and disappeared. Soon he came to Daozang's store. The so-called Daocheng's possession is Daozang. Only a small part of the cliques here were created by the freshmen of Duxian men. And most of them were foreign things. The branch line sect was established on behalf of Tianxian. He really went out to gain some useless skills. Clicking and hitting objects will be placed in